Chapter 2946. Danger. Fang Chun asked in surprise. The Eagle Sword Sect, a top force in the southern part of the primordial chaos, has been attacking the ancient Cold Sect for some reason. In just a few days, dozens of continents under the ancient Cold Sect have fallen. Wang Heng's face was full of bitter smiles. If this continues, the ancient Cold Sect will be completely destroyed by the Eagle Sword Sect in less than 3 months. All the disciples have been sent to the battlefield to fight. I also came back to exchange for pills, and now I'm ready to go back. Eagle Sword Sect. Hearing these 3 words, Fang Chen's expression changed, and he recalled the battle in front of the Green Mountain Stream in the Ancient God Institute. Ing Wudi used the heavenly eagle swords and was severely injured by him. In the end, he fled. Brother Fang, after hundreds of years, you actually came back from the Nile continent. That's great. Wang Heng changed the topic and said with a smile, ever since you left, Elder Ding and Dingmu have been gloating every day and spreading rumors that you died in the Nile continent. I was really worried about you. Fang Chun patted Wang Heng's shoulder and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. Where's the sect master? Fang Chun asked. The sect master is in the meeting hall. I'll take you there. Wang Heng took Fang Chun to the meeting hall. Today, there were still many high-level elders in the meeting hall, including the ancient cold ancestor and the demon slayer tribulation lord. Everyone, is there anything you don't know? Ancient Cold Sect Master looked around and asked. He had just told everyone the details of the battle. This was a life-and-death battle. If they won, the Ancient Cold Sect would rise again. But if they failed, the Ancient Cold Sect would fall into eternal damnation. This time, with the help of the Demon Slayer Tribulation Lord, our Ancient Cold Sect will definitely win. Although he was still not confident, at this moment, Ancient Cold Sect Master was still magnanimous for everyone. Thump! Thump! Wang Heng knocked on the door and walked into the meeting hall. Wang Heng. In the hundreds of years since Fang Chun went to the Nile continent, Wang Heng's performance had been outstanding. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and he was now a core disciple of the Ancient Cold Sect. Seeing that it was Wang Heng who broke in, the anger on the face of the Ancient Cold Sect Master disappeared instantly. What are you doing here? Sect Master, Fang Chun has returned. So what if you're back? Why are you making such a fuss over nothing? Do you know? Sect leader Han Gu waved his hand. Halfway through his words, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Soon after, his body trembled. His pitch-black eyes stared straight at Wang Heng as he hurriedly asked, What did you just say? Fang Chun has returned from the Nile continent. Wang Heng repeated. Really? At this moment, Fang Chun walked in from outside. Sect leader. Fang Chun bowed slightly and said with a smile. Sitting at the head of the table, Ancestor Frost and Tribulation Supremacy Fiend were a little surprised to see Fang Chun. Then, they looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. You came back from the Nile continent? Ancient Cold Sect Master asked. I've completed my training mission, so I've returned to the Ancient Cold Sect, Fang Chun said. Good, very good. It's great that you can come back. Ancient Cold Sect Master was very happy. Fang Chun was a genius personally appointed by Ancestor Frost. He had great potential and was very likely to be the next sect leader. He was the hope of the Ancient Cold Sect. Therefore, Ancient Cold Sect Master paid special attention to Fang Chun. How's the situation on the Nile continent? Ancestor Frost, who was sitting at the head of the table, asked. The situation of the Nile continent being jointly controlled by the 5 great experts no longer exists. Now, the Nile continent is ruled by one person, Fang Chun said. What? Ancestor Frost and Tribulation Supremacy Fiend were both surprised. Fang Chun briefly told them what had happened on the Nile continent. After hearing this, everyone was shocked. Ancestor Frost and Tribulation Supremacy Fiend were even more stunned. This woman named Yunling was too powerful, wasn't she? As far as they knew, Tribulation Supremacy Fiend's cultivation had reached the limit of the minor Tribulation Supremacy. He was only one step away from becoming a Grand Tribulation Supremacy. However, such an expert had been crushed by Yunling. It was no wonder that the other 4 experts on the Nile continent were willing to bow their heads to her. After that, Ancestor Frost introduced Feng Chun to the Tribulation Supremacy Fiend. Only then did Feng Chun know that he was Bution's master and had secretly helped him. He felt grateful and guilty at the same time. When the Tribulation Supremacy Fiend asked about Bution's whereabouts, Feng Chun lied to him. Brother Bution is cultivating in seclusion on the Nile continent and has obtained some inheritance. He shouldn't be back for a while, Feng Chun said. He really didn't want to see a dying old man heartbroken, so he chose to lie. When I wake Brother Bution up, I will bring him to you, Feng Chun swore to himself. The Tribulation Supremacy Fiend didn't find that Feng Chun was lying and nodded slightly. Not bad, not bad. In just a few hundred years, you have stepped into the Star Venerable realm. Ancestor Frost spoke highly of Feng Chun. Then, Feng Chun asked about the recent situation of the ancient cold sect. Feng Chun, you have great potential. You are the future hope of the ancient cold sect, Ancestor Frost said. For the time being, the ancient cold sect is in danger. You should go out and hide for a while. Is the Eagle Sword sect very strong? Feng Chun asked. Can't we ask for peace? The Eagle Sword sect came prepared. How can they give us hope? Sect Master Frost shrugged. Feng Chun's mind flashed. Even if he asked the Ling family for help, they wouldn't be able to reach the ancient cold sect in a short time. So, he had to stall for time. Dead Star Sector Lord. Thinking of this, Feng Chun secretly activated the Jade Pendant to contact Dead Star Sector Lord, but there was no response. What's going on? Feng Chun frowned, puzzled. Sect Master Frost and Ancestor Frost were good to him and took care of him. He didn't want to watch the ancient cold sect be destroyed, especially by the Eagle Sword sect. Could it be that Dead Star Sector Lord is busy and has no time to care? Feng Chun curled his lips and put away the Jade Pendant. Since Dead Star Sector Lord didn't have time to care about this, he could only place his hopes on the Ling family. The Ling family was one of the powers with the deepest foundation in the southern region of the ancient primal chaos. With Yinling, guarding it, their strength was outstanding. If the Ling family helped, the Eagle Sword sect would definitely be defeated. Sect Master, Ancestor Frost, Senior to M.O., Feng Chun carefully organized his thoughts and slowly said, I have a way to resolve the ancient cold sect's crisis, but I need time. Ancestor Frost and the other two exchanged glances. They thought that Feng Chun was going to contact Dead Star Sector Lord. How long do you need? Ancestor Frost asked. At least 3 months, Feng Chun said solemnly. 3 months? That's a bit difficult. Sect Master Frost paced back and forth, racking his brains to think of a solution. Feng Chun took out the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child swords, instantly attracting everyone's attention. What is this? Sect Master, this is the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child swords, the most precious treasure of the Eagle Sword sect, Feng Chun said. What? This is the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child swords? Sect Master Frost exclaimed. Ancestor Frost stood up and personally took the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child swords. He carefully sensed it and confirmed it. It is indeed the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child swords, Ancestor Frost said. The Tribulation Paragon was also very surprised. The Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child sword were the most precious treasure of the Eagle Sword sect. So where did Feng Chun come from? How did you get the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child swords? Sect Master Frost asked. Feng Chun pondered for a moment, then said, I defeated the Eagle Sword sect's unrivaled eagle and took it from him. Unrivaled eagle? Did he also go to the Nile continent? Sect Master Frost asked. However, Ancestor Frost suddenly spoke. He seemed to have thought of something. You entered the Immortal Divine Mountain? To be exact, you entered the Immortal Creation Academy. The Immortal Divine Mountain of the Nile continent was also famous in the southern part of the primordial chaos. Not long ago, the Immortal Creation Academy appeared, and the path of heaven appeared, shaking the entire primordial chaos. They naturally received the news. However, they never thought that Feng Chun would enter the Immortal Creation Academy from the Immortal Divine Mountain. Now, after combining all the factors, they were sure that Feng Chun should have entered the Immortal Creation Academy. Feng Chun nodded. Everyone exclaimed. That was the Immortal Creation Academy, and all the cultivators who came out of it would become overlords in the future. Ah, that's great. Finally, someone from the Ancient Frost sect has entered the Immortal Creation Academy. Sect Master Frost was very excited. Ancestor Frost and the Tribulation Paragon also nodded slightly. It seems that your battle with unrivaled Eagle should have taken place in the Immortal Creation Academy, the Tribulation Paragon said. They had even forgotten that the Eagle Sword sect had besieged the city. They were all curious about what kind of existence the Immortal Creation Academy was. Chapter 2947. For them, the imperishable Creation Hall was a legendary place. As long as one could enter it, they would definitely become a peerless powerhouse in the future. However, Fang Chun had come out of it unscathed and had even severely injured Wudi and taken the Sky Eagle Sword from the Eagle Sword sect. If this matter were spread, it would definitely cause a powerful storm in the southern region of the ancient chaos. The Demon Slayer Tribulation Lord naturally thought that his disciple Bution was cultivating in seclusion in the imperishable Creation Hall, and he was even more delighted. After a long time, the people of the ancient Frigid sect finally calmed down. They suppressed the shock in their hearts and looked at Fang Chun with burning eyes. Ancestor Han was determined that if the ancient Frigid sect was unable to reverse the situation and was about to be destroyed, he would send Fang Chun away at all costs. After all, Fang Chun was the future hope of the ancient Frigid sect. Good, very good. Ancestor Han laughed. As expected of the most outstanding disciple in the history of the ancient Frigid sect, Fang Chun was the first disciple in the history of the ancient Frigid sect to successfully walk out of the imperishable Creation Hall. One could imagine how excited the higher-ups of the ancient Frigid sect were. This was of epic-making significance to them. After receiving the Sky Eagle Swords, the ancient Frigid sect master's face was full of excitement. Everyone, this is a matter of great importance. I hope you won't spread the news. The smile on Ancestor Han's face disappeared, and he became a little more serious. They all knew what Fang Chun meant. Once the other forces knew of Fang Chun's existence, they would definitely kill him at all costs. Don't worry, we won't say anything. Everyone nodded. Fang Chun, come with me. After the meeting, Ancestor Han and the Demon Slayer Tribulation Lord left with Fang Chun. The ancient Frigid sect master personally went to the battlefield with Wang Hong. A few days later, the ancient Frigid sect master returned with a smile. He brought a piece of good news. The Eagle Sword sect has compromised, the ancient Frigid sect master said with a smile. Really? That's great. Ancestor Han and the Demon Slayer Tribulation Master were overjoyed, while Fang Chun secretly contacted Yinling Er. You didn't see how ugly the faces of the Eagle Sword sect were when I took out the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child swords. Haha. Sect Master Ancient Han laughed heartily. During this period of time, they had been suppressed by the Eagle Sword sect and had almost fallen. And now, he could finally hold his head high for once. With the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child swords as the price, the Eagle Sword sect will stop fighting for 3 months. Ancient Cold sect leader said, the Sky Eagle Mother-Child swords are too important to the Eagle Sword sect. Not to mention 3 months. Even if they had to stop fighting for 3 years, they would still be willing. However, at this point, Ancient Cold sect master hesitated for a moment before continuing. Right now, the Eagle Sword sect has already obtained the Sky Eagle Swords. Although we have 3 months to catch our breath, if we are unable to find reinforcements after 3 months, the Eagle Sword sect will definitely destroy our Ancient Cold sect in a fit of rage. To put it simply, they had already thought of this when they threatened the Eagle Sword sect with the Sky Eagle Mother-Child swords. At this time, Ancient Cold sect master, and Tribulation Paragon Demon all looked at Fang Chun in unison. Fang Chun exchanged glances with the three of them and said, don't worry. After 3 months, the crisis of the Ancient Cold sect will naturally be resolved. Fang Chun's words were very mysterious, which made the three of them rather curious. However, Ancient Cold sect master faintly guessed that Fang Chun should be communicating with the Empyrean Star Domain Lord. I hope you have enough influence. Ancient Cold sect master prayed inwardly. If Fang Chun could really persuade the Empyrean Star Domain Lord to help, the Eagle Sword sect would be nothing. In a certain region in the southern part of the primordial chaos, there was a huge faction here called the Eagle Sword sect. The Eagle Sword sect specialized in the sword Tao, and there were countless sword cultivation geniuses in the sect. Of course, the most dazzling of them all was Ing Wudi. Ing Wudi of the younger generation could even rank in the top 10 of the primordial chaos ancient god ranking. One could imagine how great his potential was. However, after the imperishable creation hall closed, the Eagle Sword sect happily welcomed many disciples. However, what he received was an extremely angry message. Ing Wudi had been injured in the imperishable creation hall and even lost the Sky Eagle Swords, the sect's most precious treasure. After hearing this news, the upper echelons of the Eagle Sword sect were all furious. The Sky Eagle Swords were too important to them. They had to find them no matter what. Damn it! In a garden, the Eagle Sword sect master's expression was gloomy. So much time had passed, but there was still no clue. In a vast primordial chaos, where could they find the Sky Eagle Swords? That's the hope of my Eagle Sword sect's revival, he muttered to himself. Ing Wudi stood behind him quietly, his heart filled with fear. Ancestor, it's my fault. Ing Wudi said guiltily, I lost the Sky Eagle Swords. I am a sinner of the Eagle Sword sect. Ancestor, please punish me. The Eagle Sword ancestor gently shook his head and sighed. He turned to Invincible Eagle and slowly said, Invincible, do you know why I named you Invincible when you were born? Ancestor, you wanted me to be invincible, Ing Wudi said. The Eagle Sword sect master nodded. This matter isn't your fault. I am partly responsible for the loss of the Sky Eagle Swords. Ding, ding. Just as Eagle Sword Old Ancestor finished speaking, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Eagle Sword Sect Master was back. Ancestor. The Eagle Sword Sect Master's face was filled with joy. Look, what is this? The Eagle Sword Sect Master didn't keep him in suspense and took out the Sky Eagle Swords. What? Ing Wudi's eyes widened as he cried out involuntarily. Even Ancestor Ing Jian revealed a surprised expression when he saw this. Soon after, he parted his mouth into a smile. That's right. These are the Sky Eagle Swords of my sect. Where did you find them? The Eagle Sword Sect Master touched the Sky Eagle Swords. He was sure that these were the sect treasures of the Eagle Sword sect. There was no doubt about it. This matter is quite coincidental. The Eagle Sword Sect Master told the Eagle Sword Sect Master in detail. The Eagle Sword Sect Master nodded slightly. It seems that the one who injured Wudi was a disciple of the ancient Frigid sect. The Eagle Sword Sect Master said, but I didn't expect such a monstrous genius to appear in the ancient Frigid sect. The Eagle Sword Sect Master didn't dwell on this matter. He smiled and said, You've done well. It's only been 3 months. They won't be able to do anything. I don't believe that there is any faction in the southern region that dares to go against our Eagle Sword sect and help the ancient Frigid sect. Exchanging 3 months for the Sky Eagle Swords was definitely a great deal. We'll give them 3 months, the Eagle Sword Sect Master said. After 3 months, we'll attack with all our might. Leave no one alive. As he spoke, the Eagle Sword Sect Master's face darkened. Anyone who went against the Eagle Sword sect wouldn't have a good ending. The primordial chaos was vast, and it was roughly divided into 4 regions: north, south, east, and west. The southern region was extremely hot, and resources were scarce there. In the eyes of many experts, it was a barren land. The Ling family was one of the top factions in the southern region. Their overall strength was above the Eagle Sword sect. On this day, the atmosphere in the Ling family's residence was heavy. In the meeting hall, many elders sat on their chairs with gloomy expressions. The head of the Ling family sat on the throne at the head of the table and remained silent. In the middle of the hall, a beautiful figure paced back and forth. Her face was filled with anxiety. She was Ling Shan, father. As time passed, Ling Shan couldn't help but look at the Ling family head. Although Fang Chun has done a great favor for our Ling family, it's not appropriate for us to interfere in the battle between the ancient Frigid sect and the Eagle Sword sect. That's right. If we interfere, we'll become enemies with the Eagle Sword sect. It's not in our interest. Some elders objected. Of course, there were also some who agreed. Don't forget, without Fang Chun, how could Ling Shan have obtained the ancestors' inheritance? That's right, he didn't save Ling Shan, but the future hope of the Ling family. The Ling family was very resourceful. Naturally, they found out about Fang Chen's background. After learning that he was a disciple of the ancient Frigid sect, he was also shocked. Now that the ancient Frigid sect was in danger, the Ling family was in a dilemma. Ling Shan's eyes were filled with tears, but she didn't have the right to make a decision. Patriarch, you have to consider the big picture. If Fang Chun is in danger, our Ling family will naturally step in. However, this is a battle between two sects. If we are not careful, our Ling family will suffer a setback. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2948. The Ling family's argument only involved their own interests. Under normal circumstances, big families like this rarely talked about relationships and only talked about interests. If Fang Chun was alone, with the Ling family's prestige, they wouldn't fall out with the Eagle Sword sect even if they wanted to protect him. However, it was a different story in a battle between sections. Once the two-sect war started, unless one side was destroyed, they wouldn't stop. This involved a certain level of interest. If the Ling family interfered, they would definitely start a war with the Eagle Sword sect. It would be fine if they won, but if they lost, the consequences would be unimaginable. Because of various reasons, the Ling family elders didn't agree with this. As the head of the Ling family, he naturally had to weigh the pros and cons. He wasn't just one person, but the entire family. Ling Shan's eyes were red, but she couldn't do anything. She could only wait for her father to make the final decision. Under everyone's gaze, the head of the Ling family raised his head. An invisible pressure was emitted from his body, giving people a feeling of suppression. The reason why the Ling family can come to this point is because of our ingenious strategy. The head of the Ling family said in a deep voice, "There are many forces in the south that are eyeing us covetously. If we make the slightest mistake, we will definitely suffer a fatal blow." Hearing this, the elders who objected smiled. The head of the Ling family's meaning was clear. He wouldn't participate in the war between the two sect wars. As for those who agreed, they felt somewhat helpless. "Father," Ling Shan finally couldn't help but speak. But the head of the Ling family waved his hand to stop her. "Fang Chun is very important to the Ling family. We should repay his kindness." But Ling Shan's heart was in pain, and her face was full of tears. She thought about how Fang Chun saved her despite the danger and gave her the ancestors' inheritance. Her heart was in a mess. "It's all my fault." Ling Shan blamed herself. If she was strong enough, she wouldn't be so helpless. Just as the head of the Ling family was about to make the final decision, his body suddenly trembled. Then he took a deep breath, looked around, and said, "So, I've decided that the Ling family will help the ancient cold sect." Whoosh! The entire meeting hall was in an uproar. Those elders who objected were even more dumbfounded. It wasn't like this just a moment ago. Why did he suddenly change his mind? "Patriarch," the elders began to panic and hurriedly opened their mouths. "No, absolutely not. Patriarch, don't lose the big picture for the small." The elders all tried to dissuade the patriarch, hoping that he would take back his decision. However, the patriarch had already made up his mind and would not change it. Seeing this, Ling Shan looked at her father in surprise and smiled through her tears. "Patriarch, I don't understand. You clearly didn't want to participate in the battle, so why did you suddenly?" An elder stood out and questioned. "Because," the Ling family's patriarch muttered, "this is my decision." Suddenly, a beautiful girl in a green robe appeared in the meeting hall. The moment she appeared, the temperature in the meeting hall dropped sharply. Space seemed to have congealed, and an oppressive aura gushed forth. Many elders were stunned when they saw this. "Senior Yun," the Ling family head cupped his fists in greeting. Not long ago, Yin Ling had barged into the Ling family. At that time, the Ling family master was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. However, when they learned that Yin Ling was the woman that their ancestor once loved, the Ling family was extremely furious. However, when Yunling explained all the grievances, the Ling family was very surprised. In the end, Yunling became the protector of the Ling family. Do you know what Fangchun means to the Ling family? Yunling stood with her hands behind her back and said indifferently. Everyone was puzzled. Fangchun brought the hope of the Ling family's rise and a protector who could ensure the rapid rise of the Ling family in a short period of time. Isn't that enough? In the face of Yunling's questioning, the Ling family was silent. Yunling's beautiful eyes swept across everyone and finally landed on Lingshan. You should all know Lingshan's potential, right? She will definitely be the new leader of the Ling family in the future, and even the overlord of the southern region. Yunling said, however, compared to Fangchun, she is like an ancient god and a world god. What? Everyone was shocked that Yunling's evaluation of Fangchun was so high. You will never understand how terrifying Fangchun's potential is, Yunling said. This is the best opportunity for you to make friends with Fangchun. If you miss it, you will regret it in the future. All right, that's all I have to say. If the Eagle Sword sect dares to go to war with the Ling family, I will personally meet the Eagle Sword sect's ancestor. As soon as she finished speaking, Yunling's figure disappeared. Everyone was left in shock, looking at each other. After a long time, everyone came to their senses. Master, Senior Yun. For a moment, many elders didn't know what to say. Senior Yun is a great tribulation supremacy, and her strength is the strongest in the south. Unless a world god acts, no one could defeat her. Moreover, she is now the protector of the Ling family. Since she said so, the Ling family must respect her decision, the Ling family master said. Lingshan looked at her father and smiled foolishly. The leisurely years passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. During this period, the ancient frigid sect had the most difficult time. They had been racking their brains to think of a way, but Fangchun's side didn't make any moves. As time passed, they became more and more anxious. However, there was nothing they could do. On this day, Ancestor Han and the demon-slaying tribulation supremacy finally couldn't hold back. Fangchun, do you have any good ideas? Ancestor Han asked. Fangchun sat in the courtyard, looked up at the sky, and murmured, "It should be soon." Ancestor Han and the demon-slaying tribulation supremacy didn't understand what he meant and were a little surprised. Just as they were about to ask, a powerful pressure suddenly enveloped the ancient frigid sect. Who is it? Ancestor Han immediately became alert and shouted loudly. Ancestor Han, how have you been? In the void, the Ling family master's figure slowly appeared. Ling family master? Ancestor Han was a little surprised when he saw this. What? Am I not welcome? The Ling family master said with a smile. Of course you are welcome. After the Ling family master nodded to the demon-slaying tribulation, supremacy, and Ancestor Han, he walked straight to Fangchun. You must be Fangchun, right? The Ling family master asked with a smile. Greetings, Ling family master. Fangchun stood up and cupped his fists. There's no need for that. You are the benefactor of the Ling family, and I can't thank you enough. The Ling family master smiled. I'm here on Senior Yun's order to help Brother Fang. Ancestor Han and the demon-slaying tribulation supremacy were shocked when they heard this. Fangchun actually managed to invite the Ling family head over? Thank you, Ling family master, Fangchun said. Ling family master? Ancestor Han couldn't help but ask. Originally, the Ling family didn't need to intervene in the battle between the ancient frigid sect and the Eagle Sword sect, Ling family master Adong said. However, we are indebted to Fangchun. The entire Ling family has decided to fully support the ancient frigid sect and fight the Eagle Sword sect to the end. The Ling family master waved his hand and said heroically, Our team is already on the way and will arrive at the ancient frigid sect soon. Ancestor Han, you have the final say on whether to fight or not. This, Ancestor Han felt like he was dreaming. A giant force like the Ling family was actually willing to help the ancient frigid sect stop the Eagle Sword sect. Ancestor Han couldn't help but look at Fangchun, feeling that this kid was unfathomable. Although he's not the extinct star field master I imagined, with the full support of the Ling family, a mere eagle sword sect is nothing. Ancestor Han thought to himself. The demon-slaying tribulation supremacy on the side also grinned. After chatting with the two for a while, the Ling family master said, "Can the two of you let me talk to Brother Fong alone for a while?" "Of course," Ancestor Han said. "Ling family master, if you need anything, you can come to me directly." After saying that, Ancestor Han and the demon-slaying tribulation supremacy quickly left. In the square, the two walked side by side. "Ancestor Han, what do you think Fong Chun did for the Ling family? Why would the Ling family risk fighting the Eagle Sword sect to help?" The demon-slaying tribulation supremacy was puzzled. A big family like them should value benefits more. "I don't believe that a mere favor would make them come to help." Ancestor Han nodded. "You and I know the situation of the Ling family very well, but someone like the Ling family master wouldn't joke with us. Since he said that they would come to help, it can't be wrong." Ancestor Han's eyes flickered as he murmured, "Maybe Fong Chun helped the Ling family obtain some heaven-defying opportunities in the imperishable creation courtyard." This was the only explanation that made sense. No matter what, from now on, Fong Chun was more important in Ancestor Han's heart, even surpassing the ancient frigid sect. Chapter 29:49. In less than half a month, the vertigo came again. I couldn't imagine it and couldn't accept it. Those who have experienced vertigo would probably understand how I feel now. It was too painful. The doctor said it wasn't a big problem. The main problem was the lack of exercise. My body's resistance was too low and I was quite weak. After I recovered, I decided to run every day to exercise. The body is the capital of a revolution. However, after leaving school, I didn't have a decent workout. Every day, I would drag my tired body home after work. Some people might say I'm looking for excuses. That's not the case. No one would use illness as an excuse. Moreover, the more I write, the more money I earn. Those who are familiar with MOE's welfare should know that money will be deducted if I don't update. If possible, I don't want to stop updating. However, I really don't have the energy to update. After resting for 2 days, my body recovered. I sincerely apologize. Chapter 29:50. With the addition of the Ling family, the combat power of the ancient cold sect soared. The primordial chaos was boundless and vast. Some people couldn't travel all over the primordial chaos in their lifetime. Since ancient times, some seniors had divided the primordial chaos into 4 regions for ease of management. The region where the ancient cold sect was located was in the southernmost part of the primordial chaos, so it was called the southern region. The characteristic of this region was that it was at the edge of the primordial chaos, and its martial arts were backward. Although the ancient cold sect had 99 continents under its command, it could only be considered a second-rate force and not a top force. But the Eagle Sword sect was different. They had a deep foundation and a long history. Some heaven-defying monstrous geniuses had appeared in the sect before, and their name had shaken the ancient chaos. Therefore, their overall strength was even stronger, and they could be considered a first-rate force in the southern region of the ancient chaos. They were much stronger than the ancient cold sect. In the battle between the Eagle Sword sect and the ancient cold sect was suppressed in all aspects. However, at this time, the Ling family joined the battle, causing a great change in the battle. Ancestor Han, the Demon Slayer Tribulation Paragon, the ancient cold sect master, and the others were all smiling and excited. The Ling family was the top force in the southern region, and even the Eagle Sword sect didn't dare to clash with them. The ancient cold sect had never had any interaction with the Ling family, so they didn't expect the Ling family to stand up at this critical moment. This made Ancestor Han and the others even more curious. What kind of force was behind Fong Chun? Why did the Ling family give him face? Moreover, from the looks of it, the Ling family head seemed to like Fong Chun quite a bit. On the boulevard, Ancestor Han and the Demon Slayer Tribulation Paragon looked at each other with smiles on their faces. The crisis is finally over. The most difficult days are over, Ancestor Han said slowly with a sigh. Yes, the ancient cold sect is really lucky to have such a monstrous disciple like Fong Chun. The demon slayer tribulation paragon was envious. One had to know that Fang Chun wasn't just backed by the Empyrean Realm Master. Now, the Ling family stood behind him and didn't hesitate to go to war with the Eagle Sword sect. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Ancestor Han nodded and made up his mind. They would do their best to protect Fang Chun. As long as he was still around, the ancient frigid sect would rise again. Let's go. With the addition of the Ling family, it's time for us to strike back. Ancestor Han smiled and left with the demon-slaying Tribulation Lord. In the courtyard, the Ling family head looked at Fang Chun with a smile. He really couldn't imagine that this seemingly ordinary man in front of him was actually the great benefactor of his Ling family. Not only did he save Ling Shan and help the Ling family obtain the ancestral inheritance, but he also saved Yun Ling. After a long while, the Ling family patriarch said, "Little friend Fang, before I came, Shan kept reminding me to thank you on her behalf. Thank you for saving her in the Nile continent. It's just a small matter. I'm very grateful that the Ling family head is willing to come and support the ancient frigid sect." Haha, what are you talking about? With little friend Fang's kindness to the Ling clan, how could we not save him? The Ling family head and Fang Chun talked a lot. As they chatted, the Ling family head became more and more shocked. He could vaguely feel that Fang Chun had an aura that said, "Who else but me? Little friend Fang, don't worry. With the Ling family's help, the Eagle Sword sect is nothing." The Ling family head smiled. If the Eagle Sword sect knows what's good for them, they'll definitely retreat. If they don't know what's good for them, we don't mind going all-out war with them. This was the Ling family's intention, as well as Yun Ling's. All along, the Ling family had wanted to dominate the southern region, and the only obstacle was the Eagle Sword sect. Now that they finally had Yun Ling as their backer and could hold back the Eagle Sword sect, the Ling family naturally had no scruples. "Thank you, Ling family head." Fang Chun bowed slightly and thanked him. Half a month later, the ancient frigid sect and the Eagle Sword sect launched an all-out war. In the face of the ancient frigid sect's strong counterattack, the Eagle Sword sect also wanted to destroy the ancient frigid sect at all costs. On a certain continent, sect head, the ancient frigid sect is attacking. In the center of the continent, in a manner, a subordinate quickly ran over and reported. Hearing this, the eagle-browed man's body emitted a strong aura, and the robes on his body fluttered without any wind. There was an eagle and a long sword embroidered on his green robes. This was the symbol of the Eagle Sword sect, and this person was the supreme sect head of the Eagle Sword sect. "Fine, we'll fight with the ancient frigid sect here." The Eagle Sword sect head sneered. "After today, the ancient frigid sect will completely disappear." He waved his robes, and a mighty aura spread out. In the blink of an eye, all the experts of the Eagle Sword sect had gathered here, waiting for the ancient frigid sect's arrival. At the edge of the continent, under the leadership of the ancient frigid sect head, many experts were crazily killing their enemies. Kill! Angry roars could be heard from the crowd. From time to time, there would be cultivators falling into a pool of blood. Among them were cultivators of the ancient frigid sect and the Eagle Sword sect. Pucci, the ancient frigid sect head, who was standing at the front, slammed his palm down, and a violent force gathered in the air, forming a palm print that swooped down and covered the entire continent. "No!" Miserable cries rang out from below. When the huge palm landed, countless Eagle Sword sect disciples died a violent death. In just a short while, the experts of the ancient frigid sect had already killed their way to the central city of the continent. Facing the experts of the ancient frigid sect, the Eagle Sword sect master's pitch-black eyes shot out a cold light. "Ancient frigid sect head, are you in such a hurry to die?" The Eagle Sword sect head stood above the city and sneered. "The Eagle Sword sect killed my ancient frigid sect's disciples for no reason. Today, my ancient frigid sect will take revenge." "Is that so?" The Eagle Sword sect head ordered, and many experts rushed out of the city. A mighty battle instantly broke out. Fang Chun did not follow the group to the battlefield, but stayed in the ancient frigid sect. In the manor, Fang Chun sat cross-legged and sword runes flashed around his body. A powerful sword Tao energy circulated around him. Around his head, there was a powerful soul Tao power. Condense. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chun let out a low shout. Immediately, the sound of an explosion came from the void. Then, soul Tao energy surged out from his primordial spirit like a storm. Kacha. Under Fang Chen's control, the soul Tao energy condensed into a vast light in the void. It was incomparably terrifying. Rumble. A deafening sound spread. The vast light flickered, and it was extremely unstable. Fang Chen looked up and stared at it. He took a deep breath, and a smile appeared on his face. Break. As his voice fell, the soul Tao energy instantly retracted, and the vast light in the void disappeared. In his mind, his primordial spirit shook, and an earth-shattering change occurred. Late-stage Emperor Realm. Fang Chen muttered. Although he was calm, he could not hide his joy. After the training in the Immortal Academy of Fortune, he had finally completed his transformation. His primordial spirit had improved, and he was one step closer to the Emperor Realm. My primordial spirit and physical body are both comparable to Holy Venerables, but my invincible sword principle has not made a breakthrough. Fang Chun smiled bitterly. His strongest trump card was the invincible sword principle, but so far he had not made any progress. It was inevitable that he was a little impatient. Dong! Just as he was thinking, the primordial spirit in his mind suddenly trembled, and then a large amount of information poured into his mind. At the same time, the same thing happened to his doppelganger. The doppelganger that was forcibly separated by the mysterious expert finally got in touch with his original body. With a thought, Fang Chun sensed his doppelganger's every move. My doppelganger is in the northern region, and his cultivation is going smoothly. Fang Chun muttered to himself. Now, the doppelganger's cultivation had reached the ancient god level, and it was not far from becoming a god. It was not a big problem to cultivate in an inconspicuous place in the northern region. Who was that mysterious expert? After getting a general understanding of the doppelganger situation, Fang Chun frowned and pondered. To be able to forcibly cut off the connection between his doppelganger and his original body, this expert was at least a universe god and an extremely powerful one. After pondering for a while, Fang Chun could not figure it out, so he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. I wonder how they're doing. Did they find Yu Er's whereabouts? Thinking of Star and Moon, Fang Chun was a little anxious. The three women had disappeared, and he guessed that they had most likely come to the immemorial chaos. However, the immemorial chaos was so big. How could they find them with just a few of them? Borrowing power. As the thought crossed Fang Chen's mind, he decided to ask the ancient Frigid sect and the Ling clan for help after the battle to see if Xing Yue and the other two ladies had appeared in the southern region. I hope you are safe. Fang Chun clenched his fists tightly, and he was very anxious. However, Fang Chun was also someone who had been through storms, and he knew that it was useless to be anxious. Things had to be done slowly. Sometimes, the more anxious you were, the easier it was to lose control. Now, there were too many things that he needed to do. He had to wait for the war between the Ancient Cold sect and the Eagle Sword sect to end first. After the war with the Ancient Cold sect ends, I will do my best to find them. Fang Chun thought to himself. With the help of the Ling family, the Eagle Sword sect will not be able to resist at all. The war will probably end soon. The war between the Eagle Sword sect and the Ancient Cold sect attracted the attention of the entire southern region. All the forces were secretly paying attention to this earth-shattering battle. No matter who won in the end, the situation in the southern region would change. At the beginning, everyone thought that the Eagle Sword sect would be able to suppress the Ancient Cold sect. However, the Ling family's participation shocked everyone. How was this possible? The Ling family is above worldly affairs. Why would they join forces with the Ancient Cold sect? Could it be that this war was planned by the Ling family from the beginning? The Eagle Sword sect might not even be able to defeat the Ling family, let alone the ancient Frigid sect. This time, the Eagle Sword sect is done for. Sounds of discussion could be heard everywhere. Of course, News of what had happened on the battlefield had quickly reached the ears of the Eagle Sword sect's old ancestor. Bang! Old ancestor Ing Jian was infuriated and smashed the stone table in front of him with a palm strike. He jumped to his feet, his hair standing up in anger as he coldly said, "The Ling family's gone too far. Do you think I'm afraid of them after shaking up my Eagle Sword sect?" For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2951. Eagle Sword Old Ancestors' rage had affected the Eagle Sword sect's attack strategy. Soon, Eagle Sword Old Ancestor made a decision. He would personally head to the battlefield to destroy the ancient Cold sect and destroy their alliance. After settling the matters at the Eagle Sword sect's headquarters, Eagle Sword Old Ancestor left the Eagle Sword sect alone. A few days later, Eagle Sword Old Ancestor arrived at the continent where the battlefield was. At this moment, the continent was shrouded in the smoke of war. Lives were lost and blood flowed like a river. This was the continent under the ancient Cold sect. If they had any other choice, the ancient Cold sect would not want to see such a situation. However, in order for the ancient Cold sect to survive, they had to fight to the last moment. Fight! The ancient Cold sect master stood in the air and looked down at the ground. He was furious when he saw the cultivators lying in pools of blood. He roared to the sky and blew the horn for the attack. Kill! The ancient Cold sect master took the lead, and a powerful force surged out, courting death. When the Eagle Sword sect master saw this, he sneered and leaped into the sky to fight with the ancient Cold sect master. Dong! After the first collision, a blinding light burst out, and their bodies quickly retreated. I'm coming too. With the addition of the Ling family head, the situation of the battle was quickly reversed. The Eagle Sword sect was forced to retreat, and their morale was at its lowest. They were praying for the arrival of Eagle Sword Old Ancestor. The entire continent was in chaos. After a fierce battle, the Eagle Sword sect master was suppressed by the ancient Cold sect master and the Ling family head. Crack! The Eagle Sword sect master was heavily injured, and his body was covered in blood. He kept retreating, and his face was pale. However, at this moment, he let out a wild laugh. "Huh, the old ancestor is here. You're all dead." Just as he finished speaking, an extremely vast power surged over from the distant horizon. Then, the void tore apart, and a huge figure walked out. The entire world seemed to change color. The powerful power made everyone feel suffocated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The war came to an abrupt end at this moment. Everyone raised their eyes and looked up at the sky. The eyes of the ancient Cold sect and Ling family cultivators were filled with fear. That figure was none other than old ancestor Ing Jian. Roar! A heart-wrenching howl resounded through the sky. Ancestor Ing Jian howled over with unparalleled power. Old ancestor Ing Jian. Seeing this, the ancient Han sect master and the Ling family head quickly retreated. Dong! With every step old ancestor Ing Jian took, the void trembled as if it was about to be torn apart. In the blink of an eye, the Eagle Sword ancestor arrived at the center of the battlefield. He looked down and saw the tragic deaths of the Eagle Sword sect's disciples. His fists clenched tightly as his heart burned with rage. Ling family. Old ancestor Ing Jian said coldly as his gaze pierced through the void and stared at the head of the Ling family. My Eagle Sword sect has no relationship with your Ling family. Why would you do this? The ancient Frigid sect is an ally of the Ling family. Anyone who wants to touch the ancient Frigid sect is an enemy of the Ling family, the head of the Ling family said in a low voice. The head of the Ling family represented the entire Ling family. His answer was no different from telling the Eagle Sword sect that the Ling family and the ancient Frigid sect would stand together forever. For a mere ancient Frigid sect, your Ling family is willing to go to war with my Eagle Sword sect? Old ancestor Ing Jian was puzzled. The head of the Ling family remained silent. Old ancestor Ing Jian laughed sinisterly. Fine. Originally, my Eagle Sword sect didn't intend to fight to the death with your Ling family. But all of this was forced by your Ling family. Since that's the case, my Eagle Sword sect will have a good fight with your Ling family today. As soon as old ancestor Ing Jian finished speaking, he waved his hand. Suddenly, the aura of the Sky Eagle sect whizzed out. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, an army appeared in the vast aura of the heavenly eagle behind him. "This is..." the ancient Han sect master cried out when he saw this. Not good. The head of the Ling family also felt the strength of this army. He stared at old ancestor Ing Jian cautiously. "You should be proud to die at the hands of my Eagle Sword sect's Sky Eagle army." The Sky Eagle army was the strongest trump card of the Eagle Sword sect. It was an army completely made up of men of sacrifice. Although there weren't many of them, there were still hundreds of them. These hundreds of people were once peerless experts of the Eagle Sword sect. After their deaths, their resentment didn't dissipate, and they turned into undead spirits. Then, with the unique means of the Eagle Sword sect, they were sealed in the bodies of ordinary martial artists. Kill them. At old ancestor Ing Jian's order, the Sky Eagle army immediately launched a large-scale massacre. Crack! The martial artists of the Ling family and ancient Frigid sect were almost unable to resist. "They're too strong." Ancient Han sect master's expression changed drastically. He secretly transmitted a message to Ancestor Han and the demon-slaying Tribulation Paragon. The head of the Ling family was also shocked. Retreat. In the face of an army of hundreds of Tribulation Paragons, the Ling family was unable to resist. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as the Sky Eagle army was massacring, Ancestor Han and the demon-slaying Tribulation Paragon arrived. Old Ancestor Ing Jian. Ancestor Han stared at old Ancestor Ing Jian and said coldly, "The Sky Eagle army may be strong, but as long as we defeat the person controlling them, they will naturally collapse," the demon-slaying Tribulation Paragon said. "Kill." At this moment, Ancestor Han couldn't care less. He joined forces with the demon-slaying Tribulation Paragon and attacked old Ancestor Ing Jian. Kaboom! The battle was on the verge of breaking out. The three powerhouses engaged in a chaotic battle while the Sky Eagle army swept through the battlefield unstoppably. "Let's stop them." Ancient Han sect master and the head of the Ling family leaped in front of the Sky Eagle army, wanting to stop them. In the distant sky, Fang Chun and Yun Ling stood side by side. The Sky Eagle army. I didn't expect the Eagle Sword sect to have such a trump card. Fang Chun was a little anxious. However, Yun Ling was very calm from beginning to end. The Eagle Sword sect is really despicable. Yun Ling, her red lips moved slightly. Fang Chun looked at Yun Ling, with some confusion. She explained, "Only a few of the Sky Eagle Army's members are from the Eagle Sword sect. Most of the remaining members are martial artists from other forces. The Eagle Sword sect forcibly captured them and infused the Sky Eagle Army's power into them to turn them into puppets and refine them." Hearing this, Fang Chun immediately understood. The Eagle Sword sect's action was really evil. If the various forces in the southern region knew about it, they would definitely go on a crusade. However, the most important thing now was how to defeat the Sky Eagle army. Fang Chun was about to speak when Yun Ling waved her hand to stop him. "It's fine. Although the Sky Eagle army is strong, it needs someone to control it." Yun Ling, O's gaze fell on old ancestor Ing Jian. Over the years, the Ling family has always thought of themselves as the top force in the southern region. No one can shake their position, so they're more or less arrogant. It just so happens that this battle can teach them a lesson. Let the Heavenly Eagle Army temper the Ling family's spirit. After this battle, the Ling family would definitely realize that there were many powers in the southern region that threatened the Ling family's position. Kaboom! The killing continued on the battlefield. In just half an hour, the Sky Eagle Army had already defeated the allied forces of the Ling family and the ancient Frigid sect. Although the ancient Frigid ancestor and the Fiend Slayer Tribulation Lord could fight against old ancestor Ing Jian, they couldn't completely suppress him. Ha! The ancient Frigid sect is finished. Old ancestor Ing Jian laughed crazily and continued to control the Sky Eagle army to sweep the battlefield. Enough! All of a sudden, a clear voice rang out. Then, old ancestor Ing Jian, who was laughing crazily, trembled as if he was imprisoned. His eyes widened as he looked into the distance, his heart trembling. He subconsciously looked at the Sky Eagle Army and was shocked to find that the Sky Eagle Army that was sweeping the battlefield seemed to be imprisoned and couldn't move. They stood on the ground in a daze. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed loudly and struggled desperately, but to no avail. Whoosh! The void was torn apart as two figures approached from afar. Senior Yun. Seeing Yun Ling, Er's arrival, the Ling family was overjoyed. The people of the ancient frigid sect were a little surprised. When they saw Fang Chun walking side by side with this woman, they were even more surprised. The Heavenly Eagle Army shouldn't exist in this world. Your Eagle Sword sect has committed a grave sin, Yun Ling said calmly. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to criticize my Heavenly Eagle troop? Old Ancestor Ing Jian roared furiously. Don't you dare insult Senior Yun. The head of the Ling family berated loudly. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2952. At this moment, all the forces in the southern region who were watching in the dark were secretly shocked. The aura emitted by the woman who had suddenly appeared was too strong. They were very curious. When did such a powerful expert appear in the Ling family? It was too unimaginable. Senior Yun is the guardian of the Ling family. No one has the right to insult her. The Ling family head said in a deep voice. His attitude made everything clear. Ancestor Han and the others were shocked. They widened their eyes and stared at Yun Ling. Their hearts were in turmoil. It was hard to imagine that Fang Chun, a disciple of the ancient frigid sect, could stand side by side with Yun Ling. Moreover, the latter was willing to help the ancient frigid sect at all costs because of him. Amazing. Ancestor Han couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, he attached more importance to Fang Chun. The crisis of the ancient frigid sect had been resolved all because of Fang Chun. Even if the Ling family intervenes, my Eagle Sword sect won't retreat. Although his body was imprisoned, Ancestor Eagle Sword's attitude was still very strong. He roared angrily, his face ferocious and his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. Facing Ancestor Eagle Sword, Yun Ling gently shook her head. She gently raised her fair hand and flicked her finger in front of everyone's eyes. A dazzling light burst out and formed a powerful light beam in the void. This beam of light contained an unimaginable talisman power. Buzz! When the light beam was about to touch Ancestor Eagle Sword, it suddenly turned into a flower. This dazzling flower covered the sky and completely enveloped Ancestor Eagle Sword. Scram! Ancestor Eagle Sword was furious and used all his strength to block Yun Ling's attack. However, to his surprise, the beautiful flower didn't deal any substantial damage to him. Instead, old Ancestor Ing Jian sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at Yun Ling with his dark eyes. It was only then that he finally realized that something was wrong. Cut off my connection with the Sky Eagle Army? Ancestor Eagle Sword cried out involuntarily. At the same time, he felt a trace of fear in his heart. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He shook his head frantically, unable to believe what he was seeing. The Heavenly Eagle Troop was the Eagle Sword sect's secret trump card, passed down from generation to generation. In the small southern region, no one was able to break through it. But now, Yun Ling had cleverly broken it. But she doesn't have the aura of a universe god. Old Ancestor Ing Jian said solemnly. Could it be she's a half-step world deity? At this thought, Patriarch Eagle Sword gradually calmed down from his initial frenzy. Against a half-step world god, even if the Eagle Sword sect used all their strength, it would be like striking a stone with an egg. How could this be? Eagle Sword Old Ancestor was unwilling to accept this. All this time, their Eagle Sword sect had been lying low, waiting for the best opportunity. Although the Ling family was one of the top powers in the southern region on the surface, the Eagle Sword sect had nothing to fear. But then there was a half-universe god in the Ling family. That was incredible. A half-universe god could directly change the situation of the war. Half-step universe god? Ancestor Frost, Tribulation Master Fiend Slayer, and the others looked at each other in surprise. But very soon, their worried hearts calmed down. A half-universe god was considered a top expert in the southern region. The Sky Eagle Troop was nothing. Thinking of this, the people of the ancient Frost sect were all smiles. It seemed like the battle was about to end. The ancient Frigid sect had won a complete victory. The existence of the Sky Eagle troop has violated a taboo. Yinlinger's red lips parted slightly as she spoke. As soon as she finished speaking, the imprisoned Sky Eagle troop suddenly felt a strong gravitational force. Crack! Without the control of old ancestor Ing Jian, they were like walking corpses. They posed no threat at all. Dong! After a while, the Sky Eagle troop finally couldn't withstand the strong pressure, and their bodies suddenly exploded. Suddenly, a strong resentment came from the bodies of the Sky Eagle troop that had exploded. Many forces who were watching from afar were shocked when they saw this scene. Damn, the Eagle Sword sect. How could they do such a crazy thing? That's a genius of my clan who mysteriously disappeared back then. I didn't expect him to be killed by the Eagle Sword sect. Damn, the Eagle Sword sect. For a time, the voices of many forces could be heard. No. Seeing the destruction of the Sky Eagle troop, old ancestor Ing Jian roared hysterically. His eyes were scarlet, and flames spewed from his mouth as he struggled with all his might. I want you to die. Old ancestor Ing Jian roared furiously. Crack! He used a taboo technique to forcefully break through the seal, and a powerful force whistled through the air. But before the attack could reach her, Yunlinger blocked it with a finger. Bang! Old ancestor Ing Jian's body flew back, as if he had been struck by lightning. In an instant, the continent was dead silent. Everyone knew what this meant. The Eagle Sword sect had been thoroughly defeated. I can't accept this. Old ancestor Ing Jian crawled out of the large pit, his body covered in blood. He was in a sorry state. His scarlet eyes were filled with killing intent. However, his rationality gradually won over his madness, and his body gradually calmed down. Whoosh! At this moment, a bright light shot over from afar. Then, the cry of an eagle sounded. Ingwudi appeared with a powerful aura. Old ancestor! Ingwudi hurriedly called out when he saw old ancestor Ing Jian's injuries. What are you doing here? Old ancestor Ing Jian scolded loudly. Old ancestor, Ingwudi opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopped. Ingwudi? In the sky, Fangchen saw Ingwudi and was a little surprised. Star Venerate? He remembered that when he fought Ingwudi in the Ancient God Institute, the latter was already a half-step venerable god. It was normal for him to become a Star Venerate now. Yunlinger destroyed the Sky Eagle troop with a finger and defeated the Eagle Sword sect's powerful attack. Then, she floated back to Fang Chen's side. The Ling family head, Ancestor Frost, and the demon-slaying Tribulation Master were all smiling. They had won the battle, and they could now clean up the mess. However, old ancestor Ing Jian suddenly raised his head and stared at Yunlinger with his black eyes. I admit that the Eagle Sword sect has lost. However, we only lost to you, not the Ling family or the Ancient Frost sect. Old ancestor Ing Jian said, although we lost, we still have the foundation of countless years. If the Ling family and the Ancient Frost sect want to take this opportunity to eliminate us, don't even think about it. Old ancestor Ing Jian's meaning was clear. He would not give in even if both sides suffered. Old ancestor Ing Jian, the Ling family head said in a low voice. Don't think that the Ling family is afraid of you. With Senior Yun here, the Eagle Sword sect won't be able to do anything. Everyone in the Eagle Sword sect, listen up. Protect the Eagle Sword sect to the death. At old ancestor Ing Jian's order, everyone entered a state of alert. They were already prepared to die. Everyone's eyes fell on Yunlinger. She raised her head, her heart empty, and looked directly at old ancestor Ing Jian. Old ancestor Ing Jian avoided Yunlinger's gaze with some fear, then said in a low voice, the Eagle Sword sect has lost this battle. According to the rules, we should cede territory to the winner. However, I've changed my mind. The most outstanding disciple of the younger generation of the Eagle Sword sect, Ingwudi, will challenge the strongest of the younger generation of the Ancient Frost sect. If Woody wins, then the Eagle Sword sect will retreat and never offend you again. What do you think? Old ancestor Ing Jian's tone was very firm, and there was no room for negotiation. If you don't agree, then we can only fight to the death, old ancestor Ing Jian said coldly. Yin Linger's eyes flashed as she looked at the distant sky. Her expression was absent-minded, as if she was thinking about something. After a long time, Yin Linger nodded. Fong Chun, do you dare to fight with me? Seeing Yin Linger nod, Ing Wudi jumped out and issued a challenge to Fong Chun. If Ing Wudi loses, give up twice the territory. If I lose, I will no longer make things difficult for the Eagle Sword sect, Fong Chun said. Good. Old ancestor Ing Jian sneered. Ing Wudi looked mockingly at Fong Chun as if he was looking at an idiot. Only Ancestor Frost, the Tribulation Lord Demon Slayer, and the head of the Ling family knew that Yin Linger was actually making such a concession to protect the Ling family and the ancient Frost sect. The destruction of a sect was a big deal. If the Eagle Sword sect was really destroyed, it would definitely arouse the dissatisfaction of some of the peerless powerhouses in the immemorial chaos. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2953. Although the Eagle Sword sect was weaker than the Ling clan, with Yun Ling, as a powerful talisman master, they could destroy the Eagle Sword sect at any time. However, Yin Ling had some misgivings in her heart. After all, she was no longer alone. She had the Ling clan behind her. She wanted to revive the Ling clan and lead it to the peak for the ancestors of the Ling clan. Therefore, she had to consider the interests of the Ling clan before making any decision. Just as Eagle Sword sect had said, if they forced the Eagle Sword sect into a corner, they would do something desperate. Even if they destroyed the Eagle Sword sect in the end, the two forces would suffer heavy losses. Besides, there had been many experts who had come out of the Eagle Sword sect for countless eras. Once the Eagle Sword sect was completely destroyed and the situation in the southern region changed, it would definitely attract the attention of peerless experts and cause unnecessary trouble. Fong Chun took a step forward and stood in the air, facing Invincible Eagle. Only then did Eagle Sword sect know that Fong Chun was the one who had taken the Heavenly Eagle Swords. Take this. Eagle Sword sect flicked his sleeve, and the Heavenly Eagle Swords shot toward Invincible Eagle. Invincible Eagle waved his hand and caught them firmly. It's time to settle the grudge between you and me, Invincible Eagle said confidently. Ancestor Han, Tribulation Lord Demon Slayer, and the others came behind Yun Ling, to watch the battle. Is Fong Chun all right? Sect Master Han asked in a low voice, somewhat worried. Ancestor Han shook his head. Don't worry. Senior Yin has a good relationship with Fong Chun. If there's an accident, she won't leave him in the lurch. Fong Chun stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Invincible Eagle indifferently. I defeated you back then, and I can still defeat you now. Fong Chun sneered. Besides, I was able to take your Heavenly Eagle Swords last time, and I could do it again this time. I'm going to kill you. Fong Chun's words completely enraged Invincible Eagle. The latter roared angrily and leaped up. His body turned into a black shadow and shot toward Fong Chun. At the same time, eagle cries came from the sky. Many cultivators were shocked and kept retreating. Is that Invincible Eagle? In the distant horizon, countless forces were secretly watching. When they saw Invincible Eagle's aura, they were shocked. It said that Ing Wudi got a great opportunity in the Immortal Academy of Fortune. He broke through to the Star Venerable Realm and became even more powerful. I've never heard of this disciple of the Ancient Cold sect. It seems like he's also a Star Venerate. I wonder if he can block Ing Wudi's attack? It's hard to say. That Talisman Master seems to think highly of this guy. Many forces were whispering to each other. The battle had already begun. The Eagle Sword Patriarch had threatened the ancient Frigid sect with both sides suffering losses, so that the Eagle Sword sect could borrow unrivaled Eagle strength to minimize their losses. As long as Wudi wins, our Eagle Sword sect won't need to give up our territory. Our foundation won't be harmed. Eagle Sword Ancestor thought to himself. Moreover, this guy called Fong Chun seems to have good potential. If we kill him, the ancient Frigid sect will definitely be heartbroken. Furthermore, I don't think the Ling family will ally with them anymore, right? This was simply killing two birds with one stone. Old ancestor Ing's sword sneered in his heart, as though he had already seen the light of dawn. Boom! In the sky, a majestic black force descended and formed a terrifying vortex in front of Fang Chun. The Sky Eagle Mother-Child sword shot out from the vortex. Rip! The Sky Eagle Mother-Child sword pierced toward Fang Chun at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. When it was about to reach Fang Chun, it turned into two long swords, one big and one small, and its attacking power doubled. Whoosh! Whoosh! Vast power spread out. Although Ing Wudi had just broken through to the Star Venerate realm, his attacking power was no weaker than that of a mid-stage or even late-stage Star Venerate. Ing Wudi is too strong. The Eagle Sword sect actually has such a monstrous genius. Many people sighed in secret. The Ling family looked at each other. Some were worried about Fang Chun, but when they saw Yun Ling's calm expression, they didn't say anything. Ancestor Han and the demon-slaughtering tribulation Venerate wanted to say something, but they stopped and nervously prayed for Fang Chun. Yun Ling was the only one who was calm from the beginning. She knew Fang Chun's strength better than anyone else. Ing Wudi was nothing to him. Even a holy Venerate martialist would find it very difficult to kill Fang Chun. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the Sky Eagle Mother-Child sword pierced Fang Chun's body with unparalleled power. Buzz! The chaotic sword body was fully activated. Powerful swordway runes wrapped around Fang Chun's body, forming a halo of swordway that blocked the Sky Eagle Mother-Child sword's attack. Huh! Ing Wudi was surprised to see this. I'd like to see how many times you can block it. Then, Invincible Eagle gathered his thoughts and increased his strength. He pushed the Heavenly Eagle Mother-Child swords to attack Fang Chun's body. However, the chaotic sword body was so powerful that the Sky Eagle Mother-Child sword couldn't break through it. Facing the crazed, unrivaled eagle, Fang Chun smiled faintly. Is that enough? Fang Chun's voice was like a clap of thunder that entered Ing Wudi's ears. Ing Wudi's body trembled as he looked at Fang Chun. Fang Chun raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and punched out casually. You're not qualified to be my opponent now. Fang Chun's voice was domineering, revealing his disdain for the world. As he threw out a punch, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire sky darkened completely. At the same time, the entire space seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Through the Sky Eagle Mother-Child sword, an extremely powerful force drilled into Ing Wudi's body. Damn it! Ing Wudi roared and tried to block it. However, it was to no avail. Bang! Fang Chun's huge fist landed on Ing Wudi's body. Ing Wudi's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, Fang Chun opened his hand and grabbed the Sky Eagle Mother-Child sword. Condense. Fang Chun spat out a word. The Sky Eagle Mother-Child sword instantly returned to its original form and was held tightly in Fang Chun's hand, unable to move. A powerful force wreaked havoc in the air. The martial artists who were watching in the dark widened their eyes in disbelief. They had thought that there would be an earth-shattering battle, but who would have thought that it would end like this? In just one move, Ing Wudi, who was known as the strongest genius of the Eagle Sword sect, was defeated, and even the Sky Eagle Mother-Child sword was suppressed. How strong was Fang Chun? There was an uproar in the dark, and countless martial artists were shocked. The ancient frigid sect and the Ling family were stunned, and then burst into thunderous applause. Yunlinger looked at Fang Chun's back and smiled indifferently. Everything was under control. How is this possible? Ancestor Ing Wudi, who was originally full of confidence, was shocked when he saw this scene. His body trembled. No, impossible. Invincible in the same realm. How can he lose? Ancestor Ing Wudi shook his head crazily, unable to accept the reality in front of him. However, he was an old monster who had cultivated for countless years, and he immediately took action and brought the heavily injured Ing Wudi to his side. You're not even qualified for me to kill you. Fang Chun glanced at Ing Wudi, put away the Sky Eagle Mother-Child sword, and returned to Yunlinger's side. Pucci. Hearing this, Ing Wudi spat out blood and fainted. Although his heart was burning with anger, Ancestoring Wudi had to admit that the Eagle Sword sect had lost, and it was a complete loss. My Eagle Sword sect lost. The price of losing was to give up twice as much territory. At this point, there was no other way. My Eagle Sword sect will go back and discuss the matter of giving up territory. We will definitely give an answer within half a month. After saying this, Ancestoring Wudi dragged his body and turned to leave. We won. The people of the ancient Frigid sect cheered. They didn't expect the final result to be like this. Feng Chun is too strong. This was the thought in everyone's mind. Ancestor Frost, ancient Frigid sect master, tribulation paragon fiend, and the others looked at Feng Chun with a smile, and there was a hint of admiration in their eyes. The forces that were watching in the dark quickly retreated. They knew that after this battle, the ancient Frigid sect and the Ling family would be completely allied, and the southern region would be under their control for a long time to come. The situation had changed, and they needed to go back and make arrangements as soon as possible. They surrounded Feng Chun like stars surrounding the moon, and they had endless questions to ask Feng Chun. This matter is over, and the Ling family doesn't need to stay here. The Ling family and the ancient Frigid sect will equally divide the territory ceded by the Eagle Sword sect, Yunlinger said softly. From now on, the ancient Frigid sect will be the Ling family's closest ally. Chapter 2954. The outcome of the war was out of everyone's expectations. At first, it was just a fight between the Eagle Sword sect and the ancient Cold sect. Who would have thought that the Ling family would join in? Moreover, the most important thing was, since when did the Ling family have a half-step universe god behind them? One should know that in a barren land like the southern region, a half-universe god was the pinnacle, an existence that one could only look at but not reach. The appearance of a half-step universe god had stabilized the Ling family's position. Before this, there were some forces that were not weaker than the Eagle Sword sect. They wanted to take advantage of the situation when both sides were injured. However, after seeing Yunling Er's powerful skills, they gave up on the idea. After the war ended, Yunling Er's name was known throughout the southern region. Whenever someone mentioned her name, they would think of those unimaginable talisman methods. At a glance, the battlefield was already full of holes. Behind every war, blood flowed like rivers and lives were lost. The ancient Frigid sect was no exception. Feng Chun stood on the ground and looked at the continent that was filled with smoke. He shook his head gently. Yunling had returned to the headquarters of the Ling family. Before she left, she told Feng Chun, if there was anything, he could come to the Ling family to look for her. During his conversation with Yunling Feng Chun found that Yunling had completely let go of her worries and wholeheartedly integrated into the Ling family. Moreover, she seemed to want to take Ling Shan as her disciple. It was not hard to imagine that the next time they met, Ling Shan's strength would definitely skyrocket. In just a few days, almost everyone in the Ling family had returned. Only the Ling family master stayed in the ancient Cold sect. They were waiting for the Eagle Sword sect to cede their territory and then discuss it. No matter what, after this war, the Ling family and the ancient Cold sect had formed an alliance. It was a permanent alliance. For the ancient Cold sect, this was a great gain. This also made the Cold ancestor look at Feng Chun in a new light. He saw him as the future hope of the ancient Cold sect. At the same time, Feng Chun's name was known throughout the southern region. An early star venerable could suppress Ingwudi with a flick of his finger and even ignore the attack of the heavenly eagle swords. How powerful did he need to be? After the war ended, many forces began to inquire about Feng Chun. After many inquiries, they learned that Feng Chun had come from the Eternity Institute of Fortune, which shocked them even more. Countless people sighed in their hearts. The ancient Frigid sect had produced a genius. In the near future, he might even be able to stand at the peak of the southern region. Ancient Frigid sect, Ancestor Frost. In front of Feng Chun were the head of the Ling family, Ancestor Han, Tribulation Lord Demon Slayer, and Sect Master Han Gu. They looked at Feng Chun with smiles, their eyes full of praise. With a thought, Feng Chun took out the heavenly eagle mother-child swords from Dark Cave Mountain. This heavenly eagle mother-child sword is useless to me. Leave it in the sect and let Ancestor Han deal with it, Fang Chun said as he handed the heavenly eagle mother-child sword to Ancestor Han. The latter was stunned for a moment, and then he was stunned. Everyone present knew the value of the heavenly eagle mother-child swords. It was the most precious treasure of the eagle sword sect, and its value was immeasurable. Fang Chun could have used it to exchange for something useful of the same value. However, he had given the heavenly eagle mother-child sword to the ancient frigid sect for free, which made Ancestor Han feel guilty. You're also a sword cultivator. The heavenly eagle mother-child sword is very rare for sword cultivators. You should study it carefully, Ancestor Han said. Fang Chun shook his head. He had made up his mind. My sword Dao is different from that of the eagle sword sect. The heavenly eagle mother-child sword is useless to me. Seeing that Fang Chun was so determined, Ancestor Han didn't say anything else and put away the heavenly eagle mother-child sword. Fang Chun, you made a great contribution in this war. If you need anything, just ask. The sect will do its best to satisfy you, Ancestor Han said. Fang Chun nodded gently. Thank you, Ancestor Han. After chatting for a while, Fang Chun turned and left. Looking at his back, the Ling family master and the demon-slaying tribulation master sighed. Ancestor Han, your ancient frigid sect has an amazing genius. The demon-slaying tribulation master's face was full of envy. Even his disciple, Butian, couldn't be compared with Fang Chun. Yes, he could suppress Eagle Wudi with a flip of his hand. Judging from his combat power, it's not an exaggeration to say that he's invincible among star venerables, the Ling family master said with a smile. I have a feeling that in the near future, his legend will be left in the southern region and even the entire ancient chaos. Ancestor Han grinned when he heard that. However, at this moment, a disciple quickly ran over from afar. Ancestor Han, outside the mountain gate, Master Tianshu Yuan of the Despair Continent requests an audience. Despair Continent? Ancestor Han and the other three looked at each other. Apparently, the Despair Continent was so small that they hadn't even heard of it. Not everyone is qualified to see Ancestor Han, the ancient frigid sect master said in a low voice. But the disciple hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, that person said he's the master of Tianshu Yuan. He said he's old friends with Fang Chun. What? Ancestor Han's face immediately changed when he heard that. Let him in. After a while, the master of Tianshu Yuan came to the garden of the ancient frigid sect. The master of Tianshu Yuan bowed slightly to the four people, then said, I'm the master of Tianshu Yuan of the Despair Continent. I'm here to tell Fang Chun something very important. Oh, Ancestor Han stared at the master of Tianshu Yuan. The latter was nothing in his eyes. What's the matter? The war had just ended, and Fang Chun's reputation had spread in the southern region. It was inevitable that some warriors with ulterior motives would approach Fang Chun under the guise of being old friends with him and wait for an opportunity to sneak up on him. Although Ancestor Han and the other three weren't afraid, they had to be cautious. It's an important matter. I want to talk to Fang Chun personally, the master of Tianshu Yuan said. The four of them looked at each other. Finally, Ancestor Han nodded. He transmitted his voice to Fang Chun. After a while, Fang Chun returned. Seeing the master of Tianshu Yuan, Fang Chun was a little surprised. Fang Chun. The master of Tianshu Yuan saw Fang Chun and greeted him with a smile. Master of Tianshu Yuan, why are you here? Fang Chun asked in surprise. Seeing Fang Chun's expression, Ancestor Han and the other three were sure that this person was telling the truth. He was indeed old friends with Fang Chun. There's something very important, but the master of Tianshu Yuan glanced at Ancestor Han and the other three. He was a little hesitant. Let's talk somewhere else. Fang Chun nodded to Ancestor Han and the other three. Then, he led the master of Tianshu Yuan to a secluded place. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a vast aura completely sealed off the surrounding space. Speak, Fang Chun said. Something has happened in your hometown, the master of Tianshu Yuan said straightforwardly. What? Fang Chun's expression instantly froze. He said in a deep voice. What happened? Not long ago, a Taoze beast escaped from your hometown and found Tian Shu Yuan. He told me everything that happened in your hometown. The master of Tian Shu Yuan said, he said that an evil race has appeared in your hometown. They are so powerful that they have taken control of the entire ancient sacred chaos space and the dark swamp chaos space. They have isolated you. Fang Chen's heart tightened. The ancient sacred chaos space was his hometown. His family and friends were there. What else did it say? Fang Chun asked hurriedly. The master of Tian Shu Yuan shook his head. Fang Chun continued to ask, where's the Tao Ze beast now? It's in Tian Shu Yuan. Originally, we were worried about how to inform you of this matter. But not long ago, we heard your name and confirmed that you were in the ancient cold sect. So, we came to find you, the master of Tian Shu Yuan said. He didn't expect that Fang Chen's name would spread throughout the southern region in such a short time. Let's set off for Tian Shu Yuan now, Fang Chun said in a deep voice. After the conversation, Fang Chun said a few words to Ancestor Han and the other three and left. Ancestor Han, I have something to do now. I have to return to the continent of despair. Do you need help? Ancestor Han asked. Fang Chun shook his head. Not for now. He wasn't sure if the evil race that appeared in his hometown had anything to do with the ancient chaos space. He didn't dare to act rashly before he figured out the truth. Otherwise, if the evil race went crazy, the entire ancient sacred chaos space would be destroyed. The most important thing now was to figure out what happened in the ancient sacred chaos space. I hope you're all right. Chapter 2955. The continent of despair was Fang Chen's first stop in the primordial chaos. He still remembered that he was valued by the three envoys on the god-slaying island in the celestial sea at the border between the Black Marsh chaos and the primordial chaos. Then he was brought to the Tian Shu Yuan in the primordial chaos. He had experienced a lot in the continent of despair and gradually grew up. Now, his strength was already invincible in the continent of despair. Returning to the continent of despair, Fang Chun had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Tian Shu Yuan is now the dominant force in the continent of despair. We have absolute dominance, the Tian Shu Yuan chief explained. Flying in the sky and looking down at the bustling cities below, Fang Chun nodded gently. Ever since you left, Tian Shu Yuan has been developing. The 108 blood demons have been reshuffled. Some of them have fallen, and their positions have been taken by the latecomers. When the Tian Shu Yuan chief said this, there was a hint of joy on his face. Back then, the 108 blood demons were famous in the continent of despair. Now, 80% of the blood demons were from Tian Shu Yuan. From this point, it could be seen how powerful Tian Shu Yuan was. As they spoke, the two arrived at Tian Shu Yuan. Fang Chen's divine sense spread out and instantly found Tao Ze Shou. Whoosh! His figure flashed. He tore through the void and appeared in front of Tao Ze Shou. At this time, Tao Ze Shou was covered in wounds. His vitality was gradually fading, as if he would die at any time. Seeing Fang Chun, Tao Ze Shou's eyes flashed with excitement. What's going on? Fang Chun went straight to the point. Ever since you left, I have been guarding the Black Marsh chaos. One day, I accidentally entered the celestial sea and was shocked to find that I couldn't enter the primordial chaos no matter what. This discovery completely stunned me. Tao Ze Shou recalled. However, the real nightmare had just begun. When the evil race discovered me in the Heavenly Highness Sea, they sent a large number of experts into the Heavenly Highness Sea and sealed it off. Even the Black Swamp chaos was sealed off. I risked my life and lost a large amount of blood essence before barely escaping into the spatial storm. At this point, Tao Ze Beast felt a lingering fear. Back then, he had been forced into a corner. There was no other way. Even though he knew that entering the spatial storm was a narrow escape, there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, he won the bet. His luck was good. When he came out of the spatial storm, he found that he was not far from the primordial chaos. Evil race. Fang Chun frowned and said in a deep voice, Too evil. Their bodies have no flesh and blood, as if they are skeletons. Their bodies emit an abnormally evil aura. Taoze Beast said slowly. Fang Chun raised his palm and placed it on the Taoze Beast body. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted and poured into the Taoze Beast's body. Taoze Shou was shocked when he sensed the changes in his body. This is Taoze Beast's heart trembled, his body trembled. Too strong. Taoze Beast sighed and couldn't help but exclaim. His eyes widened as he stared at Fang Chun. He really couldn't imagine that Fang Chun's strength had reached such a level. Well, your injuries are no longer a problem, Fang Chun said calmly. You want to go back? Taoze Beast asked. Fang Chun nodded. The primordial chaos is my hometown. I won't allow anyone to trample on it. After saying that, Fang Chun turned around and prepared to leave. You can recuperate in Tianshu Yuan. The dean will take care of you. Don't you need Tianshu Yuan's help? The Tianshu Yuan chief asked. No need. I alone am enough. Fang Chun's figure disappeared, and his voice came faintly. The Tianshu Yuan chief looked at the void with a complicated expression and nodded slowly. Fang Chun's current strength could suppress Tianshu Yuan alone. If even he couldn't solve the problem, Tianshu Yuan wouldn't be able to do anything. To a certain extent, her eminence could already roam freely in the void. However, the primordial chaos was extremely vast, and there would be spatial storms from time to time, so ordinary Her Eminence wouldn't dare to do so. Whoosh! The vast dark void was silent and cold. One day, a dazzling light pierced through the void and disappeared into the darkness. 10 years later, Fang Chun appeared in the void outside the celestial ocean. He stared ahead, and the celestial ocean was faintly discernible. An evil aura, Fang Chun murmured. He immediately stepped out and entered the celestial ocean. With his current strength, he could easily tear through the realm wall, penetrate the light membrane, and arrive at the celestial ocean. He spread his divine sense and shrouded the celestial ocean. Soon, Fang Chun found the corpse demon in the celestial ocean. Are you the ones causing trouble? Fang Chun said eerily. His figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of a corpse demon. Bang! He sent it flying with a slap and suppressed it with lightning. Speak, where are you from? Why do you want to occupy the ancient Saint Chaos? Fang Chun asked coldly. Puny human, you are provoking me, the corpse demon. You will die miserably. The corpse demon glared at Fang Chun and roared angrily. Corpse demon? Fang Chun frowned. This was the first time he had heard of this race. Crack! Fang Chun punched the corpse devil clan member, destroying his body. A ball of primordial spirit light floated in midair. You dare to kill me? The corpse demon won't let you go. Knowing that he couldn't get any information from it, Fang Chun killed it with a punch. Subsequently, Fang Chun spent the next few days clearing out the corpse demon in the celestial ocean. 7 days later, the celestial ocean had returned to normal. Although it didn't cause any trouble on the surface, Fang Chun had eliminated all the corpse demon here. Let's go to the Black Marsh Chaos first. After passing through the celestial ocean, Fang Chun arrived at the Black Marsh Chaos. Damn it! In the Black Marsh Chaos, the corpse demon was wreaking havoc and causing a shocking massacre. On a huge piece of land, almost all the experts of the Black Marsh Chaos were gathered here. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their faces were extremely pale. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There were countless corpse demon around them. What should we do? The corpse demon is too strong. We can't stop it at all. The Black Marsh Chaos is finished. We will definitely die. Does the heavens want the Black Marsh Chaos to die? Everyone fell silent. The moment the Taoze Beast escaped, they knew that no one in the too chaotic void could resist the attack of the Corpse Devil clan. Maybe only that person can stop it. Suddenly, someone spoke. The corpse demon massacred our brethren in the Black Marsh Chaos and destroyed our homeland. Even if we die, we must drag them down with us. That's right. Let's fight to the death with them. Someone in the crowd roared. Suddenly, all the experts of the Black Marsh Chaos burst forth with unprecedented power. They roared angrily and charged toward the corpse demon army without any regard for their own safety. Kiki, stupid humans. You all deserve to die. The leader of the corpse demon sneered and waved his hand. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Rumble. War was about to break out. The Black Marsh Chaos and the corpse demon were locked in a fierce battle. There were screams from time to time. The corpse demon's attacks were too strong. The Black Marsh Chaos couldn't resist at all. Bang! The leader of the Black Marsh Chaos was sent flying by the corpse demon. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked unwillingly at the Black Marsh Chaos that was in deep trouble. I can't accept this. He roared angrily and took a step forward. His body was burning with flames as he charged toward the corpse demon. Die! Seeing this, the corpse demon roared and punched out. Crack! This punch was too powerful. As soon as it appeared, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Crash! In the void, Fang Chun appeared out of thin air. Cruel. The corpse demon's actions were too cruel. Fang Chun's heart was burning with anger. He gathered all the strength in his body and pointed out. Die! With a whoosh, a finger light descended from the sky. It carried with it endless pressure and blasted the corpse demon that was attacking the leader of the Black Marsh Chaos into pieces. Rumble. The entire Black Marsh Chaos was trembling. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the figure shrouded in golden light in the void. What's going on? Everyone was confused. They didn't know what had happened. You're courting death. The other members of the corpse demon roared and charged toward Fang Chun. Crack! The vast finger light swooped down again. The corpse demon couldn't resist at all and was instantly killed. Killing all living beings is intolerable. Thunder rumbled. Fang Chun's voice resounded through the sky. Chapter 2956. Fang Chun's voice reverberated through the air like the Grim Reaper's pronouncement. The entire Black Marsh primal chaos trembled. It's him. It's Fang Chun. The people of the Black Marsh primal chaos, who had fallen into despair, suddenly raised their heads. Their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Their hearts were filled with tempestuous waves. They didn't expect Fang Chun to return in time at such a critical moment. Their despairing hearts were rekindled with hope. Fang Chun is back. In an instant, every corner of the Black Marsh primal chaos was cheering Fang Chun's name. They placed all their hopes on Fang Chun. Perhaps Fang Chun could become the savior of the Black Marsh primal chaos and save them from the abyss of suffering. The leader of the corpse demon looked up at the void with a ferocious expression. Dark flames flickered in his dark eyes, and his entire body exuded an extremely strong, corrosive aura. Who are you? How dare you ruin our corpse demon's plans? His voice contained extreme arrogance and confidence, as well as ice-cold, killing intent. In his opinion, the corpse demon had completely occupied the Black Marsh primal chaos. It was impossible for an expert to contend with the corpse demon in such a barren land. I'm the one who will kill you. Fang Chun's voice fell again. He took a step forward and instantly appeared above the corpse demon. Foolish human, how dare you provoke the corpse demon? Do you know what the consequences are? The leader of the corpse demon sneered. He waved his hand, and suddenly a mighty force erupted. Kill him. With a command, all the corpse demon on the battlefield swarmed toward Fang Chun. Whoosh! Fang Chun raised his eyelids and looked indifferently at the corpse demon charging toward him. There was no expression on his face. He waved his hand, and a vast array of auras spread out, enveloping everyone in the Black Marsh primal chaos. Oomph! Do you think you can save them like this? You're too naive. The leader of the corpse demon kept mocking Fang Chun. It was as if he could already see the latter being killed by their corpse demon. Rumble. When the mighty army of corpse demon approached, Fang Chun slowly raised his palm. Sword chi patterns flickered all over his body, and traces of a strange aura spread out. Be careful. The experts of the Dark Swamp Primal Chaos were all extremely nervous as they hid within the array formation. However, what happened next completely shook their hearts. Fang Chun's palm suddenly pressed down, and an extremely violent power descended from the sky. The entire Dark Swamp Chaos seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The void shattered, and time stood still. The corpse demon charging towards Fang Chun came to an abrupt halt. Bang! The body of the corpse Devil Clan member at the forefront shattered due to the impact of the powerful force. Seeing this, the corpse demon leader's eyes turned scarlet, and it roared furiously, "You're courting death." It leaped and rushed towards Feng Chun. However, it was too weak. Feng Chun was already an expert at the level of a supreme god, and these corpse demon were at most some ancient gods. Die! Feng Chun's body exuded a surging killing intent. He pressed down with his palm, and the terrifying power of the primal chaos sword body erupted. Crack! Wherever the huge palm passed, the space collapsed. Not a single corpse demon could resist it. Dong! When the huge palm pressed heavily on the ground, many corpse demon clansmen were turned into ashes. Who are you? Only the corpse demon leader was left. It was terrified and cried out involuntarily. Could it be, at this moment, it finally realized that something was wrong? You're from the primal chaos? Unfortunately, before it could finish its words, it was killed by Feng Chun's palm. Whoosh! 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 The air was filled with a biting, cold, killing intent. The aura of the corpse demon drifted with the wind. The countless bones on the ground proved that a shocking battle had taken place here. Did we win? After a short silence, someone muttered to himself. Then, a thunderous uproar resounded through the sky. Oh my God, what did I just see? A miracle! It's definitely a miracle. I actually saw a miracle. How powerful does one need to be to kill the corpse demon alone? In the Black Marsh chaos, countless martial artists were shocked, and they exclaimed in shock. And in the array, the high-level experts of the Black Marsh chaos, who were covered in injuries, widened their eyes and were tongue-tied. After a long time, they sighed. He's still him. He hasn't changed. Back then, Feng Chun had suppressed the heavenly venerate sea with his absolute strength and subdued the Black Marsh chaos. And now, after so many years, the Black Marsh chaos was facing its greatest crisis in history. It was also him who had appeared out of nowhere and saved the Black Marsh chaos from the fire and water with one palm. At this moment, all the people of the Black Marsh chaos were deeply grateful to Feng Chun. If they were still dissatisfied with Feng Chun suppressing the Black Marsh chaos before, then at this moment, they completely recognized Feng Chun in their hearts and respected Feng Chun as their master. Buzz! Feng Chun's mind trembled as a majestic power frantically drilled into his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit was improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was stunned for a moment and then a little stunned. This was the power of faith of the Black Marsh chaos. A bright smile appeared on Feng Chun's face. My lord, you are the benefactor of the Black Marsh chaos. Someone stepped forward and said loudly. Feng Chun waved his hand. The corpse demon killed the Black Marsh chaos and primordial saint chaos. The heavens cannot tolerate it. Now that the corpse demon in the Black Marsh chaos has been dealt with by me, quickly begin rebuilding the Black Marsh chaos. With that, Feng Chun turned and left. Countless people watched as Feng Chun left. Streams of power of faith gathered in the void and were finally absorbed by Feng Chun. After dealing with the corpse demon in the Black Marsh chaos, Feng Chun's mood became even heavier. The more he came into contact with the corpse demon, the more he felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Once again coming to the Empyrean Sea, Feng Chun quickly sensed the location of the seal. This seal comes from the primordial chaos. Feng Chun frowned and said in a low voice, "Could it be that the corpse demon has the backing of an expert from the primordial chaos? Or could it be that the corpse demon itself is a hidden force in the primordial chaos?" Thousands of thoughts flashed through Feng Chun's mind. He could only pray that the family and friends of primordial saint chaos were safe. I hope that you don't do anything too cruel, or else a cold light flashed through Feng Chun's eyes. He touched the seal with both hands and closed his eyes slightly. Primordial Saint Chaos. The members of the Council of Elders and even the ancient gods of the major clans were all trapped in the Palace of Clouds. The entire Primordial Saint Chaos was completely sealed. In front of the Palace of Clouds, Two corpse demon is shrouded in an evil aura sat cross-legged, seemingly guarding the palace of clouds. Big brother, I don't understand. Why didn't the emperor directly destroy the palace of clouds? One of the corpse demon asked, puzzled. The other corpse demon pondered and said, the emperor's injuries have not healed, and his realm has fallen to the ancient god level. This palace of clouds is the sacred ground of primordial Saint Chaos. If he attacked, it would consume the emperor's power. Our main goal is to find that thing. After we get it, we will directly destroy primordial Saint Chaos. Hearing this, the corpse demon who asked the question earlier nodded slightly to show that he understood. I wonder how the emperor is doing. Has he found it yet? All these years, the emperor has been searching in the galaxy and universe. He seems to have found something. The corpse demon said, don't worry, I know what you're worried about. The primordial Saint Chaos will not know about the situation here. With primordial Saint Chaos alone, no one is a match for us. As long as we find that thing, we don't have to worry. Speaking of this, the corpse demon suddenly thought of the Black Marsh Chaos. I wonder how the old dragon is doing. Did he destroy the Black Marsh Chaos? Speaking of the Black Marsh Chaos, the corpse demon who asked the question earlier curled his lips and said, I wonder what the emperor is thinking. He actually asked the old dragon to destroy the Black Marsh Chaos. Now that the old dragon has absorbed the Black Marsh Chaos origin energy, his strength will definitely skyrocket. When the time comes, he will definitely show off in front of us. All right, I know you are unwilling. When this is over, I will accompany you to find a few chaotic voids for you to absorb the origin energy. Chapter 29:57. Fong Chun heard the conversation between the two corpse demon clearly. Above the white cloud palace, Fong Chun stood in the air. His figure was hidden in the void, and not a trace of aura leaked out. The seal that shrouded ancient Saint Chaos had no effect on him. Galaxy Universe? Fong Chun frowned, and he was even more puzzled. What exactly are they looking for? Sure enough, the corpse demon came prepared. However, they shouldn't have turned their attention to ancient Saint Hundun. Rip! Fong Chun tore the void and appeared in front of the white cloud palace. Fong Chun's appearance instantly attracted the attention of the two corpse demon. Human. Seeing Fong Chun, the corpse demon exclaimed, Die! One of the corpse demon directly launched a thunderous attack on Fong Chun without saying a word. Crack! With a loud bang, Fong Chun killed the corpse demon with a palm. The remaining corpse demon's face suddenly changed. You are from the ancient. Unfortunately, before it could finish its words, it was killed by Fong Chun. Fong Chun found that the corpse demon had a communication jade pendant in its palm. Is it a message? Fong Chun sneered. I don't care how strong your emperor is. When he set his eyes on ancient Saint Chaos, he was already destined to be killed by me. Dong! Fong Chun punched out, and a deafening sound came from the surroundings of the white cloud palace. Crack! The seal shattered, and the members of the Elders Guild in the white cloud palace were shocked. What's going on? Ching Ho and the others suddenly opened their eyes and looked at each other. Be careful. It's very likely that the corpse demon is making the final attack, Heavenly Master Su Wei said. Even if we die, we must protect ancient Saint Chaos. The other elders roared angrily. Creak. However, when the gate of the White Cloud Palace opened, they saw a shocking scene. A tall figure stood in front of the White Cloud Palace, his robes fluttering in the wind. His body exuded an extremely strong power, giving people a kind of incomparable shock. Fong Chun, the ancient god of void space, the ancient god of thunder punishment, and the other ancient gods all cried out in shock. Brother Fong. Ching Ho clenched his fists tightly. His face was filled with an excited smile as he charged towards Fong Chun like an arrow. It's really you. Ching Ho and Fong Chun gave each other a big hug. The joy in their hearts was written all over their faces. Everyone, are you all right? Fong Chun scanned the crowd and asked. We're fine. Ha. I didn't expect you to come back at this time. Where are the two corpse demon guarding the White Cloud Palace? You killed him? Only then did everyone realize that Fong Chun's strength had already reached an unfathomable level. You. Even Qing Ho was extremely shocked. After greeting them, Fang Chun asked about the corpse demon in detail. After listening, Fang Chun was more or less certain. There must be a powerful force behind the corpse demon. They seem to be searching for something important in the universe. Fang Chun, the corpse demon, came prepared. The emperor, they mentioned, is an expert at the peak of the life ancient realm. There are even rumors that he has reached the legendary level of a god. The ancient god of void race said. Fang Chun waved his hand. It's fine. A mere corpse demon wants to do evil in my territory? Don't even think about it. Fang Chun exuded a strong sense of confidence. After chatting with Fang Chun for a while, everyone's hearts were completely turned upside down. They really couldn't imagine that one day they would be able to see a powerful god with their own eyes. Ha ha ha! A god has appeared in the ancient Saint Chaos. This is great. The crisis of the ancient Saint Chaos is finally over. Everyone laughed out loud. They were very excited. In just 3 days, Fang Chun killed all the corpse demon ancient gods scattered in the ancient Saint Chaos. The remaining profound gods were no longer a threat. They were handed over to the members of the Elder Council. During this time, Fang Chun returned to the Shura Sword sect. Fortunately, he had left behind a powerful array formation and various trump cards, so it wasn't too affected. In a short time, the ancient Saint Chaos was once again under the control of the human race. The members of the Elder Council fought everywhere and used all means to kill the corpse demon. Their actions seemed to be known by the corpse demon emperor in the universe. Many corpse demon began to frantically retreat into the universe. After settling the matters of the ancient Saint Primal Chaos, Fang Chun went to the galaxy cosmos alone. Swoosh! He flicked his finger, and a bright light penetrated the void and entered the Shura universe. The next moment, a miserable scream was heard. With a finger, the corpse demon was destroyed. The Shura universe regained its freedom, and Fang Chun's gaze fell on the universe. His face was a little more dignified. Although he was strong enough to shatter the Milky Way and the universe, his heart was heavy. The corpse demon attacked the ancient Saint Chaos without restraint. The thing they are looking for must be very important to them. They must have a backup plan. It's impossible for them to be so weak and vulnerable. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chun chose to deal with it carefully. In the universe, in a certain darkness, a hoarse and angry voice was heard. A bunch of trash. When the corpse devils heard this, their bodies trembled. They were terrified. Emperor, that human warrior seems to be from the ancient chaos. Have our whereabouts been exposed? There are as many experts as there are clouds in the immemorial chaos. Any one of them could annihilate our branch completely. Didn't the main clan say that they have isolated this barren land and that no one in the ancient chaos will notice? Many voices were heard. Some were frightened, some were angry, and some were unwilling. The main clan has done everything. That guy's appearance was an accident. The corpse demon emperor's voice was heard again. According to the information sent back, the 3 generals are all dead. The ancient Saint Chaos and the Black Marsh Chaos have been retaken by the human race. Then what should we do? If that person comes to the universe, how can we resist? Even the 3 generals were killed. They didn't think that they could resist the opponent's attack. Don't worry, I have a countermeasure, the emperor said confidently. According to my speculation, that person's strength is at most the limit of the life ancient realm. When I find that thing, my strength will be restored to the peak. When I step into the god realm again, it will be the time of his death. The emperor said proudly, soon, I will be able to find that thing in 3 days. Hearing this, many corpse demons' faces showed a touch of joy. No matter what, as long as they could find that thing, their mission would be completed. Completely seal off the universe and activate the corpse demon soul refining array. If he dares to come, sacrifice all the humans in the universe. The corpse demon came prepared and quickly activated the corpse demon soul refining array. They even cruelly sealed many ordinary warriors of the human clan in the formation. Let's go. Demon, you are demons. Your actions are worse than the wrath of heaven. Countless angry curses came from the corpse demon soul refining array. However, they were just ordinary warriors. As long as the corpse demon soul refining array moved, they would be instantly turned to ashes. Continue to catch them, the Sky Corpse Demon said in a deep voice. Looking at those weak warriors innocently crying for help, he was very happy. Humans, if you don't care about their lives, then come at me. Outside the universe, Fang Chun had just broken through the boundary wall and was about to enter when he suddenly saw a shocking scene. That is, the powerful corpse demon aura quickly escaped from the boundary wall. He could clearly see the ordinary warriors in the array. Cruel, this is too cruel. Fang Chun clenched his fists in anger. He knew very well that as long as he attacked the array, the powerful force would easily tear those warriors apart. They're just ordinary warriors, yet you're using them as shields? At this moment, Fang Chun's face was completely gloomy. His body exuded an extremely sharp, killing intent. Humans, if you don't care about their lives, then come at me. Ha ha ha. Through the boundary wall, the Sky Corpse Demon laughed wildly. Don't be impulsive. Fang Chun suppressed the anger in his heart and secretly warned. Those ordinary humans were innocent. He could not involve them in this battle. I swear you will all die. Chapter 29:58. Even though his heart was burning with rage, Fang Chun did not lose his mind. From the initial craziness, it gradually stabilized. Through the crack in the boundary wall, he saw the arrogant Sky Corpse Taoist provoking him. Miserable screams came from the corpse demon soul refining array from time to time. Sky Corpse Taoist waved his hand, and the corpse demon soul refining array shook, turning countless ordinary warriors into ashes. Seeing this, Fang Chun's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and raised his hands in the air to sense the corpse demon soul refining array. Dong! The sound of tremors resounded through the sky. He could feel a mighty power coming from the corpse demon soul refining array, directly attacking his heart. This is the corpse demon soul refining array, Fang Chun said in a deep voice. He finally recognized the array. This array is very vicious. It uses ordinary humans as its foundation. As long as there is an external force, it will shake and hurt the innocent. Fang Chun murmured. With his current strength, it was very difficult to break the corpse demon soul refining array. And the slightest carelessness would cause countless innocent cultivators to die tragically inside. I must think of a way. I must break this array as soon as possible. Fang Chun's eyes turned as he thought quickly. I have a way. Suddenly, a voice could be heard coming from a mortal cave mountain. Fang Chun was stunned. Xiaohua and the pure-blooded beast cub came out side by side. Brother, this corpse demon soul refining array is very evil, but I have a way to break it, Xiaohua said. You have a way? Fang Chun asked curiously. During this period of time, I've made great achievements in the Fire Dao. I've completely fused the fire seed with my bloodline. I want to use my flame power to burn the corpse demon soul refining array. Then you can take the opportunity to tear the array and enter it. The corpse demon soul refining array was a first-class evil array, but it was afraid of flames. Of course, ordinary flames would not work. Only a Fire Dao genius like Xiaohua was confident. Brother, you don't have to worry. My method won't hurt them. Seeing Fang Chun's expression, Xiaohua continued. This method was also inspired by the pure-blooded beast cub. I burned the demonic corpse soul refining formation with towering flames, causing changes to the core of the formation. The pure-blooded beast cubs will be able to enter before the power within the formation fluctuates and protect the innocent humans. Fang Chun rolled his eyes and nodded in agreement after a long time. In fact, he had thought of this method before, but he wasn't too sure. Now that Xiaohua and the pure-blooded beast cub were so confident, they could naturally give it a try. All right, be careful, Fang Chun said. The most important parts of the demonic corpse soul refining array were the core and foundation of the array. With a flash, Xiaohua's small and skinny body appeared in front of the corpse devil soul refining formation. Hoo! Violent flames erupted from his body. In an instant, the area before the world wall turned into a sea of fire. Within the sea of fire, the temperature was raised to the extreme. It was as if the entire galaxy would be refined. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With his special method, Xiaohua forcibly controlled the sea of fire to burn the demonic corpse soul refining formation. Crack! In a flash, the demonic corpse soul refining formation was enveloped, and subtle changes occurred within. At this moment, the pure-blooded beast cub shot out and burrowed into the sea of fire. Fang Chen saw it with his own eyes and was a little surprised. Penetration technique? He was a little shocked by the pure-blooded beast cub's penetration technique. Beautiful cooperation. He couldn't help but praise. Xiaohua and the pure-blooded beast cub's cooperation was so skillful. Buzz! Under Xiaohua's cover, the pure-blooded beast cub successfully entered the demonic corpse soul refining formation. With its powerful bloodline power, it protected many innocent humans. Do it! Xiaohua roared. Fang Chen's figure flashed like a gust of wind. The aura of a ray formation on his body soared to the extreme. Break! With the help of Xiaohua and the pure-blooded beast cub, he didn't have to worry about anything. He suddenly threw out a punch, which contained a powerful force of array Dao. Rumble! The vast and mighty power slammed into the demon corpse soul refining array, creating an earth-shattering sound. Crack! The Sky Corpse Taoist was too weak to support the operation of the demonic corpse soul refining formation. Under Fang Chen's crazy bombardment, the formation was on the verge of breaking. Bang! The Sky Corpse Taoist, who was smug and arrogant, was sent flying. With a loud bang, his body was sent flying. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his face paled. What's going on? The Sky Corpse Taoist widened his eyes and looked inside the demonic corpse soul refining formation in disbelief. Damn it! The Sky Corpse Taoist cursed angrily. He waved his sleeves and forcibly controlled the demonic corpse soul refining formation to destroy the innocent humans. However, he failed. Crack! When Fang Chun entered the interior of the corpse devil soul refining array, the array formation had already completely collapsed. The innocent humans had been transferred to a mortal cave mountain by Fang Chun and were completely safe. At this time, he could give his all. Break! Fang Chun shouted, and a vast power burst out, shattering the demonic corpse soul refining formation. He walked out of the violent aura and stared at the Sky Corpse Taoist with his dark eyes. Crack! With a suction force from his palm, he grabbed Sky Corpse Taoist priest and asked coldly, "Tell me, what is your emperor looking for? You are dead. The emperor will not let you go." The Sky Corpse Taoist shook his head and threatened. "Are you threatening me?" Fang Chun frowned and said coldly. Boom! At this moment, a trembling power came from somewhere in the divine world. Then, the aura of the corpse demon swept across the land. Ha ha! The emperor of my clan has already found that item. You're all dead meat. Unfortunately, you will not be able to see that. Fang Chun killed the Sky Corpse Taoist with his palm. Then, he stood in the air and looked at the distant sky with his dark eyes. You two go to the lower realm to kill the corpse demon. I will deal with their emperor, Fang Chun said. Xiaohua and the pure-blooded beast cub left the divine world and went to the lower realm. In a mountain range in the divine world. Ha ha, I finally found it. The corpse demon emperor was emitting a fierce and domineering aura, and his body was faintly discernible. His gong-sized eyes stared at the glittering depths of the mountain range. He licked his dry lips, his face filled with an excited smile. He rushed into the depths of the mountain range, and before he got close, he felt a vast aura. Crack! He felt the power in his body vibrating, and an evil aura entered his body. This is, he shouted excitedly, my cultivation is recovering. Rumble! The whole mountain range was shaking, and the universe was shaking as if it would collapse at any time. The trembling aura covered the whole mountain range. In the blink of an eye, the power in the corpse demon emperor's body had reached its peak. Ha ha! I finally recover my cultivation. Dong! His body vibrated, and his cultivation finally recovered to the star venerable realm. God is helping me. At the same time, he looked at the glittering place with even more enthusiasm. The aura alone could help him return to his peak. What he got that thing? He couldn't wait to get it. He reached out his big claws and grabbed at the depths of the mountain range. Bang! An invisible barrier suddenly stopped him. What's going on? He tried his best, but he could not break it. The movement in the mountain range shocked the whole universe. Countless corpse demons danced excitedly after seeing the strange phenomenon in the sky. They knew that the Emperor had already found that thing, and their mission was complete. The day of the Corpse Devil Clan's arrival was not far away. At this moment, Feng Chen was rushing over from the top of the clouds. What's there? Feng Chen was shocked. When he was in the deity realm, he did not find anything unusual. In fact, he had even come here to train before. The aura alone is enough to make my heart tremble. Feng Chen murmured. Is it an Emperor-level treasure? Thinking of this, Feng Chen's eyes flickered. No matter what, I can't let the corpse demon succeed. Soon, Feng Chen arrived in front of the mountain range. Corpse demon. Feng Chen's thunderous voice was heard in the mountain range. Huh? Seeing Feng Chen, the corpse demon emperor sneered. Stupid human, you will find that your behavior is too childish. This is the universe. Corpse demon, you can't do whatever you want here. Chapter 2959. Dong. A mountain rose from the ground and was slapped into the depths of the mountain range by Feng Chen's palm. Seeing this, the corpse demon emperor was extremely furious. You're courting death. He punched back, shattering the mountain that was approaching quickly. The entire mountain range was shaking. An invisible barrier in the void blocked him and became his hindrance. Damn it! The corpse demon emperor was a little anxious. The most important thing now was not to fight Feng Chen, but to get that thing. However, Feng Chen did not give him chance. Crash! With a grab of his big hand, another mountain rose from the ground and was thrown at the corpse demon emperor. You're courting death. The repeated attacks finally enraged the corpse demon emperor. He suddenly turned around and stepped out of the mountain range. He stood in the air and stared at Feng Chen in front of him. Stupid human, I don't care who you are or where you came from. Today, you will die in my hands. The corpse demon emperor said eerily. His body emitted a corrosive corpse aura, and the entire space seemed to be solidified. Do you know that the universe of stars is my hometown? Feng Chen's face was expressionless. He asked very calmly, so what? The corpse demon emperor's attitude was very arrogant. He shouted loudly, anyone who dares to obstruct us corpse demons will die. Even if you have the support of a peerless powerhouse from the ancient chaos, it will not help. I'll kill you first, and then I'll take that thing. The corpse demon emperor said eerily, don't worry, I will shatter the entire universe of stars and let it accompany you. Boom! As soon as the corpse demon emperor's voice fell, a shocking aura suddenly came from the void. A huge vortex emerged from the corpse demon emperor's body. The vortex contained an extremely powerful force. Corpse demon strike. The corpse demon emperor roared. It spread out its big hand and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, the void shattered, and a terrifying beam of light appeared out of nowhere. It contained an extremely vast corpse demon aura as it rushed towards Feng Chen. Boom! Feng Chen threw out a punch and collided with it. A deafening sound echoed in the sky. The two of them both took a few steps back. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The corpse demon's powerful corrosive energy was trying to corrode Feng Chen's body, but it was blocked by the chaos sword body. The corpse demon emperor made a mistake. Are you also a star venerable? However, he quickly regained his composure. So what if he was a star venerate? He feared no one in the same realm as him. But so what? Let me turn you into minced meat. The corpse demon emperor sneered and took a big step forward. A fierce and domineering attack whizzed out. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Feng Chen. Get lost. Feng Chen exerted all the strength in his body and threw out a punch. The power of this punch was comparable to that of a saint venerable. As the punch was thrown out, the sky changed color. The corpse demon emperor also sensed the power of Feng Chen's punch. He did not dare to face it head-on, so his figure flashed and dodged. Damn it! The corpse demon emperor cursed. He spread out his big hand, and the sound of a bugle horn came from the void. A wild gust of wind suddenly blew. In an instant, a flag appeared in his palm. That's the soul-gathering flag? The corpse demon emperor took out the soul-gathering flag, the weapon that he was proud of. Instantly, the howls of malicious spirits could be heard in the air. Die! The corpse demon emperor sneered. He waved the soul-gathering flag in his hand, and a furious aura rushed out. Hee. Fang Chun smiled indifferently, and the star-concealing sword appeared in his palm. Buzz! A loud sword chime resounded in the sky. The star-concealing sword carried an endless sword aura and rushed toward the soul-gathering flag. Dong! The star-concealing sword, which was at the half-step martial emperor level, was powerful. The soul-gathering flag could not compare to it. In just one exchange, the soul-gathering flag was defeated by the star-concealing sword. Half-step martial emperor level. At this moment, the corpse demon emperor cried out. His heart was filled with horror. How is this possible? He could not imagine how a star-venerable warrior could have a half-step martial emperor level weapon. Soul-gathering heaven and earth, annihilate all living beings. At this moment, he could not care less. He directly activated the strongest form of the soul-gathering flag. It was an extremely eerie and terrifying power. It was released from the soul-gathering flag. At the same time, the corpse demon emperor activated his own bloodline and merged it with the soul-gathering flag. His combat power soared to the extreme. Fang Chun had already sealed this place. He was afraid that the battle between the two would destroy the universe. If it weren't for that, the aura emitted from the fierce battle between the two gods would be enough to destroy the entire universe. Whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, the thick purple aura formed a terrifying vortex. The soul-gathering flag went into the purple vortex and underwent a great change. Whoosh! Under the control of the corpse demon emperor, the soul-gathering flag opened up instantly. Its power increased again. The entire world was filled with the howls of malicious ghosts. One could imagine how many innocent martial artists had died in order to refine this soul-converging banner. Invincible Sword Principle. The star-concealing sword drew a beautiful arc in the void. The invincible sword principle was perfectly released. The powerful sword principle directly penetrated the purple vortex and forced the soul-gathering flag out. Then, the star-concealing sword released a powerful half-step martial emperor level aura and attacked the soul-gathering flag. Kill! The corpse demon emperor's eyes were red. He was in a state of madness. He roared furiously and desperately controlled the soul-gathering flag. Unfortunately, the soul-gathering flag was no match for the star-concealing sword. Dong! The star-concealing sword suppressed the soul-gathering flag with absolute strength. Hiss! Hiss! At this moment, the soul-gathering flag closed. A powerful aura surrounded the star-concealing sword. Ha ha! You fell into my trap. The corpse demon emperor laughed wildly. Your half-step martial emperor level weapon is restrained by my soul-gathering flag. What are you going to use to fight me? The corpse demon emperor did not dare to waste time. He used his strongest trump card, wanting to end the battle quickly. As long as he killed Fang Chun, the half-step martial emperor level sword would be his. He was secretly looking forward to it. The corpse demon emperor burned his bloodline and fought desperately. At this moment, the power he released was extremely powerful. If it was an ordinary star venerable warrior, he would not be able to resist. Unfortunately, Fang Chun was not an ordinary star venerable. Entangle! Fang Chun sneered. He had more than one half-step martial emperor level weapon. Whoosh! The immortal scepter appeared in his hand. That is, the immortal scepter looked very ordinary. However, there was a strange aura flowing on its surface. It made people palpitate. Kill! At this moment, the corpse demon emperor had no way out. The only way out was to kill Fang Chun. Therefore, after being stunned for a short while, he continued to attack. Fang Chun held the immortal scepter in his hand. The mighty immortal star power in his body was quietly activated. It's time to end this. When the immortal star power and the immortal scepter combined, the supreme power of the rules in the universe trembled. Time stopped. Space stopped. Everything stopped. Only the immortal scepter was still moving forward. Half-step martial emperor level. The corpse demon emperor finally realized that something was wrong. He cried out involuntarily. Impossible. How is this possible? He shook his head desperately. He could not believe the fact in front of him. It was rare for a star venerable warrior to have a half-step martial emperor level weapon. However, the person in front of him had two. He could feel that the power of the scepter was not weaker than the sword. I can't accept this. The immortal star power was the exclusive power of the immortal emperor. When combined with the immortal scepter, its attack power reached the peak. Even if the person standing in front of Fang Chun was a saint venerable warrior, he could not do anything. Crack! The immortal scepter hit the corpse demon emperor's head and instantly shattered his body. Whoosh! The corpse demon emperor wanted to escape, but he underestimated the power of the immortal scepter and the immortal star power. In an instant, the immortal star power entangled his primordial spirit and burned it to ashes. I can't accept this. A miserable cry was heard in the air. The corpse demon emperor had fallen. Fang Chen's robe fluttered. The immortal star power flickered on the surface of his skin and finally disappeared. The immortal scepter let out a cry. It came to the soul-gathering flag and suppressed it. Dong! The two half-step martial emperor-level weapons suppressed the soul-gathering flag together. Whoosh! Under the powerful suppression, the soul-gathering flag kept shrinking. Finally, it became the size of a palm and fell into Fang Chen's palm. Chapter 2960. Even until his death, the corpse demon sovereign could not understand why a powerhouse from the immemorial chaos would come here even after everything had been set up by his clan. With humiliation and unwillingness, he perished in the Milky Way universe. When Fang Chun put away the soul-gathering flag, the gloomy power that permeated the Star River universe disappeared instantly. The howls of the ferocious ghosts in the air also disappeared. The vast Star River universe became quiet all of a sudden. The sky was clear again, and there were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. The human warriors who survived the disaster cheered. As Fang Chun said, the Star River universe was his hometown, and no one was allowed to touch it. Crack! Venerable Hei Chi, who was trapped in the Star River universe, broke through the seal and came to the mountain range to meet up with Fang Chun. Fang Chun. After hundreds of years, Venerable Hei Chi's heart was full of stormy waves when he saw Fang Chun again. Back then, Fang Chun was just an ordinary warrior in his eyes. Now, Fang Chun had already become the strongest expert in the ancient Saint Chaos and even made a name for himself in the immemorial chaotic era. Unknowingly, the guy who was indebted to him had grown up. He had become the strongest expert in the history of the Star River universe. Even the ancestor of the Star River universe, who created the Star River universe, was ashamed to face Fang Chun. Venerable Hei Chi, Fang Chun nodded gently to him. When he first came to the ancient Saint Chaos, he was indebted to Venerable Hei Chi by imparting the Azura sword Dao to him. The latter had indirectly made it easier for him to walk down the path ahead of him. Fang Chun respected Venerable Hei Chi very much. Even though he was powerful enough to destroy the Star River universe with a thought, he was not arrogant. I have killed the corpse demon emperor. The crisis in the Star River universe and the ancient Saint Chaos has been resolved, Fang Chun said. That's great. Fortunately, you came back in time. Otherwise, Venerable Black Red felt a lingering fear in his heart. If Fang Chun had not returned in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Knowing that the crisis of ancient Saint Chaos had been resolved, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, what shocked him even more was that the corpse demon emperor was actually killed by Fang Chun. The strength of the corpse demon emperor is considered to be at the peak of the ancient gods, Venerable Black Red said in surprise. Strictly speaking, the corpse demon emperor should be a star venerable, Fang Chun added. Venerable Black Red widened his eyes. His heart was in turmoil. At this moment, he looked at Fang Chun with a complicated expression. Over the years, as ancient Saint Hundon's overall strength increased, he also came into contact with more and more secrets. He also knew that above the ancient gods were the powerful gods. However, he did not expect Feng Shan to be able to kill the god-level corpse demon emperor. This was too shocking. However, even though he was shocked, he knew that the most important thing now was to quickly return to the Xiao family in Qingluo Heaven and see if they had suffered any losses. Since the crisis of the Star River universe has been resolved, I will return to Qingluo Heaven first, Venerable Black Red said to Feng Shan with cupped fists. Feng Shan nodded. He took out a weapon from his bosom and tossed it to Venerable Black Red. This is Venerable Black Red was shocked when he held the weapon. When I was still weak, you taught me the Azure Sword principle. I'm indebted to you. Consider this a small token of my appreciation, Feng Shan said with a smile. Venerable Black Red opened his mouth, wanting to say something. In the end, he put away the weapon and nodded heavily. Then it would be impolite of me to refuse. With that, Venerable Black Red's figure flashed and disappeared. And yet, Feng Shan's casual gift had allowed Overseer Black Red to rise to prominence with ancient sages and primal chaos, and eventually lead the Xiao clan to the top. Of course, this was a story for another time. To Feng Shan, this was just an ordinary weapon, but to Venerable Black Red, this weapon was more valuable than the entire Xiao family. In the vast god realm of the Star River universe, all the corpse demon had been destroyed. When Feng Shan sent the news to Shinshi Palace, the entire god realm was shaken. Under Shinshi Palace's lead, many powerful forces sent their experts. They searched for the remnants of the corpse demon hiding in the dark, swearing to catch them all in one fell swoop. Feng Shan, on the other hand, focused all his attention on the depths of the mountain range. What on earth is there that could attract the corpse demon's large-scale attack? Feng Shan frowned and pondered. After the battle with the corpse demon emperor, Feng Shan already knew. The corpse demon was very powerful, and what he saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Perhaps, in the ancient chaos, the corpse demon's powerful forces were hiding in the dark, spying on the human race. Feng Shan walked step by step into the depths of the mountain range. Suddenly, he felt an invisible barrier in the air, blocking his way. Feng Shan frowned, his heart full of shock. Then, he widened his eyes and looked at the void in disbelief. He activated the Supreme Ancestral Eye, shooting out 2 rays of golden light. In the next moment, countless complex patterns flashed in the void in front of him. The trajectories of these patterns actually seemed familiar. The Immortal Scepter, Feng Shan blurted out, because Feng Shan had seen the trajectory of these patterns on the Immortal Scepter before. Whoosh! The Immortal Scepter appeared out of thin air, floating in the air. Feng Shan activated it, and a dazzling light emerged. The complex patterns on the scepter flashed and moved quickly. It's really the same. Feng Shan was shocked. Did the Immortal Emperor come here before? The Emperor has never been here before. The Immortal Scepter said leisurely. Then why are the patterns here exactly the same as the ones on your body? Feng Shan asked hurriedly. Try to activate the Immortal Star Power. Listening to the Immortal Scepter, Feng Shan secretly activated the Immortal Star Power. Suddenly, the powerful Immortal Star Power spread throughout his body. He felt that the power in his body was constantly increasing, as if his body was about to explode. At this moment, Feng Shan noticed something strange. The Immortal Star Power is resonating. Feng Shan was very surprised. What was in the depths of the mountain range that could resonate with the Immortal Star Power? You feel it, right? The Immortal Scepter asked. Feng Shan nodded. The Immortal Scepter continued. In fact, what's hidden in the depths of the mountain range is just an Immortal Star Power. Immortal Star Power? Feng Shan was even more confused. If the Immortal Emperor had never been here, then where did the Immortal Star Power come from? Back then, the Emperor fought with someone, and the Immortal Star Power exploded and scattered to every corner of the chaotic realm. I think one of the Immortal Star Power shot into this place, the Immortal Scepter explained. And the master of this miniature universe happened to place his miniature universe here, Luo Feng said. Therefore, the Immortal Star Power was hidden in the universe. Fang Chun was speechless. So that's how it was. The immortal star power is the exclusive power of the Emperor, and it's very powerful. Although it's just an immortal star power, it can subtly change this miniature universe. When you walk out of here, have you ever felt that the power of rules here is different from other miniature universes? Fang Chun was stunned. He recalled the Shuri universe he had created and compared it with the Star River universe. Then he realized the abnormality. Seeing Fang Chun's expression, the immortal scepter said, "In fact, all of this is caused by the immortal star power. This miniature universe has been secretly changed by the immortal star power, and the power of the Great Path contains the aura of the immortal Emperor. Therefore, this is also why the Star River universe can produce a genius like you." Fang Chun was stunned. It turned out that he had been in contact with the immortal Emperor's aura a long time ago, but he didn't know it. Well, what are you waiting for? Go in and absorb this immortal star power. The immortal scepter urged when Fang Chun was still in a daze. At the same time, the immortal scepter turned into a stream of light and broke through the invisible barrier, completely releasing the immortal star power hidden in the depths of the mountain range. Buzz! The immortal scepter sealed the entire mountain range, and the powerful immortal star power condensed into a stream of starlight, illuminating the entire mountain range. Dong! Dong! Fang Chun felt the immortal star power in his body surging, and his blood was restless. It's so powerful. The power of this immortal star power was far more powerful than what Fang Chun had painstakingly cultivated. The starlight rose slowly, resonating with the immortal star power in Fang Chun's body. Chapter 2961. The process of absorbing the immortal star power was very smooth. After all, with the help of the immortal scepter and Fang Chun's own talent, he had comprehended the immortal star power from the immortal inheritance. This time, it was relatively simple. Dong! The power in his body vibrated, and his robe fluttered. He clenched his fist, and the surrounding void shattered, and a spatial storm appeared instantly. So strong. Fang Chun felt that the power in his body was too strong. Although his cultivation had not broken through, after absorbing the immortal star power, his combat power had at least soared to a new level. Before, when I faced a wholly venerable expert, I might only be able to escape unscathed. But now, I am confident that I can destroy an early wholly venerable expert, Fang Chun said confidently. Congratulations. The immortal scepter descended from the sky, and the mountain returned to peace. The surrounding seal had also been lifted. How do you feel? The immortal scepter asked. He had followed the immortal emperor to battle everywhere, and was very clear about the immortal star power. Too strong. This immortal star power is at least 10 years of my cultivation, Fang Chun exclaimed. Of course, you're just a beginner now. How can you compare with the great emperor? The immortal scepter said proudly, with infinite admiration for the immortal emperor. You said that the immortal star power exploded and scattered all over the chaotic realm. Can I search for the immortal star power hidden in the dark to form a star core? Fang Chun smiled, looking forward to it. But soon, the immortal scepter dampened his enthusiasm. I don't want to criticize you, but with your current strength, you are not strong in the immemorial chaos. How dare you try to find the immortal star power? The immortal scepter said mercilessly. The battle between the great emperor and the enemy swept across the entire chaotic realm. The explosion of the immortal star power almost sunk half of the immemorial chaos. And the immortal star force scattered all over the place is stronger than the last. What you just absorbed was only the weakest of the immortal stars. The immortal scepter said, in other words, even if the immortal star power is in front of you, you can't absorb it. Fang Chun curled his lips. The immortal scepter added, not to mention, with your strength, you can't find it. Although the immortal scepter could sense the immortal star power, it was based on the close distance. But now, Fang Chun was too weak to unleash the true power of the immortal scepter, so there was nothing it could do. Fang Chun nodded and gave up on the idea. One day, I'll absorb all the immortal astral powers scattered throughout the chaos realm. Fang Chen clenched his fists and swore to himself. After slightly adjusting his state of mind, Fang Chen turned around and left the mountain range. In the empty, dark, and cold void, there was a floating island. Looking from afar, this island looked like a dead island without any signs of life. The island was constantly drifting, making it difficult to pinpoint its exact location. Roar! On the island, a furious roar sounded, breaking the silence in the darkness. Crack! His voice contained an extremely powerful force, causing the entire space to tremble and the island to shake. Damned humans, ruining my corpse demon plan. On the island, a ferocious skeleton stood on the ground and roared angrily. On the side, several corpse demon elders stood with their heads bowed, shivering. Our clan has been planning for countless years and has already collected 30 strands of immortal star power. We only found the 31st strand after much effort. And to prevent those old bastards from the immemorial chaos from destroying it, we didn't hesitate to expose a stronghold to attract their attention. We even used our clan's treasure to isolate the ancient Saint Chaos, but the plan still failed. The ferocious skeleton was filled with anger. The corpse demon had been hiding in the dark, collecting the immortal star power left behind by the immortal emperor. My lord, this failure may attract the attention of the immemorial chaos, one of the elders said in a low voice. A bunch of trash, the ferocious skeleton said coldly. According to the information that idiots sent back, the one who ruined the plan is a native of the Star River universe. His cultivation is probably at the Star Venerable level, and he's a sword cultivator. Investigate this person at all costs. Anyone who dares to go against the corpse demon will be killed without mercy. Yes, my lord. Rest assured, we will investigate right away. Also, you must be careful in other places. If you fail again, you can bring your heads to me, the ferocious skeleton said. Fang Chen, who was in the Star River universe. He didn't know that he had unintentionally ruined the corpse demon's plan. They were secretly investigating him, trying to catch him in one fell swoop. His powerful consciousness spread out and covered the entire Star River universe. Fang Chen saw some human warriors fighting the corpse demon in the mortal world and his two sons. Honor Yener. A faint smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He did not interfere in the affairs of the lower realm because, in his opinion, this was an excellent opportunity. He could use this opportunity to temper his two sons. After all, they would also go to the immemorial chaos to cultivate in the future. The mortal world now had Green Bamboo Island as its base and the Four Holy Lands as its support. The addition of Fang Yun and Fang Han, as well as the Bone Progenitor and the others, had undoubtedly raised the strength of the mortal world to a very strong level. As for the more powerful corpse demon, Fang Chen had already killed them in the God Realm. The ones left behind were the corpse demon, which was on par with the experts in the mortal world. It was a good opportunity for him to practice. After confirming that the mortal world was safe, Fang Chen withdrew his consciousness and strolled on the land of the God Realm. What a familiar feeling. Fang Chen relaxed his body and could clearly feel the power of the way of the heavens surrounding him. He could even clearly feel the trajectory of the universe. He gently raised his palm, and suddenly a vast amount of power gathered. Rays of complicated light circulated in the palm of his hand. So this is the so-called operation of the miniature universe. Seeing through the operation of the universe at a glance was something that only experts like Fang Chen could do. Unknowingly, Fang Chen came to the Shinshi Palace. The purpose of establishing the Shinshi Palace was to rule on behalf of the heavens and protect the Star River universe. Now, the prestige of the Shinshi Palace was even stronger, and the other forces in the God Realm were all convinced. Whoosh! Fang Chen landed in the territory of the Shinshi Palace, and immediately two warriors approached him. Who are you? Why have you come to the Shinshi Palace? The two approached Fang Chen and asked sternly. At this time, Fang Chen's aura was restrained, and he was like an ordinary person. Who is the current palace master of the Shinshi Palace? Fang Chen asked. Who are you? The two heard this and stared at Fang Chen warily. In the entire God Realm, Everyone knew who the palace master of the Shinshi Palace was. The person in front of them was very suspicious. I am Fong Chun. Fong Chun shrugged and said his name. However, the two obviously had not heard of him. No matter who you are, leave this place quickly, or don't blame us for being rude. Fong Chun did not move, but just smiled quietly. Seeing this, the two were instantly furious and wanted to attack. At this time, there was a piercing sound in the distance, and then a man in a green robe came from afar. Stop! Hearing this, the two turned to look and were completely stunned. The palace master, who is usually elusive, had actually come. Palace master? The two cried out involuntarily. The man in the green robe waved his hand. You two go back first, leave this to me. The two opened their mouths and hesitated, but in the end they left. In the entire God realm, they did not believe that anyone was qualified to challenge the palace master. Who are you? The man in the green robe looked directly at Fong Chun and asked in a low voice. His heart trembled because the other party was clearly in front of him, but he could not sense him. Just now, he was cultivating when a voice suddenly sounded in his mind, and he came here according to the voice. To be able to penetrate the seal he had set up, it was enough to show how powerful this person was. I have never seen you in the God realm, Palace Master Shinshi said slowly. Strictly speaking, the first Palace Master of the Shinshi Palace is Fong Shi. The second Palace Master is Tian Xian. Qing Ho is the third, and you should be the fourth, right? Fong Chun asked with a smile. The four people that Fong Chun mentioned all left behind illustrious reputations in the divine realm. Emperor Shi, Emperor God Tian Xian, Emperor God Puppet. Chapter 2962. In the vast God world, no one did not know about the three previous palace masters of Divine Shi Palace. Although they had left behind countless legends. However, those who truly knew that Fong Chun was the expert behind the scenes of the Divine Shi Palace were only a handful of high-level experts in the God realm. Now, Palace Master Divine, she had never seen Fong Chun before. Although there was a portrait of Fong Chun in Divine Shi Palace. After all these years of training, both his temperament and image had changed greatly. That was why Palace Master Divine, she did not recognize that the person in front of him was the legendary ancestor of Divine Shi Palace. I am Fong Chun. Fong Chun said calmly. Fong Chun, Palace Master Divine, she frowned and thought quickly. He vaguely felt that he had heard this name somewhere before. Suddenly, his body trembled and his eyes widened as he looked at Fong Chun in disbelief. Ancestor of Divine Shi Palace? Master's brother. Emperor Shi's father, Emperor Tian Xian's master? A series of thoughts appeared in Palace Master Divine Shi's mind. His heart was in turmoil, and he could not imagine it. The ancestor of Divine Shi Palace would appear here. Could it be? Finally, Palace Master Divine Shi took a deep breath and held back his surprise as he bowed deeply to Fong Chun. I was ignorant and did not recognize the ancestor. Fong Chun waved his hand. It's okay, it's not your fault. Under the lead of Palace Master Divine Shi, Fong Chun came to the headquarters of Divine Shi Palace. The current Divine Shi Palace was no longer the same as when it was first built. Back then, Fong Chun had left behind countless resources, and Shinshi Palace had also relied on these resources to rise rapidly, becoming the well-deserved overlord of the universe. After listening to Palace Master Divine Shi's introduction, Fong Chun nodded slightly. He was satisfied with the current situation of Divine Shi Palace. Divine Shi Palace is developing well. I don't ask much of you, as long as you protect the universe. Fong Chun said softly. Yes. Palace Master Shun, she said respectfully. After staying in Shunshi Palace for a short period of time, Fong Chun quietly left. Before he left, he personally set up a protective array for the Shinshi Palace. With this array, even if experts from the ancient sacred chaos attacked, they would not be able to break it. As long as no one at the level of a venerable god took action, the Shinshi Palace would always be safe. In addition, Fong Chun also visited many of his old friends. Rip! With a wave of his hand, Fong Chun tore through the void and arrived in the lower world. The situation in the lower realm had become clear. Fong Han and Fong Yun had also gained something from this experience. The arrival of Fong Chun made the two of them very excited. Father. Their faces were full of smiles as they rushed towards Fong Chun. The latter was also very happy when he saw his two sons. In the distant horizon, countless experts were watching this scene. That person looks familiar. Who is he? To be able to stand on equal footing with the bone progenitor, he must be one of the strongest in the realm of the gods. Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? The onlookers were puzzled when they saw Fong Chun appear out of thin air. He is Fong Chun, the Lord of Green Bamboo Island. Suddenly, there was an exclamation from the crowd. Then, all the warriors were completely shocked. What? Fong Chun is back. In an instant, the news spread like a kite throughout the lower world. Countless warriors were shocked. The leaders of the 4 great holy lands were also gathered here. I can't even sense his presence. The leader of the Ling clan side. They had fought side by side in the past. Who would have thought that Fong Chun would become so powerful after so many years? He has the blood of the Luo clan in him. The happiest person was the leader of the Luo clan. The others looked at the leader of the Luo clan enviously. Because of Fong Chun, the Luo clan was now stronger than the 3 great holy lands. Other than Green Bamboo Island, the Luo clan's holy land was developing the fastest. A legend of the generation. A voice sounded in everyone's heart. Fong Chun brought Fong Yun and Fong Han with him. He visited some of his old friends in the lower world. He also left some things that were useful to them as a greeting gift. In the end, Fong Chun and the bone progenitor left quietly. Outside the Azura universe, Fong Chun stood calmly. Beside him was the bone progenitor. The forces behind the corpse demon are very strong. I'm worried that they will attack again, Fong Chun said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his palm and a vast array of power erupted. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, a huge array appeared spontaneously, completely enveloping the Azura universe and the starry universe. The defense of this array can withstand the attacks of holy venerables. Unless it's a tribulation supremacy, no one can break through it, Fong Chun said to the bone progenitor. This is an energy crystal. It's enough to last a universe era. The bone progenitor took the energy crystal and grinned. With this array, the 2 universes will no longer have to worry about being harassed by others. This way, I can comprehend the Tao of time and space in peace. When Fong Chun returned to the ancient Saint Chaos with his 2 sons, he happened to meet the little mouse and the others who had just come out of seclusion. Inside the Azura Sword sect, after listening to Fong Chun's words, the 5 fellows felt rather helpless. They had missed such a lively event while they were in seclusion. Unfortunately, the 5 of us obtained some opportunities and went into seclusion to cultivate. Damn, that corpse demon. If I see them again, I'll kill them all. In response, Fong Chun just smiled indifferently. Boss. Finally, the 5 fellows looked at Fong Chun in unison, their eyes full of anticipation. Fong Chun shook his head. Don't worry, I'll take you away. When they came out of seclusion this time, their strength had reached the level of ancient god. The ancient Saint Chaos was indeed not suitable for them to cultivate. According to their personalities, they would definitely be unwilling to continue staying in the ancient Saint Chaos. Therefore, after careful consideration, Fong Chun decided to take them to the ancient Saint Chaos. But you have to promise me that after you go to the ancient Saint Chaos, you must remember not to cause trouble. Don't worry, boss. We'll listen to you. After everything was arranged, Fong Chun left the ancient Saint Chaos. But before he left, he met with Ching Ho. The latter's attainments in the puppet Tao had reached an extremely high level. However, there was nothing he could do about Butian, who had been refined into a Death War puppet. I've also heard of the Death War puppet. It's an extremely evil method. With my current strength, there's naturally nothing I can do. But I'm confident that when I make a breakthrough in the puppet Tao, I'll definitely be able to free him. This was what Ching Ho said to Fong Chun. Moreover, Ching Ho also said that it wouldn't be long before he went to the ancient Saint Chaos to explore. After learning of Qing Ho's thoughts, Fang Chun said that he wanted to take him along, but Qing Ho refused. He still had some things to take care of. He seemed to have some enlightenment in the puppet Dao and needed time. As for Fang Chun's parents, Fang Chun arranged for them to stay in the Xunxi Palace in the Galaxy Universe. He knew how dangerous the ancient Saint Chaos was. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to protect them. The Xunxi Palace was the most suitable place for them. I still have a long way to go. Looking up at the sky, Fang Chun sighed. Whoosh! His body turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the dark void. The crisis of the Corpse Devil clan was finally over. Moreover, after this incident, Fang Chun left many resources and inherited secret techniques in the ancient Saint Chaos and the Galaxy Universe. Only when one was strong enough could they resist the invasion of the outside world. The ancient Saint Chaos, the southern region, Tianshu Yuan. This was Fang Chen's foothold in the ancient Saint Chaos, and also Fang Chen's nest. The current continent of despair was completely under the control of Tianshu Yuan. Fang Chun placed the 5 guys in Tianshu Yuan and let them cultivate their first to gradually adapt to the pace of the ancient Saint Chaos. A few days later, Fang Chen's clone also rushed to Tianshu Yuan and joined his original body. Fang Chun gave the Demon Sealing Tower to his clone and let him focus on cultivating the Demon Race Army in the Demon Sealing Tower. Perhaps even Fang Chun didn't expect that his casual idea would create the Demon Race Army that would shake the ancient Saint Chaos in the future. Of course, this was a story for later. After everything was arranged, Fang Chun was preparing to collect information and find the 3 girls of the Star and Moon when he suddenly received a shocking piece of news. Chapter 2963. Kongjiao. News about his disciple. Kongjiao. Fang Chun clenched his fists tightly. The fury in his heart had already reached an unimaginable level. The news came from the Ling family, and it was personally sent by Yun Ling. Although Yun Ling said that she didn't know Kongjiao, she felt that Kongjiao's aura seemed to be the same origin as Fang Chen's, so she asked Fang Chun. Moreover, Yun Ling used talismans to send Kongjiao's mental image. After looking at it, Fang Chun could confirm that it was his disciple, Kongjiao. The Su family? Fang Chen's dark eyes shot out a terrifying light as he muttered. His words were filled with shocking, killing intent. He wouldn't let go of anyone who acted against his disciple. After hearing that Kongjiao was in danger, Fang Chun didn't say anything and directly left Tianshu Yuan. Only his clone knew about his departure. He took the teleportation channel and crossed countless continents, arriving at the Ling family's territory. Ling Tian City, ancient chaos, southern region. The Ling family's headquarters. This city was very prosperous in the entire southern region, and there were many experts. Whoosh! The teleportation channel in Ling Tian City suddenly flashed with white light, and a vast aura surged out. Following this, Fang Chun walked out. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, a beautiful figure in pink clothes quickly ran over, instantly attracting the attention of all the cultivators on the street. Someone recognized Ling Shan, and their eyes widened. Ling family's daughter, Ling Shan. Isn't she in closed-door cultivation? Why is she here? No wonder she's the #1 beauty in the southern region. She's so beautiful. What's Ling Shan doing here? Could it be that the teleportation channel flashed and caused a huge commotion, and Princess Ling Shan came to welcome an important guest to Ling Tian City? Ling Shan's appearance quickly attracted the attention of countless people. Their gazes were all focused on the teleportation channel. They were all curious as to who it was that could make the Ling family's daughter, Ling Shan, personally come to welcome them. Under everyone's gazes, a tall and thin figure walked out of the teleportation channel. There was a strange aura on his body that completely enveloped him, preventing anyone from probing him. Who is he? Many people were surprised to see Fang Chun. They had never seen him before. Fang Chun. Ling Shan quickly walked up to Fang Chun, her face full of smiles. Senior Yin knows you're coming, so he sent me to welcome you, Ling Shan said. Ever since Fang Chun saved her, She was grateful to Fang Chun. When he saw Fang Chun again, he sighed in his heart. "Let's go. Senior Yun is waiting for you," Ling Shan continued. Fang Chun nodded. Kong Jio's life was at stake, so he didn't want to waste any more time. Ling Shan turned around and grabbed Fang Chun's arm with her little hand, quickly heading towards the city lord's manor. Countless martial artists on the street were in an uproar. Could this person be Princess Ling Shan's lover? That must be it. Otherwise, with Princess Ling Shan's personality, why would she smile at other men? This guy is really lucky to be able to win Princess Ling Shan's heart, Lin Feng muttered to himself. Countless discussions were incessant. City Lord's manor, in the garden pavilion. Yin Ling dressed in a green robe, sat on a stone bench. Her aura was very noble, giving off a breathtaking feeling. Seeing Fang Chun's arrival, she straightened up and smiled at him. "You're here." Yin Ling's red lips parted slightly as she smiled. "What's going on?" Fang Chun asked hurriedly, his face a little solemn. "What's his relationship with you?" Yin Ling asked. "He's my disciple, Kong Jio." Hearing this, Yin Ling's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and then she said solemnly, "Actually, this is quite a coincidence. The Su family is located in the middle of the southern and western regions. Their power spans across the two regions, and their combined power is slightly stronger than the Ling family. It's just that, strictly speaking, they're considered a power in the western region, so they usually have nothing to do with our Ling family. However, not long ago, the Su family learned about what happened in the southern region and sent an invitation letter. I personally brought the younger generation of the Ling family to the Su family and had an exchange with them." Yin Ling said slowly. She saw Kong Jio in the Su family, and at first, she didn't feel anything. However, when the latter inadvertently released a trace of aura, she instantly caught it and firmly believed that this person was of the same origin as Fang Chun. "I didn't expect him to be your disciple," Yin Ling whispered. After hearing Yin Ling's words, Fang Chun's heart gradually calmed down. He's imprisoned in the Su family? There was only one thought in his mind now, and that was to hope that Kong Jio was safe. "Your disciple seems to be fine, but the Su family doesn't seem to have the intention of killing him. They've been torturing him." Yin Ling pondered. "It seems that they want to get some information from him. Tell me the Su family's address," Fang Chun calmly said. "The Eagle Sword sect can't compare to the Su family. Don't be rash. With your current strength, it'll be very difficult to shake the Su family," Yin Ling reminded him. She understood Fang Chun very well and knew what he was thinking. "But that's my disciple. I can't just watch him die," Fang Chun said in a hoarse voice. No matter what the Su family's background was, no matter how powerful they were, he had to save Kong Jio. After thinking for a moment, Yin Ling said, "Don't be rash. Let's think of a way. If you force the Su family into a corner and they kill your disciple, it won't be good. Don't worry, I'll personally go with you." "Many thanks," Fang Chun said as he nodded. After staying in Ling Tian City for about 3 days, Fang Chun and Yin Ling was set off towards the Su family's residence. At this moment, the Su family in the southwest had already received news. Su family's residence, meeting hall. The Su family's master, who was dressed in leather, had a sinister look on his face. "Master, the Ling family has already set off," the housekeeper reminded him in a low voice. The Su family's master remained silent, as though he didn't care about the Ling family at all. "Master, should the Su family take action?" the housekeeper continued to ask. Hearing this, the Su family's master finally raised his head and looked at the housekeeper. "Although the Ling family isn't a match for the Su family, we can't underestimate them. Our goal is to absorb the Ling family without expending a single soldier. Right now, the biggest problem is Yin Ling, who appeared out of nowhere. Previously, Yin Ling had brought the younger generation of the Ling family to the Su family for an exchange. The Su family's master had secretly confronted Yin Ling and discovered that she was extremely powerful. Moreover, the most important thing was that she had unpredictable talisman techniques. Although Yin Ling was a half-step universe god expert, Her strength was comparable to a universe god expert. This was also the reason why the Su family didn't take action directly. Then what should we do? The housekeeper asked, puzzled. You don't have to worry about this matter. After Yun Ling comes, let the younger generation of the Ling family exchange pointers with the younger generation of the Su family first. I think that after their defeat last time, they will definitely seek revenge this time. They will defeat the geniuses that they are so proud of and crush them from the bottom of their hearts. Yes, master. The housekeeper nodded and then left the meeting hall. After the housekeeper left, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the meeting hall. Master, I have done as you said. The Su family's master's expression changed instantly. He hurriedly got up and bowed to the black shadow. Do your job well for me, the corpse demon. If this matter is completed, I, the corpse demon, will definitely not treat you badly. I will even support the Su family to become the master of the southern region, the black shadow said in a hoarse voice. Hearing this, the Su family's master was overjoyed. Master, don't worry. The Su family will do our best. Riding on Yun Ling's flying talisman, everyone was extremely fast. After a few days, they arrived at the Su family's territory. Up ahead is the Su family's territory, Yun Ling said. Fong Chen's dark eyes stared at the Su family's territory expressionlessly. Follow me closely. Don't wander around. Yun Ling led everyone to the Su family's city quickly. Fong Chun. Lingshan seemed to feel that something was wrong with Fong Chun. She walked up to him and called out in a low voice. Are you okay? Fong Chun shook his head. I'm fine. Buzz. At this moment, the sword principle power in Fong Chen's body surged as if it was going to rush out of his body. Kong Jiao. Chapter 2964. The Su clan was a famous clan and was considered the most prestigious clan between the western and southern regions. After entering the Su clan's territory, there were Su clan symbols everywhere. However, Fong Chun was not in the mood to observe this at all. He had been thinking about his disciple Kong Jiao. Don't panic. Yun Ling glanced at Fong Chun and reminded him in a low voice. The latter nodded, took a deep breath, and followed Yun Ling into the Su clan city. Ha ha, the Ling clan has come to visit. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. The Su clan master personally welcomed them. His gaze fell on Yun Ling and a trace of slyness flashed in the depths of his eyes. This way, please. Under the accompaniment of the Su clan master, the Ling clan was quickly settled in the city. The competition of the younger generation will be in 3 days. Everyone can rest in peace during this period. The Su clan master and Yun Ling left the mansion to discuss some matters. As soon as the two powerhouses left, Fong Chun was ready to leave. Fong Chun, where are you going? Lingshan walked over and asked in a low voice. Going out for a walk. Fong Chun said, It's your first time in the Su clan city. You must not be familiar with it. I'll accompany you. After saying that, she strode out of the mansion without caring whether Fong Chun agreed or not. The Su clan city was very prosperous. The streets were full of traffic, and people came and went. Countless hawking voices echoed in Fong Chen's ears. Actually, the Su clan was just an ordinary small clan a long time ago. The two walked side by side on the street. Lingshan introduced to Fong Chun. Later, a peerless genius appeared in the Su clan. It was said that this genius of the Su clan gathered 81 supreme ancestral eyes and glimpsed a trace of the power of the supreme law. His strength soared, and he became a peerless powerhouse. Since then, the Su clan soared into the sky. At its peak, the Su clan once dominated the western region. However, later on, the genius of the Su clan seemed to have some problems and was hunted down by his enemies. Not long after, the Su clan announced that they would withdraw from the ranks of the western region's overlords. Ling Shan spoke confidently. At that time, the Su family's patriarch was quite wise. At their peak, the Su family had made too many enemies. After their guardian deity disappeared, the Su family was attacked from both sides. After they withdrew from the ranks of the overlords, although their power declined a lot, they still managed to keep a trace of hope. Hearing this, Fong Chun was slightly moved. He never thought that in the history of the Su family, there would actually be a peerless expert. It seemed that every force that could survive the endless passage of time could not be underestimated. What's up ahead? Suddenly, Fang Chun stopped in his tracks and looked ahead with his pitch-black eyes. There was a tall building there, and behind the tall building was a huge mineral vein. That's the Su's mine, Lingshan said. It's called the Purple Cloud Mine, the most important property of the Sus. Every year, the profits from the Purple Cloud or trade are enough to feed the entire Su family. There's a very strong seal around this mine. It is said that it was personally set up by the unparalleled expert of the Su family. Over the years, there have been many forces that have tried to spy on the Su family's Purple Cloud Mine, but without exception, they all failed. Lingshan continued. This is also the reason why the Su family dared to openly place the entrance of the mine in such a conspicuous place in the city. Unfortunately, Lingshan sighed at this point. Unfortunately what? Fangchen asked. Due to the uniqueness of the Purple Cloud Mine, the people who collect it must have a strong physique. Therefore, over the countless years, the Su family has been capturing martial artists with special physiques and enslaving them to mine for them. Countless martial artists could not withstand the brilliance of the Su family and died in the mine. At the end, Lingshan shook her head helplessly. Fangchen walked straight towards the tall building because he sensed Kong Jio's aura inside. What are you doing? Lingshan stopped Fangchen and asked. Unrelated people are not allowed to come within 100 meters of the Purple Cloud building. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy, Lingshan said. Fangchen frowned as a series of thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, he gave up. Let's go back. You've only been out for a while. Why aren't you shopping anymore? Lingshan asked. Fangchen minded his own business and returned to his residence to rest. In the dark night, one could not see their fingers. A black shadow suddenly shot out from the Ling family's residence. Then, the black shadow merged into the darkness and disappeared without a trace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fangchen's attainments in the space-time Dao had reached an unimaginable level. His control over his body was simply too perfect, unless it was a holy venerate or tribulation venerate. Otherwise, no one would be able to discover his existence. Soon, Fangchen arrived in front of the Purple Cloud building. The Purple Cloud building was brightly lit. From the outside, one could see countless guards guarding the Purple Cloud building. Fangchen snorted coldly. His body dissipated and turned into nothingness. He used the space-time escape technique and quietly passed through the Purple Cloud building. There it is. Soon, Fangchen found the entrance to the Purple Cloud or vein. Thud, thud, thud. Fangchen stepped into the Purple Cloud or vein. The Purple Cloud was a very special This contained extremely strong energy. After ordinary martial artists absorbed it, their physical body would quickly become stronger. What huge vein! Fangchen whispered. He walked in the darkness and observed the situation in the vein. At the same time, he activated the Chaos Sword body to resist the gravity in the Purple Cloud or vein. Buzz! The sword chi in his body vibrated and resonated with Kong Jio. Over there, Fangchen found the right direction and quickly headed towards where Kong Jio was. In the depths of the Purple Cloud or vein, Kong Jio leaned against the wall. His face was pale and he was panting. I don't know when it will end, Kong Jio murmured. Back then, he and she went on an adventure together and accidentally obtained the inheritance of a powerful martial artist. However, when the Su family found out about it, they were exterminated. Junior sister, I hope you are safe, Kong Jio said in a low voice. Master taught us that no matter what we encounter, we can't give up easily, and we can't lose our rationality. Although I am now under the control of the Su family, and they're constantly torturing me to make me tell them where you are, I will never tell them. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, the energy in Kong Jio's body shook violently. Kong Jio's face changed, and he was shocked. Master? His heart beat faster. He stood up and looked into the distance. Swoosh! In the darkness, a ray of light shot out. In the blink of an eye, a black figure appeared in front of him. A familiar face and aura. Master! Kong Jio shouted excitedly. Jior, how are you? Seeing that Kong Jio was fine, Fang Chun was relieved. He took a step forward and walked toward Kong Jio. Don't come over. Kong Jio shouted anxiously. Fang Chun stopped and looked at Kong Jio in confusion. He spread out his powerful divine sense and covered Kong Jio's body. Soon he noticed something. Seal? Master, the Su family has engraved a strong seal in my body. As long as an outsider approaches me, they will know. Kong Jio said, Jior is already very happy to be able to see Master at this time. Kong Jio knew the power of the Su family and did not want to involve his master. What's going on? Why were you captured by the Su family? Fang Chun forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart as he stood in front of Kong Jio and asked. It's a long story. Kong Jio told Fang Shi about his experience with Fang Chun. The latter was furious when he heard the news. The Su family. Fang Chun clenched his fists. He wanted to destroy the Su family. However, reason told him that he could not do anything to the Su family by himself. Master, the Su family did not kill me because they wanted to use me as bait to lure Junior Sister to save me. The Su family is too powerful. Master, don't be rash. Leave quickly and don't worry about me. Kong Jio said, You are my disciple. How can I not care about you? Fang Chun said, Don't worry. I will find a way to save you. After that, Fang Chun did not waste any more time. He sat cross-legged and devoted himself to breaking the seal. Buzz. His divine sense came into contact with the seal in Kong Jio's body and was immediately repelled. What seal is this? Chapter 2965. The seal in Kong Jio's body was very powerful. Moreover, as soon as Fang Chen's divine sense touched it, it was bounced back. He felt dizzy, as if his entire body had suffered a great impact. Fang Chun thought that he had made some achievements in the Tao of Seals. But now, he couldn't see what the seal in Kong Jio's body was. Oh no! Just as Fang Chun was deep in thought, he suddenly sensed something strange in the air. Master, let's go. Kong Jio also seemed to realize something and shouted loudly. Fang Chun didn't stay. His figure flashed and disappeared in the purple cloud mineral vein. Rumble. In the mineral vein, a powerful force emerged. In the blink of an eye, a phantom condensed out of thin air. He looked around and didn't find anything. He was very puzzled. Who was it that touched the restriction just now? The butler stared at Kong Jio and asked sternly, Who touched you just now? Kong Jio shook his head. There are seals everywhere in the purple cloud mineral vein. You know better than anyone how difficult it is to get close to me. Then why? The seal in Kong Jio's body changed and attracted the butler's attention. After a round of interrogation, the butler didn't get any useful information from Kong Jio. However, he secretly left some doubts in his heart. After the butler left, Kong Jio breathed a sigh of relief. At night, Fang Chun had been sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, looking up at the dim sky with his dark eyes. The seal is too strong and bounced back my divine sense. I can't do anything at all. Fang Chen's heart was in a mess. Although he knew that his disciple was imprisoned, he didn't know where to start. Your heart is in a mess. The immortal scepter transmitted a message. Although the seal in your disciple's body is strong, it is not unbreakable. You have something that can restrain the seal in his body. The immortal scepter continued. At the critical moment, it reminded Fang Chun. What is it? Do you still remember the sky sealing tablet? Hearing this, Fang Chun was shocked. He was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. That's right. How could he have forgotten about the heaven sealing tablet? Can the sealed heaven tablet break the seal in my disciple's body? Fang Chun asked hurriedly. The power of the heaven sealing tablet is not something you can imagine. The immortal scepter said, back then, the heaven sealing tablet was said to be able to seal the primordial chaos with a single thought. Although it's a little exaggerated, it's obvious how powerful the heaven sealing tablet is. It's just that after the heaven sealing tablet's owner died, the heaven sealing tablet was sealed. The world doesn't know about it. The immortal scepter continued. The real heaven sealing tablet is the ancestor of all seals in the world. Hearing the immortal scepter's words, Fang Chun was a little excited. Doesn't that mean? Fong Chun said with a smile. Don't think that it's that simple. If you want to break the seal in your disciple's body, you'll need to activate the heaven-sealing tombstone and borrow the power of the heaven-sealing tombstone to forcibly shatter it. The immortal scepter said, your only advantage now is that you have the immortal star power. You could try and see if you can activate the heaven-sealing tablet. In fact, the immortal scepter's meaning was very simple. With the immortal star power, the possibility of success was very high. I'll try. 3 days later, the competition between the younger generation of the Ling clan and the Su clan was finally about to begin. On the Ling clan side, they sent out the lineup headed by Fong Chun. On the other hand, the Su clan also called back all their peerless geniuses outside. In a huge square, countless warriors were watching. On the rostrum, Yin Ling, and the Su clan master sat side by side. What do you think? The Su clan master asked with a smile. The Ling clan is a guest. The rules can be set by you. Yin Ling shook her head. Compared to the plan that the Su clan master already has in mind, the Ling clan has no objection. Hearing this, the Su clan master smiled and said, in that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse. The Su clan has indeed made a perfect plan. Not long ago, we had a sparring session. Although it was a sparring session between the younger generation, it was more for the weaker ones. This time, in order to save time, I suggest that each clan directly send out 3 of their most outstanding geniuses. Simple and direct. What do you think? No problem. Yin Ling already had a candidate in mind. Clap, clap. The Su clan master clapped his hands. Suddenly, 3 burly figures walked out of the crowd. Seeing this, the crowd applauded. The 3 from the Su clan will fight. Seeing the 3 people walking out of the crowd, Fong Chun frowned. The 3 from the Su clan are all-star venerables. Ling Shan and the others are no match for them at all. He was secretly calculating in his heart. The Su clan will definitely win this sparring session. Yeah, I didn't expect the 3 senior brothers Su Mu, Su Wu, and Su Nan all come back. Who in the same realm can resist their attacks? Yeah, not to mention the others. The 3 from the Su clan are monstrous geniuses who have the potential to become universe gods. In an instant, countless warriors in the square were discussing animatedly. Su Mu, Su Wu, and Su Nin enjoyed the attention of the crowd and revealed faint smiles on their faces. The Ling clan, Yin Ling, O's expression changed. Although she knew the 3 from the Su clan were strong, she still had to send out disciples to fight. However, she was interrupted by Fong Chun halfway through her sentence. The Ling clan will only send me out. He took a step forward and walked to the side of Su Mu and the other 2, looking at them from a distance. Why? Is there no one else in the Ling clan? Su Nan sneered and looked at Fong Chun with disdain. You want to fight with the 3 of us? You are courting death. Su Wu curled his lips and said. Only Su Mu remained silent and looked at Fong Chun quietly. Suddenly, his pupils shrank and his body trembled. The slight change in his body caught the attention of Su Nan and Su Wu. Brother. The 2 of them looked at Su Mu in confusion and asked softly. Su Mu waved his hand and stopped the 2 of them. Then he walked toward Fong Chun step by step. He looked at Fong Chun with a complicated look in his eyes. When he reached Fong Chun, he finally stopped and said word by word, You are Fong Chun? The name Fong Chun was unfamiliar in the southwest region. No one had heard of it before. Even a master of the Su clan was confused. Why did Su Mu's expression become unnatural after seeing this person? Brother, who is he? Su Nin asked. That's right. What kind of person is he to be so important to Big Brother? Su Wu said, When the 3 of us join forces, we even dare to fight with a holy venerate. The person in front of us is only an initial star venerate. They did not understand why Su Mu valued Fong Chun so much. Moreover, they could clearly feel the heavy aura from him. They knew better than anyone else what it meant when Su Mu released such an aura. It meant that Su Mu had met a strong opponent. Even Su Mu himself was not sure if he could defeat such a strong opponent. Such a strong opponent was very scary. However, Su Wu and Su Nin did not understand. Was Su Mu's series of changes all because of Fong Chun? or it was the guy in front of them pretending to be weak. Su Mu. The master of the Su clan's voice came from the rostrum. Hearing this, Su Mu's expression gradually returned to normal. He then explained, "This person is Fong Chun. Perhaps you have never heard of this name. However, he is in the Immortal Academy of Creation and is famous in the Ancient God Institute." Even a master of the Su clan was stunned when he heard the words, Immortal Academy of Creation. A genius from the Immortal Academy of Creation? He is ranked first on the Immortal Ancient God list in the Ancient God Institute. Su Mu's following words caused a great shock. What? Exclamations came from the crowd. All the cultivators stared at Fong Chun with their mouths agape. Ranked first on the Immortal Ancient God list. Did this mean that Fong Chun was once the strongest ancient god in the immemorial chaos? So what? Although the first on the Immortal Ancient God list is strong, it is only limited to the ancient god level, Su Nan said coldly. That's right. Now we are all at the god level. No matter how monstrous he is, he can't be stronger than us, Su Wu said firmly. Chapter 2966. Su Mu had also entered the Immortal Academy of Creation. At that time, his cultivation was only in the life ancient realm, so he could only enter the Ancient God Academy. In the Ancient God Academy, he had received powerful inheritances from powerful experts and gained something from each of them. However, during this time, Fong Chen's name had spread in the Ancient God Academy. When Su Mu had succeeded and wanted to challenge Fong Chun, the latter had already become the first on the Immortal Ancient God list. At that time, the Immortal Academy of Creation had closed, and they had left the Ancient God Academy. They had not expected to see him here. Although you're the first on the Immortal Ancient God list, the three brothers of the Su clan do not agree with you. However, it is meaningless to argue about who is the strongest ancient god now. We have all reached the Star Venerable Realm, so let's fight at this level, Su Mu said gloomily. Cut the crap. I, Su Nan, want to see how strong the first on the Immortal Ancient God list is. Before Su Mu could finish his words, Su Nan had already attacked. Rumble. The battle was about to start. Su Nan's body emitted an extremely powerful force. He clenched his fist and punched toward Fong Chun. On the rostrum, Yin Linger wanted to say something, but she was stopped by the master of the Su clan. I didn't expect the Ling clan to have such a genius. Well, since he took the initiative to challenge the third son of the Su clan, we should prepare for the worst, the master of the Su clan said with a smile. In the middle of the square, Su Nan's flaming fist landed heavily on Fong Chen's body. You can surpass many warriors in the ancient god realm, but when you step into the god realm, your halo will disappear. I, Su Nan, will trample you under my feet. When the heavenly road appeared, Su Nan and Su Wu had tried their best to enter, but they had failed. Only the eldest brother, Su Mu, had entered the Immortal Academy of Creation. Su Nan and Su Wu were furious. Hearing that Fong Chun had walked out of the Immortal Academy of Creation, Su Nan's attack became fiercer. He wanted to let the world know that even if he did not enter the Immortal Academy of Creation, he could still kill the geniuses who walked out. Dong! When the flaming fist touched Fong Chen's body, it exploded instantly. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chun was covered in a sea of fire. The temperature was so high that it could burn him at any time. Hiss! 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 The hot flames burned Fong Chen's body. The Chaos Sword body automatically activated, and a halo of sword chi enveloped Chun Xiaobei's body, easily blocking the burning flames. Flames! Fong Chun raised his head and looked at Su Nan mockingly. I'm least afraid of fire attacks. As soon as he said those words, he unleashed the full might of his fire origin bloodline, causing powerful flames to surge into the sky. Crack! The powerful flames formed by the fire origin bloodline directly swallowed Su Nan's flame attack at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dong! Su Nan felt a strong rebound force coming at him. His body rapidly retreated. Su Nan's eyes were burning as he stared at the flames surrounding Fong Chun. What a powerful fire bloodline. If I can get it, my strength will definitely rise again. Thinking of this, Su Nan licked his dry lips and shouted in a low voice. Flames covered his body. He used his strongest attack and rushed towards Fang Chun. Die! Sunan gathered all the strength in his body and threw out a punch. He even integrated the immortal star force. The power of this punch had completely surpassed Sunan's defense. Crack! Sunan's body flew out like a kite. Pucci! Sunan's throat moved. He spat out a large amount of blood. His face turned pale, and he fainted. Sunan! Su Wu rushed in front of Sunan in a big stride and carried him up. How dare you hurt my brother? Su Wu glared at Fang Chun. He wanted to tear him into pieces. Why don't you say that your brother is too weak? Fang Chun shrugged. Enough. The Su family head on the rostrum scolded. This is a competition between the younger generation of the Su family and the Ling family. Don't embarrass yourself. He waved his hand, and the elders of the Su family quickly took Sunan away. Only Su Wu and Su Mu were left in the square. Su Wu was burning with anger and was about to attack. Su Mu, on the other hand, was staring at Fang Chun. You're no match for me, Fang Chun said with contempt. Humph! You'll pay for your arrogance, Su Wu roared in anger. Sky awakened hand. Su Wu growled. He lifted his palm and continuously formed seals in the void. Soon, a sky full of handprints appeared in the void. This was the Su family's unique skill, Sky Awakened Hand. When cultivated to the pinnacle, one's handprint could split mountains with a single thought. Invincible Sword Principle. Facing Su Wu's Sky Awakened Hand, Fang Chun did not dare to be careless. He performed the Invincible Sword Principle. The Hidden Star Sword released a powerful sword aura that shot up to the sky. The Su family head's face changed when he saw the Hidden Star Sword. Half-stepped to the Emperor realm, his heart was filled with astonishment. A star venerable martial artist had a half-step to the Emperor realm weapon. It was unbelievable. Come back. The Su family head quickly stopped Su Wu. Unfortunately, it was too late. Su Wu's Sky Awakened Hand had attacked and could not stop. Whoosh! A dazzling sword light pierced toward Su Wu at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. At the same time, the overbearing Hidden Star Sword pierced through the void and rushed toward Su Wu. Dong! The handprints in the sky caught the dazzling sword light. Su Wu sneered. How dare you claim to be number one on the immortal ancient god list with such skills? Su Wu sneered and exerted force in his palm. With a crack, the dazzling sword light broke. It was as if he could already see the scene of Fang Chun being killed. However, at this moment, the Su family head's voice echoed in his ears. He turned around and saw the Su family head's face was filled with anxiety. He took a step forward and rushed toward Su Wu. Unfortunately, the speed of the Hidden Star Sword was even faster. Puff! When Su Wu's body was pierced by the Hidden Star Sword, the Su family head rushed over and forced the Hidden Star Sword to retreat. At the same time, he sealed all of Su Wu's acupuncture points. Su family head, don't you think it's too much for you to attack in public when the younger generation is sparring? Yinling stood up and said with a frown, if the Su family can't afford to lose, we can call off the sparring. The sparring is over. The disciple of the Ling family used a half-step martial emperor weapon. How can Su Wu be his opponent? The Su family head said, moreover, I only attacked to save Su Wu. I didn't attack the disciple of the Ling family. It's not against the rules. After a slight pause, the Su family's patriarch continued. Su Wu admits defeat in this match. He threw the unconscious Su Wu to the elder of the Su family and said to Yinlinger on the rostrum, we fought 2 rounds today. There's only 1 round left. We'll fight again tomorrow. After saying that, he swung his sleeves and left. At the back mountain of the Su family. I didn't expect a star venerable to have a half-step martial emperor weapon, the Su family head said in a deep voice. Behind him, Su Mu stood quietly. Family head, from the battle between that guy and Sunan and Su Wu, we can see that he's extraordinary. Without a half-step martial emperor weapon, I'm confident that I can defeat him. But now the Su family head waved his hand. The reason why I asked you to fight him tomorrow is to buy time for you. He has a half-step martial emperor weapon, but so does the Su family. This time, You must kill him and take the half-step martial emperor weapon. The Su family head's figure flashed and disappeared from the forbidden area. After a long while, he returned with a worn-out sword in his hand. Su Mu was surprised when he saw this. The half-step martial emperor weapon of the Su family used to be perfect, but there were some problems that caused it to be seriously damaged. Even so, it's not something an ordinary weapon can compare with, the Su family head said. Are you confident? Su Mu nodded and took the broken longsword. After Su Mu left, a black figure appeared in the back mountain. Lord, that guy called Fang Chun, don't kill him in tomorrow's battle. Capture him and bring him to me, the corpse demon said in a hoarse voice. Although the Su family head was confused, he nodded and agreed. After he left, the corpse demon laughed heartily. It's him, a half-step martial emperor weapon and a star of venerable cultivation. It's definitely not a coincidence. He was happy that he was the first to find the human wanted by the Su family. Chapter 2967. In the Ling family manor. Yin Ling flicked her finger and a huge talisman transformed into an independent space, enveloping the two of them and preventing others from probing. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Fang Chun and said, "You're too reckless." Fang Chun knew what she was talking about. A half-step martial emperor weapon was of great importance. If it was exposed, it would definitely lead to a fatal disaster. The Su family head stopped the sparring. He must be preparing to deal with you. Yin Ling said, with the Su family's background, they might really have a way to deal with you. Remember to be careful. After the battle tomorrow, I'll take you away immediately. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The figure of his disciple, Kong Jiao, appeared in Fang Chen's mind. When he saw Kong Jiao, he had already changed his strategy. It wasn't as easy to save Kong Jiao as he thought. However, he already had a foolproof plan. The next day, the battle came as scheduled. On the rostrum, the Su family head sat quietly with a calm expression, as if he wasn't worried about Fang Chen at all. In the middle of the square, Su Mu held a broken longsword in his hand and stared at Fang Chun. He said in a deep voice, "I have to say that you're very strong. But today, I'll use your blood to wash away yesterday's humiliation." "Is that so? I'm afraid you won't have the chance." Fang Chun said indifferently. "You have a half-step martial emperor weapon, so do I. I like to see how strong you are without your weapon. What do you have to fight me with?" Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the broken longsword in Su Mu's hand released a powerful aura that swept across the ground. Su Tian sword technique. Su Mu used the Su family's strongest sword technique right from the start. Together with the half-step martial emperor longsword, his attack was at its strongest. Invincible sword principle. Fang Chun didn't hold back and used the strongest move of the invincible sword principle. Whoosh! The collision of the two half-step martial emperor weapons caused the square to shake. If it weren't for the powerful restriction on the square, it would have been shattered. Dong! Just as Su Mu was about to block Fang Chen's attack, the latter suddenly punched him. In a hurry, Su Mu was sent flying by Fang Chen's punch. Crack! The Su family's half-step martial emperor weapon was actually sent flying by the hidden star sword. "How dare you challenge me with a broken half-step martial emperor weapon?" Fang Chun sneered. Controlling the hidden star sword, he launched a thunderous counterattack. In the blink of an eye, Su Mu was suppressed by Fang Chun. The battle prowess that Fang Chun displayed was much stronger than yesterday. He hid his strength. The Su family head's face was filled with a complicated expression. On the other hand, Su Mu, who had been suppressed, had fallen into a state of madness. "I'm Su Mu. I can't lose." This was the only thought in his mind. He clenched his teeth and ignited his blood essence. At the same time, he forced his half-step martial emperor's sword to its limit. Boom! Su Mu's body emitted an explosive sound. His body staggered as though he would fall to the ground at any moment. Invincible sword Dao slash. Fang Chun slashed out with his sword and struck Su Mu's body. Dong! A powerful halo of power emerged around Su Mu's body and blocked the attack of the hidden star sword. "I'm going to kill you." Su Mu looked up to the sky and let out an angry roar. "Get lost." Seeing Su Mu's attack, Fang Chun backhanded his sword and forced Su Mu to retreat. At the same time, he secretly activated the immortal star power and integrated it into the hidden star sword. Die! The hidden star sword pierced through the void and pierced toward Su Mu with unparalleled sword Dao power. Puchi! The power in Su Mu's body was useless. There was no resistance at all. The sword pierced through his body. He widened his eyes and stared at Fang Chun. His head was empty and his body fell to the ground. Until his death, he did not know why Fang Chun's power had suddenly increased so much. Whoosh! The entire square was in an uproar. The Su family's patriarch stood up immediately. Everyone in the Su family glared at Fang Chun furiously. Su family head, Fang Chun did not violate the rules. Yunling stood up and emphasized, "Get lost." Su Mu's death had completely enraged the Su family head. He slammed his palm toward Yunling, and then rushed toward Fang Chun in a flash. Whoosh! Yunling shook her wrist, and powerful talismans flew all over the sky, trapping the Su family head in the middle. While the Su family head and Yunling were fighting fiercely, Fang Chun took the broken long sword of the half-step emperor realm. The battle in the sky was getting more and more intense. The smile on Fang Chun's face was getting brighter and brighter. He did not know when the sealed sky tablet appeared in his hand. Hiss! The sealed sky tablet shone with dazzling light and constantly absorbed the powerful force in the void. Not enough, far from enough, Fang Chun whispered. At the same time, he activated the sealed sky tablet to absorb quickly. After being enlightened by the immortal scepter, Fang Chun tried to activate the sealed sky tablet with the immortal star power. He did not expect to succeed. He learned some information from the sealed sky tablet and knew that he could not activate it with his own strength. Hence, he could only rely on the power of the experts. Yunling, and the Su family head were both half-step universe gods. The amount of energy emitted from the battle between the two of them was enormous. The power was absorbed by the sealed sky tablet. In the blink of an eye, the sealed sky tablet shone brighter by 30%. This made Fang Chun even more excited. He took the risk of killing Su Mu in order to completely enrage the Su clan's patriarch and make him fight Yunling faster. He was anxious. After all, this was the Su family. If he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. I must succeed. The battle between the two experts caused a great commotion. However, the Su family seemed to have known that the battle was inevitable. Hence, they were relatively calm. Hiss! As time passed, the sealed sky tablet shone brighter and brighter. After a while, the sealed sky tablet was 80% activated. The power is not enough. Fang Chun was anxious. At this moment, the power that should be absorbed had been absorbed. What should I do? Fang Chun's eyes flickered. He gritted his teeth and took out the hidden star sword. Swoosh! His figure flickered and disappeared into the void. When the Su family head was forced back by Yunling, talisman, he suddenly appeared behind him. Kacha! The hidden star sword pierced the Su family head's back with a strong power of sword principle. Dong! At the same time, Fang Chun was also sent flying by the strong power. You're courting death. The Su family head was furious. He wanted to kill Fang Chun, but was stopped by Yunling. Dong! Fang Chun climbed out of the big hole in the ground. He gritted his teeth and felt pain all over his body. However, his face was full of smiles. As expected of a half-universe god, a drop of blood could activate the sealed sky tablet by 10%. At this moment, the sealed sky tablet was 90% activated. Just now, Fang Chun took a hit from the Su family head and collected a drop of blood at the risk of being injured. Only 10% left. Fang Chun muttered to himself as his mind raced. This time, it would be difficult to sneak attack the Su clan's clan head. Let's fight. In a flash, Yunling was suppressed by the Su family head. Fang Chun gritted his teeth. There was no time to waste. He could only give it his all. Success or failure depends on this. Fang Chun shouted and jumped. He activated the chaotic sword body to the extreme. At the same time, he took out the immortal scepter and blocked in front of his chest. Die! Seeing Fang Chun rushing over, the Su family head threw a punch. Dong! The strong power hit the immortal scepter and was immediately dissolved. Fang Chun received a heavy blow through the air, but he still managed to hold on. Do it! When he was close to the Su family head, Fang Chun roared and released a strong power from the immortal scepter. At the same time, the immortal star power was activated. When the Su family head's fist came, it was blocked by the immortal scepter. Kacha! Fang Chun held the hidden star sword and suddenly slashed at the Su family head. With a swoosh, one of the Su family head's fingers was cut off by the hidden star sword. Hiss! The sealed sky tablet quickly absorbed it and suddenly brightened to the extreme. The Su family head was furious. After breaking through the restriction of the immortal scepter, his strong aura directly suppressed Fang Chun. However, at this moment, the sealed sky tablet was 100% activated. A layer of ripples quietly appeared in the void. The next moment, the whole Su family disappeared in the ripples. Buzz! The whole world was silent in an instant. Fang Chun's body landed on the ground. Phew! He took a deep breath, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Chapter 2968. Although Fang Chun's body was now covered with wounds, his face was filled with an excited smile. When the entire Su family was enveloped by the sealed sky monument, he knew that his plan had succeeded. Yunling, who was fighting fiercely with the Su family's patriarch, was shocked to find that she had appeared in an unfamiliar environment, surrounded by a very dangerous aura. What's going on? She abruptly turned her head to look and shockingly discovered that the Ling family disciples were nowhere to be seen. Even the Su family couldn't sense what had happened. Could it be that an expert had secretly made a move? Just when Yunling was surprised, Fang Chun appeared beside her. Are you okay? Seeing Fang Chun covered with wounds, Yunling hurriedly asked. Fang Chun shook his head. I'm fine. You don't have to panic. I have sealed the Su family with the sealed sky monument. Sealed sky monument. Hearing these 3 words, Yunling's heart was set off stormy waves. She knew better than anyone what the sealed sky monument meant. You actually got the sealed sky monument? Yunling's calm face showed a touch of shock. Her heart beat faster, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a complicated look. Although she was a talisman master, she specialized in talismans. However, the Tao of talismans and the Tao of seals were somewhat related. When she was cultivating, she paid special attention to sealing. Back then, he was known as the heaven-sealing Great Emperor, a sealing expert whose name shook the primeval chaos. And his weapon was the sealed sky monument. It was said that the sealed sky monument was personally refined by the Great Emperor Feng Tian. It contained the Great Emperor Feng Tian's lifetime comprehension and understanding of sealing. At that time, there was a sentence that spread widely in the ancient chaos. Whoever could get the sealed sky monument had the hope of becoming the new Great Emperor Feng Tian. Countless martial artists went crazy for it. However, with the disappearance of the Great Emperor Feng Tian, the sealed sky monument gradually disappeared. Yunling didn't expect that Fang Chun would have the sealed sky monument. It was too unbelievable. The sealed sky monument of the Great Emperor Feng Tian. Yunling's beautiful eyes stared at Fang Chun's palm. A stone tablet the size of a palm was lying quietly in his palm. The stone tablet was surrounded by an extremely dense sealing aura. This was the legendary sealing heaven tablet, the supreme sealing heaven tablet. It really is the heaven sealing tablet. Yunling cried out involuntarily, her delicate body trembling. Wong, a strong aura was emitted from the heaven sealing boulder, encapsulating the entire space. I need your help. Fang Chun looked straight at Yunling and said in a deep voice. Hearing Fang Chun's words, Yunling woke up from her shock and looked at Fang Chun with her beautiful eyes. Now, she finally understood why Fang Chun wanted to kill Su Mu, the most talented of the 3 sons of the Su clan. This was all part of his plan. From beginning to end, the Su family had been led by the nose by Fang Chun. With Fang Chun's strength, it was simply not enough to activate the sealed heaven tombstone. Therefore, he needed to rely on external forces, and Fang Chun targeted the Su family patriarch. He killed Su Mu forcefully and angered the master of the Su clan, causing him to attack recklessly. The aura from the battle between the two half-step universe gods was too vast. During this period, the sealed heaven tablet had been absorbing the strong aura to operate. Impressive, Yunlinger exclaimed in her heart and looked at Fang Chun in a new light. An ordinary warrior would definitely not dare to take such a risk. After all, the opponent was a half-step universe god. Any carelessness would lead to death. Although the sealed heaven tablet has sealed the Su clan, it won't last long, Fang Chun muttered. Help me control the sealed heaven tablet. I'll save my disciple. Yunlinger did not expect Fang Chun to pass such an important thing to her. She was stunned and opened her mouth. She wanted to say something, but she stopped. In one's life, one will meet all kinds of people or things. Although the world now is full of intrigue, one has to try to trust. Fang Chun grinned. After your evil spirit and the evil spirit in your body were purified by the Buddhist aura of the ancient Song monks, I knew that you were trustworthy. Fang Chun shook his wrist and threw the sealed heaven tablet to Yunling. The latter was touched by Fang Chun's words. After receiving the sealed heaven tablet, she nodded heavily. Thank you for your trust. Yunlinger clasped her fist and said to Fang Chun. Then, the strong aura of the talisman suddenly spread out and rushed into the sealed heaven tablet. The light on the sealed heaven tablet suddenly soared. I can hold on for an hour, Yunlinger said. That's enough. Fang Chun's body flashed, and he came to the purple cloud mineral vein again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a few leaps, he came to Kong Jiao. Jiao, Fang Chun called. Kong Jiao's body suddenly shook, and he looked at Fang Chun excitedly. Master, don't talk, cooperate with me. Fang Chun didn't want to waste time. He sat down cross-legged and formed a complicated seal with his hands. He began to break the seal in Kong Jiao's body. Sensing Fang Chun's power entering his body, Kong Jiao began to guide it. Buzz. Just like before, Fang Chun felt a strong rejection as soon as his power entered Kong Jiao's body. However, this time, Fang Chun came prepared. When he sensed the rejection, he used the power of the sealed heaven tablet to easily resist the rejection in Kong Jiao's body. Seal! Fang Chun's deep eyes stared at Kong Jiao's body. Around him, a powerful sealing force emerged. With the help of the sealed heaven tablet, Fang Chun could easily see through the trajectory of the seal in Kong Jiao's body. What an exquisite trajectory! If it weren't for the sealed heaven tablet, even a tribulation supremacy wouldn't be able to break the seal. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. Immediately, he formed a complicated seal with his hands and constantly attacked the seal in Kong Jiao's body. Time passed bit by bit. Fang Chun's forehead was full of sweat. In the sky above the Su family city, Yunling stood quietly in a green robe, her hair draped over her shoulders. Her beautiful eyes stared at the sealed heaven tablet in her palm. While controlling the sealed heaven tablet, she comprehended the seal insights left behind by the sealed heaven great emperor. In the blink of an eye, an hour was almost up. Rumble. A deafening sound came from the world. Yunling felt the sealed heaven tablet tremble and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Fang Chun. The Su family's counterattack is too strong. The sealed heaven tablet can no longer seal them. Buzz. At this moment, two figures appeared out of thin air above the purple cloud mine. Master, let's go, Kong Jiao said worriedly. Fang Chun nodded. Just as he was about to leave, his heart suddenly moved. Give me the sealed heaven tablet. Yunling threw the sealed heaven tablet over. Fang Chun caught in his palm. Then, he made a crazy move. Hiss! A blinding glow burst out from the heaven-sealing boulder as its sealing power was doubled all of a sudden. What is he doing? Yunling in the distance widened her eyes, not understanding what Fang Chun was doing. Crash! Controlling the sealed heaven tablet, a huge sealing power completely enveloped the entire purple cloud mine. Rise! Fang Chun bit his finger and dripped a drop of black hole bloodline essence blood on the sealed heaven tablet. Suddenly, the sealed heaven tablet was fully activated, uprooting the entire purple cloud mine and sealing it. Keep. Seeing this, Feng Chun was overjoyed. With a roar, the enormous purple cloud or vein began to shrink until it was the size of a palm and was sealed inside by the heaven-sealing monolith. Phew! After doing all this, Feng Chun breathed a sigh of relief and put away the sealed heaven tablet. Let's go. Crack! A crack suddenly appeared in the calm sky, as if the end of the world had arrived. Suddenly, a huge city appeared out of thin air in the crack. Dong! The Su family city broke out of the seal and shook the surroundings. Damn it! An angry roar came out. The anger in the heart of the Su family's patriarch reached its peak. He slammed out a palm, and a mountain outside the Su family city was instantly turned into ashes. Ling family. At this moment, everyone from the Ling family had disappeared without a trace. I will not let you go. The Su family's patriarch roared with scarlet eyes. Restraining his aura, he turned around and was ready to issue an order. However, at this moment, his body suddenly froze. His scarlet eyes gradually calmed down. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked at the city in disbelief. Where's the purple cloud mine? Chapter 2969. What's going on? The Su family head opened his eyes wide, unable to believe what he saw. The huge purple cloud or vein, with a radius of 100 miles, was all or veins. How could such a huge or vein disappear into thin air? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Su family head flashed and arrived in front of the purple cloud tower. The reason why the Su family chose to build their city here was because of the purple cloud or vein. Within a radius of 100 miles, there was a huge purple cloud or vein. The purple cloud tower was the only entrance, and the other places had strong seals. Unless a universe god expert came personally, it was impossible for anyone to uproot it. What's going on? Could it be the Ling family? In the heart of the Su family's patriarch, he suddenly thought of the strange thing that happened before. No matter what, this matter must be related to the Ling family. The Su family head's heart was burning with anger. He wasn't sure what methods the Ling family had to be able to seal the Su family city temporarily. There must be an expert who moved the purple cloud or vein away during this period. The Su family head said, "No matter who you are, no matter where you are, I will tear you into pieces." Rip! In the void, a black shadow flashed. Master! Although the Su family head was angry, he still greeted the corpse demon. The Ling family has an extremely powerful sealing treasure. In that moment, even I was trapped in the seal. The corpse demon said. The Su family head was unhappy. His Su family had always been working for the corpse demon. But at the crucial moment, when the Su family was in trouble, the corpse demon couldn't help much. Plus, even the purple cloud or vein was lost. This was simply asking for the Su family's life. The purple cloud or vein is huge, unless a universe god came personally. The corpse demon said, and I didn't feel the aura of a universe god just now. So there's only one explanation. The Ling family used a powerful sealing treasure to forcefully seal the purple cloud or vein away. Sealing treasure? What kind of sealing treasure can seal the purple cloud or vein away? The Su family head shook his head in disbelief. In a vast primordial chaos, there are all kinds of strange things. Perhaps the Ling family has an extremely powerful sealing treasure, the corpse demon said gloomily. Then I'll lead everyone from the Su family to the Ling family and annihilate them completely. The Su family head could no longer hold himself back and wanted to annihilate the Ling family. The corpse demon waved his hand to stop him. The Ling family's sealing treasure is indeed beyond my expectations. However, if you act rashly, the Ling family will take advantage of you. You should be very clear about the importance of the purple cloud or vein to my Su family. The Su family patriarch said in a deep voice, "Without the purple cloud or vein, how will my Su family survive? This is the lifeblood of my Su family. No matter what, I have to get the purple cloud or vein back. I know how important the purple cloud or vein is to your Su family. Since your Su family is cooperating with my corpse demon, I naturally won't watch your Sioux family being bullied by others. The corpse demon said indifferently, "Don't worry. This matter will be discussed at length. The Ling family will definitely be destroyed, and the purple cloud or vein will be recovered for your Sioux family." I hope so. The Sioux family patriarch was also very angry about the loss of the purple cloud or vein. He flung his robe and turned to leave. The corpse devil clan's eyes flickered with greed as they watched Sioux Mo's departing figure. The world's most precious treasure that can exert such great power, other than the sealed heaven tablet, I really can't think of any other. The corpse demon said indifferently. The sealed heaven tablet was the legendary sealed heaven great emperor's personal creation. It was a supreme, sacred object of sealing. Anyone who obtained the sealed heaven tablet could reach the pinnacle of sealing. I, the corpse demon, have suffered a lot because of the sealed heaven tablet. If I can obtain the sealed heaven tablet and cultivate a peerless powerhouse like the sealed heaven great emperor, it will be very beneficial to my family's plan. Thinking of this, the corpse demon's figure gradually faded. He didn't tell the Sioux family patriarch that the Ling family most likely had the sealed heaven tablet. He had selfish motives and wanted to take it for himself. Ancient Chaos, Southern Region. Ling family city in a luxurious mansion. Fong Chun led everyone back to the Ling family's territory through the night. After making arrangements for everyone, Yin Ling is stay behind. You sealed the purple cloud or vein in the sealed heaven tablet. Yin Ling asked with wide eyes. Fong Chun nodded. The purple cloud or vein was a good thing and was very valuable. It would be a waste not to take it. But the Sioux family will go crazy. Yin Ling was a little worried. Once the Sioux family went crazy, even she couldn't resist. The Sioux family has a deep foundation. If a full-scale war breaks out, the Ling family will probably not be able to resist. Yin Ling said frankly. Fong Chun looked straight at the sky and said faintly, "Since the Sioux family dares to have ideas about my disciple, they must be prepared for all the consequences." The Ling family entered a state of alert, fearing that the Sioux family would launch a large-scale attack. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the Sioux family did not send out any waves. As if nothing had happened, the Sioux family did not make a move. This surprised Yin Ling. The more it was like this, the more she felt depressed. This was the rhythm before the storm. The purple cloud or vein was a matter of great importance. The Sioux family would definitely not sit idly by. 3 days later, Fong Chun sat leisurely in the pavilion. Suddenly, the void flickered. A ray of starlight gradually transformed and condensed into a human figure. Brother Fong. When Dead Star Realm Lord saw Fong Chun, he grinned. Big Brother Dead Star. Fong Chun cupped his fists. He was very happy. The reason why he wasn't afraid of the Sioux family's revenge after taking the purple cloud or vein was Fong Chun's trump card. He contacted Dead Star Realm Lord, and the latter told him to do whatever he wanted. He would suppress a mere Sioux family. You brat, you actually brought the entire purple cloud or vein here. If I was the Sioux family's patriarch, I would also go crazy. Dead Star Realm Lord laughed. Only Fong Chun knew that this was just a clone. No one knew where his true self was cultivating. Big brother, how is Dead Star Realm now? Fong Chun asked. It's still all right. Ever since you left, there hasn't been any monstrous genius. I quite miss you. Dead Star Realm Lord said. After settling the Sioux family's matter, I will return to Dead Star Realm to cultivate in seclusion. I don't know when we will meet again. Fong Chun nodded. With Big Brother around, I naturally have nothing to fear from mere Sioux family. Dead Star Realm Lord shook his head. Although I can destroy the Sioux family with a wave of my hand, I can't do it directly. Fong Chun looked at Dead Star Realm Lord suspiciously. Dead Star Realm Lord explained. The forces behind the Sioux family are intricate and complicated. They also have Universe God experts supporting them. Moreover, the higher-ups in Immemorial Chaos have reached a consensus. No Universe God expert is allowed to interfere with an ordinary force. This is considered as a form of protection for the other forces by the top experts. Otherwise, if a Universe God were to take action, blood would flow like a river, and millions of corpses would be piled up. Wouldn't immemorial chaos be in a mess? Hearing that, Fong Chen nodded. This was an invisible rule set by the experts. The higher the level of the expert, the more they would pay attention to this. However, you don't have to worry. With me around, the universe god behind the Su family wouldn't dare to take action. The Su family also wouldn't bully the weak. If they want to find trouble with you, let the same realm experts do it, Dead Star Realm Lord said. In actual fact, Dead Star Realm Lord could use his powerful prestige to settle this matter. However, he didn't do so. Instead, he left a path for the Su family to take revenge. The arrival of Dead Star Realm Lord made Fong Chen extremely confident. With a powerful backing, he wasn't afraid of the Su family anymore. As for the Su family, after a few days of reorganization, they finally made a decision. The Su family had personally led a team to the Ling family's territory to demand an explanation. The Ling family used crafty schemes and despicable methods to snatch the purple cloud mine from our Su family. The Su family head said, "Our Su family will take back the purple cloud mine at all costs, and let the Ling family receive the punishment they deserve." Destroy the Ling family. Many martial artists shouted loudly. Let's go. Following the order of the Su family's patriarch, the majestic army left the Su family city. Before leaving, the Su family head turned his head and looked deep into the Su family city. In the calm void, there was a faintly discernible black figure. The corpse demon nodded at him from afar, indicating for him to be at ease. They had already prepared everything. Even if the opponent had a universe god expert, it wouldn't be of any use. With that, the Su family head was even more confident. Chapter 2970. Southwest Su family. The mighty army seemed to have turned out in full force. Wherever they passed, no one dared to stay away from them. What's happening? What is the Su family trying to do with such a huge formation? Looking at their route, they seem to be heading towards the southern region. Could the news that they have been spreading be true? What news? Secretly, some people were surprised and some asked. Previously, there were rumors that the Su family was ambitious and wanted to invade the southern region to destroy the Ling family and replace them. Among the crowd, someone transmitted his voice secretly. Immediately, countless martial artists exclaimed in surprise. What? Destroy the Ling family and replace them? Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. They couldn't imagine that the Su clan's ambition was so great. The Su family has always been the overlord of the southwest region, but they are nothing in the western region. I heard that they had set their sights on the fertile land in the southern region and wanted to occupy it. This time, the Su family's army is moving out. They should be well prepared. A great war. It was about to begin. The news of the Su family's movement spread rapidly. The southern region was instantly in an uproar. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that swept across the entire southern region. Other than the Ling family, who was prepared, the other forces were all terrified. If the rumors were true and the Su family's target was the entire southern region, then after the Ling family was destroyed, it would be them. Many leaders of forces gathered in the Ling family's city and requested to see the Ling family head to ask about the truth. At the same time, they also expressed their determination to fight against the external forces. The Ling family head gestured for everyone not to panic. Although the Su family was powerful, it was impossible for them to destroy the Ling family in a short period of time. In the clouds, Fong Chen and Absolute Star Boundary Lord sat side by side. Gulp. Absolute Star Boundary Lord held the wine cup in his hand and gulped it down in one gulp. Then, his face was filled with a joyful smile. It's really not bad. This wine is the best wine I've had in recent years, Absolute Star Boundary Lord praised. As a universe god expert, he had cultivated for countless years and tasted countless wines. However, there were very few wines that could truly make him praise them endlessly. He also looked at Fong Chen curiously. How did the latter get his hands on such good wine? This wine was given to me by Lu Xingxing, Fong Chen said. Lu Xingxing, Absolute Star Boundary Lord, was stunned for a moment. He widened his eyes and looked at Fong Chen. He confirmed it again, thinking that he had heard wrongly. Fong Chen nodded. Dead Star Realm Lord's heart trembled, but he soon felt relieved. No wonder this wine is so wonderful. So it was made by Lu Xingkong. Xing Xing. 2. Absolute Star Boundary Lord's mouth opened wide. Only now did he realize a problem. You just said that this wine was given to you by Lu Xingxing? Absolute Star Boundary Lord asked. Yes. I once cultivated in the Nile continent for a period of time. The immortal divine mountain opened, and I entered. I just happened to meet Lu Xingxing. The latter saw that I was fated with him and gave me some good wine, Fong Chen explained. Empyrean Realm Lord suddenly realized. So that's how it is. As expected of my brother, Empyrean Realm Lord. Lu Xingkong's standards are extremely high, and his temper is eccentric. How is it? Do you still have the wine Lu Xingxing gave you? Absolute Star Boundary Lord chuckled and asked. Fong Chen took out several bottles from Immortal Cave Mountain and handed them to Absolute Star Boundary Lord. Big brother Absolute Star, feel free to drink. Lu Xingxing gave me a lot of wine. Moreover, he promised to refine the spirit refining wine for me. This Absolute Star Boundary Lord was very clear about the value of the spirit refining wine. He was very shocked, but at the same time, he felt happy for Fong Chen. Gulp. With the wine, Absolute Star Boundary Lord seemed to have forgotten everything. He drank the wine in large mouthfuls. As time passed, he was immersed in the spirit refining wine. It was unknown how much time had passed. Suddenly, Absolute Star Boundary Lord put down the wine cup in his hand. His pitch-black eyes stared into the distance. Amen. When Fong Chen saw Absolute Star Boundary Lord's abnormality, he asked in a low voice, "Have they come?" Absolute Star Boundary Lord nodded. The Su family has almost turned out in full force. The Su family head is personally leading the team. Then, Absolute Star Boundary Lord waved his hand. No need to worry. I am here. In the distant horizon, the Su family's members were walking towards the Ling family city. Their bodies were emitting a power that caused others to tremble. Even from far away, one could still feel the powerful pressure. Family head, the Ling family city is in front. The housekeeper walked in front of the Su family head and said in a low voice, "Dong." Everyone stopped and waited for the Su family head to give the order. "Yinlinger, get out here." The Su family head berated. Instantly, rumbling thunder spread out and enveloped the entire city. Within the city, countless warriors were kneeling on the ground with blood flowing out from their 7 orifices. Wong. In a flash, a majestic aura of array spread out and enveloped the entire city. Yinling who was dressed in a green robe, stood above the city and looked at the Su family's army with her beautiful eyes. Su family head, what is the meaning of this? Yinling asked in a deep voice. I think you, Yinling know best what I mean. The Su family head sneered. Your Ling family colluded with other forces and used sealing methods to steal my Su family's purple cloud or vein. You are actually asking me what I mean? Do you think my Ling family has the ability to do so? Yinling said coldly. The purple cloud or vein is over 100 miles long and hibernates underground. With your Su family's purple cloud tower guarding it, even a world deity won't be able to steal it in a short time. This matter is not my Ling family's doing. Although Yinling knew that this was done by Fong Chen, she could not admit it. Once she admitted it, she would definitely be attacked by the Su family. It's useless to say more. Today, my Su family has come to destroy your Ling family. The Su family head said arrogantly. After today, there will be no Ling family in the southern region. If you want to blame someone, blame the guy called Fong Chen. As his voice fell, the Su family's tribulation supremacies attacked together. Rumble. The entire world instantly fell into chaos. As long as the Ling family's tribulation supremacies were killed, the Ling family would be destroyed. Protect the Ling family with our lives. Led by the Ling family head, many tribulation supremacies attacked crazily. In a wilderness outside the city, many tribulation supremacies were engaged in a chaotic battle. The void collapsed, and the world changed color. Every tribulation supremacy had earth-shattering means. With so many tribulation supremacies attacking together, the entire southern region would be sunk. In the distant horizon, countless factions were hiding in the dark. When they saw such a huge battle, their hearts trembled. In just one exchange, the Ling family had lost the tribulation supremacy. Damn it! The Ling family head was furious. He roared at the sky, but it was useless. Tribulation supremacies were considered top-notch experts in the entire southern region. The Ling family did not have many of them, but now one of their tribulation supremacies had been killed. Ha ha ha! Your Ling family is doomed. In the distance, the Su family head sneered when he saw this. His gaze was always on Yunling. If there was anyone who had the ability to control a supreme treasure of the Tao of Sealing, it would be Yunling. In a way, the Tao of Talismans and the Tao of Sealing were somewhat similar. Let's see how long you can endure. The Su family head thought to himself. He was forcing Yunling to take out the supreme treasure of the Tao of Sealing so that he could snatch it away. Not just anyone has the right to take what belongs to my Su family. The battle below was abnormally intense. After the Ling family lost the tribulation supremacy elder, the remaining elders were unafraid of death. They erupted with bloodlust and fought crazily. In the sky, Feng Chun and Realm Lord Deadstar saw this scene. Big Brother Deadstar, Feng Chun hurriedly called out. Realm Lord Deadstar nodded and flicked his finger. Rip. Chapter 2971. A powerful aura was emitted from the crack in the void, forming a barrier between the two camps. This sudden turn of events caused the Su family's patriarch to be somewhat stunned. What's going on? The Su family had stared at the powerful barrier with his dark eyes. Suddenly, his heart trembled and his scalp went numb as he looked at the sky in disbelief. Wong. A powerful oppressive aura swept through the entire area. Countless martial artists were stunned on the spot, as if they were struck by lightning. Who's the expert that's stopping my Su family? The Su family head calmed himself down and clasped his fists at the void. To be able to forcefully separate the battle of so many tribulation paragons, it was obvious that the person in the dark was a powerful universe god. At this moment, the Su family head had a trace of doubt in his heart. Could it be that this universe god had collaborated with the Ling family to steal the purple cloud mine? Whoosh! On the void barrier, an old man appeared. His body was completely formed by starlight. Southwest Su family. Absolute Star Sector Lord looked at the Su family head and said with a smile, Senior, may I ask who it is? The Su family head's body tensed up as he took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, Is it important? Absolute Star Sector Lord laughed and said, The Ling family is somewhat related to me. I can't just watch them be destroyed by your Su family. Absolute Star Sector Lord paused for a moment before continuing. Go back. The loss of your Su family's purple cloud mine has nothing to do with the Ling family. Senior, you're a high and mighty universe god. Are you going to lower yourself and interfere with the matters of us tribulation paragons? The Su family head did not want to give up. Su Qilin of your Su family has met me once. For his sake, I won't do anything to you. Go back, Absolute Star Sector Lord said. His attitude was clear. He wanted to protect the Ling family. For a moment, the entire Su family fell into a struggle. The tribulation paragons of the Su family who were forced back by the void barrier all looked at the Su family head. The current situation was beyond their expectations. They needed the Su family head to make a decision. After pondering for a moment, the Su family head looked at the Absolute Star Domain Lord with a deep gaze and said, Senior, I think you also know how important the purple cloud or vein is to my Su family. Regardless of whether the Ling clan stole it or not, they still have to take responsibility for the loss of the purple cloud mine. Thus, even if Senior is here, don't even think about changing my Su clan's mind. Moreover, the Ling family has a universe god behind them. Do you think the Su family doesn't have one as well? Wang, the Su family's patriarch, clenched his fist and crushed a jade pendant. In an instant, a vast power emerged in the sky, forming a terrifying vortex. An enormous face appeared from the vortex. Universe god, another universe god. Everyone from the Ling family was stunned. They never thought that the battle between the Sioux family and them would alarm two universe gods. Plus, the universe god obviously wanted to protect the Ling family. Everyone was confused. What was the relationship between the Ling family and this universe god? Only Yinlinger knew. The universe god should be the source of Feng Chen's confidence. Such a miraculous guy. He actually found a universe god expert. Yinlinger thought to herself. Rumble. The enormous vortex in the void gave out a powerful aura. When the people from the Sioux family saw the enormous face, they cupped their fists. Disciple of the Sioux family greets universe god Ling Su. His majestic voice reverberated through the void. Zhu Xing, universe god Ling Su's voice shook the sky, and he said, as a universe god, why are you interfering with their matters? I have some connections with the Ling family, Zhu Xing Sector Master said. A grave expression appeared on the enormous face in the sky. His pitch-black eyes looked at Absolute Star Realm Lord. What do you want? Zhu Xing Sector Master spread his hands and said, the Purple Cloud Mine has nothing to do with the Ling family. If the Sioux family wants to take action, they can send their younger generation to fight with the Ling family. The people from the Sioux family placed all their hopes on universe god Ling Su. However, they couldn't hear the conversation between the two universe gods at all. Not long after, there was a loud voice from the huge whirlpool. Universe god Ling Su said, I believe what you said. If so, let's do as you say. Then, he lowered his head and looked at the master of the Sioux family. The Purple Cloud Mine has nothing to do with the Ling family. The one who stole the Purple Cloud Mine is someone else. What? The master of the Sioux family was stunned. Even universe god Ling Su said so. Didn't that mean that the Ling family really didn't steal the Purple Cloud Mine? But the master of the Sioux family wanted to say something, but he was stopped by universe god Ling Su. The Ling family has the support of Zhu Xing Sector Master. Even I can't do anything about it. Let's do as Zhu Xing Sector Master said. Otherwise, if we anger him, the Sioux family will be in trouble, universe god Ling Su said. The master of the Sioux family trembled in fear. There was a storm in his heart. The old man on the void barrier was actually Zhu Xing Sector Master, who was famous in immemorial chaos. No wonder universe god Ling Su didn't dare to force him. A battle between the younger generation? The master of the Sioux family creased his eyebrows. The Feng Chun from the Ling family is extremely powerful. Even Su Mu isn't his match. In such a huge Sioux family, where can we find someone from the younger generation to fight against him? In the western region, there are some desperados of Star Honorable Realm. As long as you pay a sufficient price, they will work for you, universe god Ling Su said. It was originally a shocking battle, but after universe god Ling Su and Zhu Xing Sector Master appeared, they reached a compromise. It couldn't be helped. Even universe god Ling Su didn't expect Zhu Xing Sector Master to be behind the Ling family. If he had known, he definitely would have advised the Su family not to act rashly. That was Zhu Xing Sector Master. Even if there were 10 universe gods Ling Su, they wouldn't dare to challenge him. He remembered clearly that there was a universe god who had angered Zhu Xing Sector Master. The latter had chased after him for hundreds of years, across countless chaotic voids, and finally killed him. It was said that the guy had found 10 universe gods to help him, but without exception, they were all suppressed by Zhu Xing Sector Master. With his own power, he suppressed more than 10 universe gods. One could imagine how powerful Zhu Xing Sector Master was. Zhu Xing Sector Master suggested that the younger generation fight. It was considered giving the Sioux family a way out. After all, the Sioux family had gone out to war. If they were to return like that, they would be mocked by the world. Since Zhu Xing Sector Master gave them a way out, universe god Ling Su naturally had to give him face. All right, if so, the Sioux family will stop attacking the Ling family. The Sioux family master said. However, since it's a battle between the younger generation, the Sioux family naturally has to prepare. 3 months later, we will set up an arena here for the battle. The Sioux family retreated, but universe god Ling Su didn't. Zhu Xing Sector Master, may I have a word with you? Universe god Ling Su said. The two universe gods disappeared into thin air. They left behind the shocked people of the Ling family and Yunling, who was in disbelief. It ended just like that. Yunling muttered. That was the pressure of a universe god. One sentence could change the life and death of a force. That was a true expert. Every warrior of the Ling family yearned for it. Juxing's sector master was too domineering. Even if the Su family had universe god Ling Su's support, they were still forced to bow their heads. Moreover, all of this was carried out in the midst of chatter and laughter. From that, it could be seen how strong Juxing's sector master's deterrence was. In the void, Juxing's sector master sat on the cloud, while universe god Ling Su chuckled and sat by the side casually. Juxing, I don't understand. What's your relationship with the Ling family? Universe god Ling Su asked. Juxing's sector master grinned, but didn't answer universe god Ling Su's question. She nodded and didn't ask further. She changed the topic. Juxing, it's fate that we met here. I have a piece of news to share with you. What news? Juxing's sector master asked. It's about a historical remains from the Battle of Gods in the ancient era. With my power alone, it's hard to explore. I would like to join forces with you to explore. Universe god Ling Su stated her request. There was no eternal enemy in the world. Although from the Su family's point of view, Universe god Ling Su and Juxing's sector master were considered enemies. However, aside from the Su family, they could work together as long as there were enough benefits. Chapter 2972. The thoughts of a universe god couldn't be measured with common sense. Universe god Ling Su was afraid of sector master Juxing's power and compromised on Su family's matter. At the same time, in order to explore the historical remains, she didn't hesitate to join forces with sector master Juxing. Of course, as to whether sector master Juxing agreed or not, Feng Chen wouldn't know. He only knew that sector master Juxing left with universe god Ling Su that night. However, sector master Juxing told Feng Chen not to worry. With his deterrence, Su family wouldn't dare to attack Ling family. Ling family was in an uproar. Absolute Star Realm Lord was supporting their Ling family. This was simply explosive news. Everyone was discussing the relationship between sector master Juxing and Ling family. During that time, Feng Chen entered Dongming Mountain to cultivate. In Dongming Mountain, the pure-blooded beast was sleeping. Its body was enveloped in a strong halo. It was very strange and gave people an oppressive feeling. At the side, Xiaohua was still comprehending flame doctrine. Brother. Seeing Feng Chen enter, Xiaohua smiled. Xiaohua had some questions about cultivation that he didn't understand. He asked Feng Chen for advice. The latter explained patiently. Xiaohua learned a lot and continued to cultivate. Feng Chen sat down cross-legged and took out the heaven-sealing steel. Phew! Taking a deep breath, Feng Chen's spiritual sense penetrated the heaven-sealing tombstone once more, attempting to comprehend the Tao of sealing within the heaven-sealing tombstone. The so-called seal was, in fact, not much different from a formation. Feng Chen's attainments in the Tao of formations and Tao of illusions were very high. Moreover, his potential could be counted with one's fingers. However, in front of Sealed Sky Tablet, he was at a loss. Even Universe God Ling Su didn't dare to challenge Sector Master Juxing. How could Su family not give him face? After returning to the Su family's city, the Su family's patriarch immediately summoned the Corpse Devil Clan's experts. Mr. Sector Master Juxing is behind Ling family. After hearing what he said, Corpse Demon nodded lightly. I understand. In truth, the Corpse Demon had been hiding in the dark the entire time. The moment Realm Master Deadstar appeared, he knew that an unforeseen event had occurred in his plan. With Universe God Ling Su's power, it's absolutely impossible for her to challenge Absolute Star Sector Master. The Corpse Demon said, temporarily give up on attacking the Ling family. However, we can still make a fuss about the competition between the younger generation. Hearing this, the Su family's patriarch's expression changed. There are many star venerables in the western region. You should be able to find a few good candidates, the Corpse Demon said. Sir, don't worry. I already have a suitable candidate in mind. The Su family's patriarch vowed. Originally, I only wanted to capture that guy. However, with Dead Star Sector Lord here, capturing him is definitely impossible. Thus, I will kill him at all costs. The corpse demon said eerily. In the following days, the master of the Sioux family personally appeared in the western region and traveled to various places to recruit star venerables. In the end, he set his sights on the 3 lunatics. In the western region, on a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. The surroundings of the mountain peak were barren. The mountain peak was covered in ice and snow all year round. The air temperature was extremely low. Those with weaker primordial spirits would be instantly frozen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A violent wind blew and snowflakes danced in the sky. A figure leaped up and arrived at the top of the mountain after a few rounds. This place. The Sioux family's patriarch shook his head. Ordinary warriors wouldn't cultivate in such a harsh environment. No wonder they were called lunatics by the outside world. Crazy sword. The Sioux family's patriarch strode to the straw hut in the middle of the mountain peak and called out, "Buzz!" Suddenly, with the straw hut as the center, a powerful sword chi appeared in the void and surrounded the Sioux family's patriarch. Swoosh! The Sioux family's patriarch's expression didn't change. He flicked his finger, and the powerful sword chi instantly dispersed. Creak! The straw hut opened, and a lunatic warrior with disheveled hair walked out. What is the Sioux family's patriarch doing in my lousy place? Rumor has it that crazy swordsmanship has reached an unimaginable level. It's hard to find an opponent in the same realm. Seeing you today, it's just SOSO. The Sioux family's patriarch laughed. "Oomph, do you dare to let Sioux Mu fight with me?" Crazy Sword sneered. He was obsessed with swordsmanship. It was hard for him to find an opponent in the same realm. No one dared to underestimate him. As long as he could improve his swordsmanship, he could give up everything. However, because of his strange personality, he was called Crazy Sword by the world. Hearing the Sioux family's patriarch's words, he couldn't help but refute. "I'm afraid Sioux Mu won't have a chance to fight with you." The Sioux family's patriarch shrugged his shoulders and said, "Recently, an incredible genius appeared in the Ling family in the southern region. His name is Fong Chun, and he specializes in sword Dao. His attack power is much stronger than yours, Mad Sword." Sioux Mu was killed? Crazy Sword asked. The Sioux family's patriarch nodded. Sioux Mu tried his best, but couldn't block the power of Fong Chen's sword. The Sioux family's patriarch's words did make Crazy Sword restless. He liked to fight with experts, especially swordsmanship geniuses. At this moment, he heard that Fong Chen's cultivation was the same as his, and he killed Sioux Mu with one sword. He thought that Fong Chen's attainment in swordsmanship must be very strong. "You want me to avenge Sioux Mu?" Crazy Sword asked. The Sioux family's patriarch didn't hide his intention. Due to the interference of a universe god, the Sioux family and the Ling family have reached an agreement. The younger generation will fight to settle the grudge between the two families. That's why I came to find you. Why do you think I will agree? Crazy Sword asked. He has a half-step to Emperor Realm long sword in his hand. Whoosh! The sword chi on Crazy Sword's body suddenly burst out and soared into the sky. He looked serious and stared at the Sioux family's patriarch. Even his breathing became rapid. He had always regretted that he didn't have a powerful weapon. A star venerable warrior has a half-step to Emperor Realm weapon? Crazy Sword murmured, his eyes full of greed. The Sioux family wants him dead. As long as you kill him, the half-step to Emperor Realm long sword will be yours. The Sioux family's patriarch threw out a condition that Crazy Sword couldn't refuse. Okay, I agree. Crazy Sword nodded heavily. After 2 months of trekking through mountains and rivers, the Sioux family's patriarch personally took action and finally brought the 3 lunatics back to the Sioux family. Everything was ready. They only had to wait for the 3-month deadline. During this time, Fong Chun had been comprehending the sealing technique in the sky sealing monument in Ming Cave Mountain. Dong! 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 The power of the soul path in his mind vibrated. Layers of halos spun around Fong Chen's body. The power of the sealing technique kept spreading in his body. All of a sudden, he had a hint of understanding. I see. All the puzzles were solved. The sky sealing monument shook, and a dazzling light emerged. Fong Chen stole a bit of the ceiling sky emperor's comprehension, and he seemed to have improved. Seal. Suddenly opening his eyes, Fong Chun waved his hand. Suddenly, a vast power of the sealing technique burst out. It turned into thousands of threads in the void, and finally formed a sealing cage. Rumble. The sealing cage spun slowly, and a powerful force spread out. Fong Chun could clearly feel the power of the sealing cage. As expected of the heaven-sealing great emperor, his understanding of the sealing formation is truly shocking. Fong Chun couldn't help but exclaim. He had only comprehended the tip of the iceberg in the sealing sky emperor's inheritance, and he was able to set up such a powerful sealing technique. Sealing dragon formation. At the same time, the name of this sealing technique appeared in Fong Chen's mind. The sealing dragon formation, when fully activated, could trap a real dragon. With Fong Chen's current strength, almost no one in the Star Venerable realm could break the sealing dragon formation. Phew! Fong Chun took a deep breath, and his face was full of smiles. The 3-month deadline was almost up, and he had comprehended the sealing dragon formation at the crucial moment. With this trump card and the invincible sword principle, he could basically kill people without them noticing. I want to see what kind of monster the Su family can find. With the deterrence of Realm Lord and Star, the Su family definitely wouldn't dare to find a Saint Venerable. Then, they would find a Peak Star Venerable or even a half-step Saint Venerable. In the entire ancient chaos, Fong Chun believed that he feared no one in the Star Venerable realm. If he activated the immortal star power, he could even fight above his level and kill a Saint Venerable. Right now, Fong Chun could be considered a true demonic genius. He was an unprecedented demonic genius, an unrivaled, outstanding talent. He was truly invincible in his realm and could sweep across the world. Crash! With a thought, he took out some purple cloud, or Chapter 2973. There were a few pieces of purple cloud ores in his palm, and they were surrounded by a powerful sword aura. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the purple cloud ores shattered and turned into dust. Traces of energy entered Fong Chen's palm and spread throughout his body. Suddenly, Fong Chun felt that the Chaos Sword body had become stronger. It's working, Fong Chen grinned. If he could refine more purple cloud ores, the power of the Chaos Sword body would increase. At the same time, he looked into the distance. Jiao, how do you feel? Kong Jiao opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. Master, I have recovered from my injuries. Although you have broken the seal that the Su family placed in my body, it still hurt my foundation. Kong Jiao said. Fong Chen nodded. Everything was within his expectations, but he was not worried. Jiao, try to absorb the energy of the purple cloud ores. Fong Chun passed the purple cloud ores to Kong Jiao and protected him. Let him absorb it. Whoosh, whoosh. After a while, Kong Jiao's aura vibrated and a terrifying energy surged towards him. Kong Jiao's face was filled with excitement. I did not expect the purple cloud ores to contain such powerful energy. He had been trapped in the purple cloud ores for a long time, but he did not manage to refine it. With the purple cloud ores, I will be able to recover in no time, Kong Jiao said confidently. Fong Chen nodded and stared at Kong Jiao. Come to think of it, he hadn't taught Kong Jiao for a long time. As his master, he felt ashamed. Jiao, show me your sword skills. Kong Jiao was overjoyed. He knew that Fong Chun wanted to teach him. He quickly took out his sword and showed his sword skills. Shush! In the sky, a thick sword aura pierced through heaven and earth and slashed towards him. With a flick of his wrist, Kong Jiao leaped into the air. His body somersaulted in the air, and then the long sword in his hand suddenly rotated 180 degrees, fusing with the thick sword chi. Condense! Kong Jiao shouted as the long sword in his hand shot out explosively. Dong! In the distance, a huge crater appeared in front of him. The surroundings were filled with the power of the sword Dao that made people tremble. Whoosh! Kong Jiao sheathed his sword and looked hopefully at Fong Chun. The whole process was very smooth, and Fong Chun could feel that Kong Jiao's understanding of sword Dao was extraordinary. Not bad. Fang Chen nodded. You didn't continue what I taught you. Instead, you opened up your own path and comprehended a different sword Dao. This is worthy of recognition. Moreover, I can feel that if you can fully comprehend the direction of the sword principle that you have comprehended, your future achievements will definitely not be too low. It's just that, when you attack, you seem to need to accumulate power. Although this process is very short, it will give the enemy an opportunity to exploit. One had to know that in a battle between experts, a hair's breadth was all that was needed. While you're accumulating power, it's enough for the enemy to use their trump card and kill you. Master, I have also noticed this point. However, it is easier said than done to increase the speed of power accumulation. Kang Jiu smiled bitterly. For this reason, he had been trying to change, but there was no way at all. He thought that he had already reduced the time of power accumulation to the minimum. Do it like this. Fang Chen immediately demonstrated it to Kang Jiu, and then carefully analyzed it and explained it to him one by one. This lecture lasted for several days. It was not until a few days later that Fang Chen stopped explaining. However, Kang Jiu was still unsatisfied and his face was full of smiles. After listening to Master's words, I feel enlightened. Kang Jiu said, it turns out that sword Dao can be cultivated in this way. I was really ignorant before. Kang Jiu was very happy. Master's guidance could reduce the time of power accumulation, which was definitely the biggest gain. Of course, the most important thing was that Fang Chen had indirectly imparted his own invincible sword Dao concept to Kang Jiu. Jiu, my sword Dao concept is different. You don't have to be too attached to it. Fang Chen said, if one day in the future, you and my sword Dao concept are completely compatible, then I will impart my sword Dao to you. The invincible sword Dao was not suitable for everyone. It depended on the sword Dao concept. It was not that Fang Chen was reluctant to impart it, but it was useless even if he did. On the contrary, it would lead to a fatal disaster. Therefore, before the disciples had enough strength, he would not consider it. Master, don't worry. I will definitely work hard to cultivate. Kang Jiu nodded heavily. Fang Chen was very satisfied with Kang Jiu. When he was in the ancient Saint Chaos, he felt that Kang Jiu's sword Dao potential had not been fully explored. Now that he looked at it, it was indeed so. Jiu, you can cultivate here with peace of mind. After I settle the matter of the Su family, I will go with you to find Xi. Fang Chen gently patted Kang Jiu's shoulder and said earnestly. Kang Jiu's body trembled when he heard the two words. His face was full of guilt. Master, it's all Jiu's fault. I did not protect Junior's sister well. It's not your fault. Under such circumstances, it's already very good that you were able to step forward bravely. Fang Chen smiled and said, don't worry, Shira will be fine. Everything was normal in the southern region. In the past 3 months, the Ling family had arranged everything and waited for the battle of the younger generation to arrive. Their side would definitely send Fang Chen out to fight. However, he did not know who the Su family would send out. No matter who it was, they were fearless. With the deterrence of the Dead Star Sector Lord, the Su family did not dare to attack the Ling family at all. The crisis of the Ling family was basically resolved. After knowing that the Dead Star Sector Lord was behind the Ling family, all the forces in the southern region expressed goodwill to the Ling family. They did not hesitate to send gifts, hoping to form an alliance with the Ling family. Ancestor Han of the Ancient Frost Sect also personally visited the Ling family to ask if they needed help. In short, everything was going in the direction that the Ling family wanted to see the most. In the Ling family's residence in the city, Ling Shan, who was dressed in pink, was beautiful and moving. The current Ling Shan was even more beautiful and moving, and the martial artists in the city were all amazed and envious. Senior Yin, do you think that the Su family will secretly use some underhanded methods to deal with Fang Chen? Ling Shan lowered her head and asked worriedly. Yin Ling looked at Ling Shan with a smile on her pretty face. As a woman, her sense of smell was very sharp. Ling Shan's every move was a clear indication of Fang Chen's position in her heart. However, Yinling did not want Ling Shan to be deeply involved because a monstrous genius like Fang Chen would definitely not be limited to the small southern region. His stage was the entire ancient chaos. In the future, he would definitely become an unparalleled figure. The interactions between the two of them would become fewer and fewer. Yin Ling did not want to see Ling Shan sad and disappointed when the time came. You don't have to worry about that. The most important thing now is to cultivate hard and strive to step into the god level as soon as possible. Yin Ling said, "Right, the Ling family's ancestral ground has already opened. You can go in and cultivate." But Ling Shan heard this and was a little anxious. She didn't want to go in now. She still wanted to see Fang Chun personally fight. Do you still not understand now? The gap between you and him is getting bigger and bigger. If you don't cultivate hard, you will only be left far behind in the future. Yin Ling sighed. He and you are not people of the same world. Ling Shan lowered her head and was silent. After struggling with her thoughts, Ling Shan silently turned around and walked towards the Ling family's ancestral ground. Looking at Ling Shan's back, Yin Ling shook her head. One day, you will understand my painstaking efforts. The 3-month period came as promised. The Su family's patriarch personally brought the 3 madmen to the southern region. However, this time, the Su family's patriarch was not as crazy and arrogant as last time. He was very wary in his heart, afraid of angering the Dead Star Sector Lord. As long as I follow the rules, I think even the Dead Star Sector Lord won't say anything. The Su family's patriarch thought to himself. A trace of cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Fang Chun, this time you will die without a doubt. Although he could not destroy the Ling family, it was not bad to kill the Ling family's future hope in the cradle. Moreover, the corpse demon's words echoed in the Su family's patriarch's mind. The mission of this trip was to kill Fang Chun. Chapter 2974. In the southern region, everyone's attention was focused on the Ling family. They wanted to see how the Ling family would deal with the challenge from the Su family. The battle was related to the future development of the Su family. Once they lost, the Su family would have no chance to take revenge on the Ling family. One should know that the Ling family had the absolute star sector master, who was famous in the immemorial chaos. Behind the Su family, there was only universe god Ling Su. There was no comparison. Compared to the previous time, the Su family's visit was more low-key. The master of the Su family personally brought the 3 lunatics to the Ling family city. In a huge square, there was a sea of people. Countless warriors were there to witness the miracle. Especially when they found out that the Su family was looking for 3-star venerables, everyone was shocked. The 3 lunatics were very famous in the western region. How could Fang Chun win against them? The Su family is too shameless. They actually found the villains on the western region's wanted list, and they found 3 at once. It seems that the Su family didn't give up. They want to kill Fang Chun in this battle. I think that Fang Chun might not be weaker than them. Have you forgotten? Even an expert like Su Mu was killed by Fang Chun in one stroke. In the entire city, countless warriors were discussing in low voices. On the rostrum in the square, Yun Ling and the master of the Su family sat side by side. Both of their faces were solemn, and their gazes were deep. No one knew what they were thinking about. Yun Ling, the Su family will give face to the absolute star sector master. This battle can be considered as ending the grudge between our 2 families. No matter the result, we can't find trouble with the other party. What do you think? The master of the Su family said. Yin Ling understood what he meant. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill Fang Chun and not let the Ling family pursue the matter. If it were before, Yin Ling definitely wouldn't have agreed. But the night before, Fang Chun found her and they had a long talk. Before leaving, Fang Chun told Yin Ling about his idea. After learning about Fang Chun's crazy idea, Yin Ling was shocked. Fang Chun wanted to kill all of the Su family star venerables by himself and deal a fatal blow to the Su family. Yin Ling pondered for a moment and said slowly, I hope Patriarch Su can keep his word. When the Su family patriarch heard this, he was secretly delighted and hurriedly said, Don't worry, no matter what, my Su family is still an overlord. How can we go back on our words? Yin Ling nodded. Since that's the case, let the battle begin. Our Su family has sent 3-star venerables to fight. I wonder who your Ling family will send? The Su family master asked, even though he already knew the answer. Voila! In the square, Fong Chen's figure flashed and jumped onto the martial arts arena. A tyrannical aura surged out from his body, directly surging towards the three lunatics that the Su family had found. His face was filled with disdain. Anyone could tell that he was trying to provoke them. It seems that this guy is very arrogant. Mad Blade sneered with disdain. He's just an early star venerables. What's there to be arrogant about? Watch me kill him with one punch. The one who spoke was Mad Fist, famous for his fist techniques. His fist techniques contained an extremely strong, murderous aura. In the same realm, it was difficult for anyone to block his punch. There was even a rumor that he had killed a warrior who had just entered the Saint Venerables with one punch. Because of that, he was hunted down by the big forces in the western region. He had no choice but to hide. At the same time, he was also listed on the Western Wanted list. This list was jointly made by many forces. Anyone who was listed on the list was a heinous person who deserved to die. The fact that Mad Fist could be listed on the wanted list was enough to show how serious his crimes were. Mad Sword, Mad Blade, and Mad Fist. The three people that the Su family had found were all good at one thing. The three of them could fight above their level. Moreover, the most important thing was that when they went crazy, even they were afraid of themselves, let alone others. The dignified Su family only found 3 clowns? Fong Chen's voice spread in the square. Instantly, it caused a huge commotion. Countless warriors widened their eyes and their hearts raced. This Fong Chen was too bold, wasn't he? He openly provoked the 3 lunatics. Was he going to completely break with them? As expected, the 3 lunatics were enraged at the same time. Mad Fist took a step forward, and an evil aura appeared around him. Countless warriors around stepped back, afraid that they would be affected by the fist radiance emitted by Mad Fist. I haven't heard such a voice for a long time. Kid, no one in the Star Venerables dared to say such words to me. Mad Fist sneered, because anyone who insults me will be sent to hell. With a sinister smile, Mad Fist continued, I, Mad Fist, will let you know what a real clown is. Seeing Fong Chen's arrogant look, Mad Blade and Mad Sword shook their heads. The person in front of them was not qualified to be their opponent. If it wasn't for the Su family's master, they would have left long ago. If I'm not wrong, you should be called Mad Fist, right? Fong Chen pointed at Mad Fist and sneered. Since you're called Mad Fist, your fist technique must be very powerful, right? I wonder if it can break my defense. Boom! Mad Fist jumped and landed on the martial arts arena. Su family's master, let me fight the first battle. Mad Fist said to the Su family's master. The Su family's master nodded. Since it's the first battle, let's win beautifully. Don't worry, I promise I won't kill him. I'll just chop off his arms, Mad Fist said eerily. Chop off my arms. Fong Chen sneered. This is the stupidest sentence I've ever heard. How much stronger do you think you are than Su Mu? Even Su Mu, the most outstanding of the 3 sons of the Su family, couldn't withstand one strike from me and was killed by me. Who do you think you are? Humph! How can Su Mu be compared to me? Mad Fist said, Su Mu is a disciple of an orthodox sect. He only knows how to attack head-on. But I'm different. I'm on the wanted list of the Western region. In order to achieve my goal, I'll do anything. For example, Mad Fist was halfway through his words when his figure suddenly flashed. By the time everyone realized what was happening, Mad Fist had already appeared in front of Fong Chen with a violent force. This sudden change startled everyone present. Mad Fist's strength was very strong, and this time it was a sneak attack. How could Fong Chen block it? Die! Mad Fist clenched his fists, and a vast flame enveloped him. As he threw out a punch, Mad Fist's eyes revealed a crazed look. However, Fong Chen just stood there quietly. In the square, countless screams could be heard. They all thought that Fong Chen was frightened by Mad Fist's attack and didn't have time to dodge. Not good. Mad Fist's fist technique is too strong. Once hit, even a Saint Venerable will be injured. Fong Chen is still too inexperienced. This Mad Fist is obviously a little afraid of him, so he took advantage of the moment when he was relaxed to attack him. Humph, despicable and shameless guy, he actually used a sneak attack. Everyone was discussing, and many people were cursing Mad Fist. However, there were also some people who thought that Fang Chun was too young and hadn't experienced much, so he didn't understand the cruelty of the world. This was also the result of Mad Fist's sneak attack. Sigh, what a pity for such a genius. Unless a miracle happens, he won't be able to block it. Everyone shook their heads and sighed, especially some of the disciples of the Ling family. Their eyes were red, and they couldn't wait to rush up and save Fang Chun. Ling Shan, who was standing at the front, was heaving up and down. Her pretty face was full of worry. Her small hands were clenched together, and her beautiful eyes looked at Yunlinger. The latter was very calm, as if everything was within her expectations. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. Fang Chen's potential is stronger than Mad Fist's, but he lacks experience. This is his shortcoming. Mad Fist is a martial artist who often fights on the edge of life and death. He can see Fang Chen's shortcoming at a glance. The Su family's patriarch commented calmly, "There is no suspense in this battle. Fang Chen may not die, but at least he will be seriously injured." Being seriously injured was no different from being dead, because after Mad Fist, there were still Mad Blade and Mad Sword who hadn't fought yet. Not necessarily, Yunlinger said at the right time. The Su family's patriarch was too lazy to argue with Yunlinger. After the battle, she would know how stupid her thoughts were. Chapter 2975. Yunlinger was dressed in a green robe that perfectly outlined her beautiful figure. Although she had been cultivating for a long time, it could not hide her beauty. Seeing Yunlinger so calm, the Su family head's heart was instantly ignited. He licked his dry lips, and a touch of greed appeared in his eyes. For a moment, the Su family head even had the thought of conquering Yunlinger. I'll let you be cold now, but one day you will kneel down and beg for mercy," the Su family had secretly said in his heart. "At that time, I will think of all ways and means to play with you, making you beg for death." Yunlinger's calmness came from her trust in Fang Chun. Instead of being anxious, it was better to wait until the end of the battle to make a comment. She also felt the greedy gaze of the Su family head, but she did not respond. She did not even bother to look at him. If he had not been sleeping for countless years, a mere Su family head would be nothing in front of her. Rumble. On the martial arts stage, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. Crazy Fist's flaming fist bombarded towards Fang Chun at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Everyone was shaking their heads, and they all looked down on Fang Chun. Only Fang Chun himself. Not only was he not nervous, but there was even a hint of a smile on his face. Crazy Fist could see that Fang Chen's smile contained extreme disdain for him. "You're about to die, and you're still putting on airs here." Crazy Fist was angry in his heart, and his fist bombarded out even faster. Dong! Finally, under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Crazy Fist's fist fiercely hit Fang Chen's body. The flames that filled the sky instantly enveloped him. Fang Chen's body disappeared in the sea of fire. The entire martial arts stage turned into a sea of fire, and even Crazy Fist disappeared. Too strong. Everyone was shocked. Crazy Fist's fist technique was actually powerful to such an extent, it was incredible. In the sea of fire, the chaotic sword body quietly operated, and the sword chi halo surrounded his body, forming the strongest defense, easily blocking Crazy Fist's flaming fist. After feeling Fang Chen's resistance, Mad Fist sneered. "Only now do you know how to resist? It's too late." He increased the strength of his fist and attacked Fang Chen's defense. "I've said before, in my eyes, you're just trash." Fang Chun stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "I'm standing right here, and you can't break through my defense. How can you fight me?" Fang Chen sneered. The thing he was least afraid of was fire, but Mad Fist was known for his fire fist technique. Wasn't he looking for death? Fang Chen really couldn't think of any other flame in the world that could compare to the fire origin bloodline. Furthermore, it was a fire origin bloodline that had been refined to the pinnacle. From a certain perspective, the fire origin bloodline was the bane of all flames in the world. Naturally, Mad Fist's flaming fist was countered by the fire origin bloodline. Hiss hiss hiss. As the fire origin bloodline circulated rapidly, Mad Fist finally felt that something was wrong. He felt that there was a powerful force in Fong Chen's body, like a volcano erupting, blasting towards him. Not good. He cried out and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Rip. The fire origin bloodline was too strong. Mad Fist's flaming fist was instantly devoured. At the same time, Mad Fist's internal organs were burned by the fire origin bloodline. A miserable scream came out from Mad Fist's mouth. His eyes were filled with fear as he desperately tried to escape, but it was to no avail. The fire origin bloodline enveloped him, and he had no chance at all. Buzz! Fight! Since he couldn't escape, he could only fight to the death. Mad Fist burned his essence blood, wanting to fight to the death. However, no matter how he attacked, he couldn't break through Fong Chen's chaotic sword body defense. You're too weak. Fong Chen's voice sounded again. Whoosh! A powerful flame enveloped Mad Fist. Outside, everyone could clearly feel that the temperature of the sea of fire on the martial arts stage had increased. What happened? What's the result of the battle? The sea of fire is getting stronger and stronger. Has Fong Chen been burned? Many people stared at the martial arts stage curiously, waiting for the result of the battle. On the rostrum, the Su family head, who was originally smiling, gradually became gloomy. He felt that something was wrong. There was a force that didn't belong to Mad Fist in the sea of fire. What's going on? The Su family head thought quickly. Boom! However, at this moment, the flames that enveloped the entire martial arts stage quickly disappeared into the void. A figure suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. That's Fong Chen. Seeing Fong Chen standing proudly on the martial arts stage, everyone exclaimed loudly. He's not dead. Many people widened their eyes, and their hearts were in turmoil. Where's Mad Fist? Why is he gone? Some people with sharp eyes noticed that Mad Fist was gone, and there was only Fong Chen on the martial arts stage. They were very curious. Even the Su family head on the rostrum couldn't sense the existence of Mad Fist. Under everyone's gaze, Fong Chen slowly opened his palm, and a piece of jade slid to the ground, making a crisp sound. Everyone was completely stunned when they saw this. That was Mad Fist jade. Fong Chen held it in his hand. Didn't this mean that Mad Fist was dead? However, everyone didn't understand how Mad Fist died in the hands of Fong Chen. Mad Sword and Mad Blade narrowed their eyes and stared at Fong Chen. Mad Fist is dead? Yin Lingner saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. On the other hand, the Su family head frowned with a dignified expression. He couldn't withstand a single blow. Fong Chen shook his head and said softly, I, Fong Chen, am not afraid of fire. Mad Fist actually tried to burn me with fire. How ridiculous. In the end, he went for wool and came home shorn. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be explaining to everyone. Around the square, countless people were dumbfounded. Mad Fist, who was famous on the wanted list, was burned to death by Fong Chen just like that. Not even his bones were left. Wasn't this too terrifying? At this time, the way everyone looked at Fong Chen changed greatly. It had to be said that the death of Mad Fist made Fong Chen's position in their hearts suddenly increase. Maybe Mad Sword and Mad Blade were not Fong Chen's opponents. A bold idea appeared in many people's minds. Humph, he was just lucky. The Su family head said coldly, it just so happened to restrain Mad Fist's flame fist, which led to Mad Fist's death. Mad Sword and Mad Blade also thought so. The first battle ended with Fong Chen's strong victory. Fong Chen's gaze landed on the Su family's patriarch. Is there a need to continue? Fong Chen shrugged. Humph, what's the big deal about killing Mad Fist? He was the weakest of the three, and his flame fist was restrained by you, so he died in your hands. The Su family head naturally did not want to give up. If you have the ability, then kill Mad Sword and Mad Blade too. As you wish. Fong Chen turned around and looked at Mad Sword and Mad Blade provocatively. Why don't you two come at me together? Seeing Fong Chen's bright smile, Mad Sword really wanted to cut off his head. I alone am enough to kill you. Mad Sword jumped, turned into a sword light, and appeared on the martial arts stage. Without saying a word, he held his sword and directly attacked. Kill all enemies in the world. Mad Sword roared, and the sword in his hand kept flashing, drawing a terrifying trajectory in the void. In the end, the void was filled with countless sword lights, and along with Mad Sword, rushed towards Fang Chun. Buzz! Fang Chen's body was surrounded by sword chi. Invincible Sword Principle. Fang Chun used the Invincible Sword Principle to fight against Mad Sword skills. Crack! The sword light and the sword light fiercely collided in the void. Dong! With a loud bang, Mad Sword spat out blood as if he was struck by lightning, and his body flew out. He quickly got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and roared in anger. He waved his sword again and attacked. This time, Fang Chun did not hold back. The half-step Emperor Realm Hidden Star Sword, together with the Invincible Sword Principle, displayed a powerful attack. Whoosh! Even an early stage, Saint Venerable martial artist could not block this sword attack. Die! The bright sword light pierced through the sky and shot towards Mad Sword. Even though Mad Sword frantically blocked and held his sword in front of his chest, it was useless. Crack! The Hidden Star Sword pierced through the sword and into Mad Sword's body. Rumble! The Hidden Star Sword exploded with a powerful force, detonating Mad Sword's internal organs and causing a violent explosion. Poochie! Mad Sword spat out blood and was about to collapse. Chapter 2976. Bang! Crazy Blade fell to the ground and lost his life. In an instant, the whole city was in an uproar. Everyone was stunned. In their opinion, Fang Chun killed Crazy Blade because he happened to counter Crazy Blade's flame fist technique. Now, even Crazy Blade could kill Su Mo so cleanly. Wasn't he too powerful? Until now, no one realized what had happened. In fact, Fang Chun's swordsmanship was his strongest skill. Before this, Fang Chun killed Su Mu with a single strike. Now, he killed Crazy Blade with a single strike in front of everyone's eyes. Mad Blade was much more famous than Su Mu, and much more powerful. Strictly speaking, Crazy Blade's strength was comparable to a mid-stage Saint Venerable. Such a monster was once known for his evil deeds and was on the wanted list. His ranking was higher than Crazy Blade's. However, he still couldn't resist Fang Chun's swordsmanship. What swordsmanship is that? Why have I never heard of it? It's too powerful. He killed Crazy Blade with a single strike. After today, his name is destined to be known all over the world. Many warriors in the square were shocked. They only noticed Fang Chun's strength. On the rostrum, the Su family master's eyes were fixed on Fang Chun's hidden star sword. Half-step Emperor weapon. His face was full of bitterness, and greed flashed in his eyes. A half-step Emperor weapon was the most important thing for the entire Su family. However, a star venerable warrior could have it. I must get a half-step Emperor weapon, the Su family master said in his heart. A half-step Emperor weapon could allow a star venerable warrior to kill Crazy Blade with a single strike. One could imagine how exaggerated the enhancement of a half-step Emperor weapon was. The half-step Emperor weapon of our Su family is only broken, but this long sword is perfect, the Su family master said. I even feel that this sword is very likely to transform into a real half-step Emperor weapon in the future. Yin Ling was as calm as ever. Her face was indifferent, but a trace of joy flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. During the time she spent with Fang Chun, Yinling knew very well how strong the former's potential was. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it either. Apart from the two experts, there was another person who recognized the half-step martial monarch weapon, the Mad Sword. He had been obsessed with the way of the sword all his life and was friends with the sword. I have never heard of the sword Tao that you cultivate. Your swordsmanship is mysterious and unparalleled. Even I am ashamed of my inferiority. Mad Sword slowly walked onto the stage. As for your weapon, it is even more breathtaking. That was a half-step to the martial Emperor Realm weapon. Even if he spent his entire life, he would not be able to obtain it. Now, I finally know where your arrogance comes from. Frenzied Sword grinned at Fang Chun. Half-step martial emperor realm weapon. Is this your trump card? Fang Chun held the hidden star sword and glanced at Mad Blade's corpse. You want my weapon? Don't worry, you'll be like him soon. Crazy Sword suddenly laughed out loud. I, Crazy Sword, am obsessed with the way of the sword. I have dedicated my entire life to the way of the sword. I believe that there is almost no one in the same realm as me, not even in the God realm. If I have a half-step to the martial emperor realm weapon, I will be able to dominate the entire southern region. Fang Chun ignored Mad Sword. The latter looked at Fang Chun greedily and said, I originally wanted to kill you, but now I have changed my mind. You are qualified to make a deal with me. Fang Chun looked at Mad Sword. Mad Sword shrugged. You should thank me for my generosity. Otherwise, you would not have survived today. Before I came here, I only had one thought, and that was to kill you. But after seeing the weapon in your hand, I changed my mind. If you give me your half-step martial emperor realm weapon, the way of the sword that you cultivate, and the mysterious swordsmanship, I, Mad Sword, can swear that I will never attack you again. I can even promise you 3 unconditionally. If he could get a half-step to the martial emperor realm weapon without fighting, he would be more than happy. Oh, are you serious? Fang Chun asked. Of course. There is no need for 3 requests. If you can promise me one of them, I will give it to you with both hands. Fang Chun said with a smile. Say it. Mad Sword was delighted to hear that. My request is to give me your life. Boom! A powerful sword chi wreaked havoc in the air. Mad Sword's robe fluttered even though there was no wind. His cold eyes stared straight at Fang Chun. Are you messing with me? A piece of trash like you is qualified to negotiate with me? What a joke. Fang Chun said with disdain. Even Mad Fist and Mad Blade died in my hands. I don't mind killing you, Mad Sword. Mad Sword was completely enraged by Fang Chun. It seems that you have overestimated your strength. Sometimes your own strength is the most important thing. A half-step to the martial emperor realm weapon is just an external object. Is that so? Fang Chun asked. Mad Sword flicked his finger and a sword light flashed out, piercing towards Fang Chun. Buzz! The sword light touched Fang Chun's body and was dissolved by the chaos sword body. Die! Mad Sword made his move. His thunderous attack seemed to be able to overturn the entire martial arts arena. I'm afraid you haven't tasted despair yet, right? Fang Chun said with a smile. Then, he formed a complicated seal with his palms. Buzz! A dragon's roar suddenly resounded through the sky, following which, a powerful sealing energy burst forth from his body. Whoosh! Almost in the blink of an eye, the dragon sealing formation emerged and covered the entire martial arts arena. On the rostrum, Yin Linger's expression changed when she saw the dragon sealing formation. Her heart was in turmoil as she grew even more curious about Fang Chun. What has this guy been through? Why is he so proficient in everything? After interacting with Fang Chun for a while, Yin Linger knew that the former's sword principle, body principle, and soul principle were all very powerful. She could even feel that he had a powerful bloodline. She didn't expect him to be so proficient in the sealing principle. The sealing principle contains the aura of the illusion principle and the array principle. The combination of the 3 forms the strongest sealing principle. Yin Linger sighed. It was only at this moment that she realized why Fang Chun could be brothers with the Empyrean Star Domain Lord. It was simply perfect. The dragon sealing formation was something that Fang Chun comprehended from the Heaven Sealing Monument. It was a technique left behind by the Heaven Sealing Great Emperor. Although he only comprehended the surface, it was useless even if a holy venerate was trapped. Rumble! Mad Sword attacked the dragon sealing formation wildly, but he couldn't break it. Damn bastard! Let me out if you have the ability. Let's fight fair and square. Mad Sword roared angrily. Fang Chun was above the dragon sealing formation. Mad Sword, didn't you say that your sword principle is invincible? Today, I'll let you see what it means to be invincible in the sword principle. As his voice fell, the hidden star sword in Fang Chun's hand whizzed out. A huge sword light condensed in the void. The entire sky seemed to be pierced through. Press down. Fang Chun pressed down and used the invincible sword principle again. At the same time, he merged a trace of immortal star power. It's not that easy to kill me. Mad Sword raised his head and roared angrily as he saw the attack coming down. At the same time, he crazily counterattacked. Crack! The sword light pressed down on Mad Sword's head. Dong! Mad Sword's body was pressed down on the martial arts stage. The powerful sword principle aura pressed down on him until he couldn't breathe. Hiss! Hiss! The power of the immortal star hidden within was ravaging his body. Crack! The martial arts stage shattered and Mad Sword's body was directly blasted into the ground. An earth-shattering sound came from the dragon ceiling formation. The most anxious one was the Su family head on the rostrum. His dark eyes stared at the dragon ceiling formation. Damn it! Why does he still have such means? The Su family head cursed in his heart. Crash! Suddenly, the dragon ceiling formation dissipated, and Fang Chen's figure appeared again. The martial arts stage had been shattered, and a large pit appeared on the ground. The hidden star sword was inserted into the ground, and complex patterns flowed on the sword body. On the tip of the sword, there was a head. Mad Sword. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Mad Sword had fallen. Countless people looked at the figure standing proudly, and there were indescribable emotions in their hearts. However, they knew that from today onwards, a young martial artist named Fang Chun had completely risen to prominence. On the rostrum, Yinlinger saw this and smiled slightly. Interesting guy. Even Yinlinger was curious about how many tricks Fang Chun had left. Chapter 2977. One strike, crazy sword fall. This news, like a virus, quickly spread in the southern region. At first, many people didn't believe it, but as more and more people spread the news, they knew how terrifying Fang Chun was. The angriest one was the Su family head. He clenched his fists and couldn't wait to rush up and kill Fang Chun. Damn it! The Su family head stood up and stared at Fang Chun angrily. Su family head, the third round is over. Your Su family has lost. Yinlinger stood up and said. Just as the Su family head was about to speak, his body suddenly shook. Immediately, he sneered and said, Humph, Fang Chun will die for sure. As soon as his voice fell, the clear sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. The next moment, countless howls of ghosts spread, and an oppressive aura rushed over. What's going on? Everyone cried out in alarm. What happened? Corpse demon. Fang Chun carefully sensed the aura in the sky, and his face suddenly changed. Su family head, what are you doing? Yinlinger scolded. What am I doing? I want to ask you what the Ling family wants to do. The Su family head sneered. Since he had already embarked on this path, he had no choice but to continue. Die. While everyone was stunned, the Su family head rushed to Fang Chun, wanting to kill him. Get lost. Yinlinger waved her small white hand, and a powerful talisman enveloped Fang Chun, blocking the attack of the Su family head. It's useless. The Su family head sneered and stopped attacking. In the cloudy sky, an evil shadow descended out of thin air. Boy, you ruined my corpse demon plan. Go to hell. The original plan wasn't like this. The corpse demon wouldn't be exposed unless it was a last resort. However, after seeing Fang Chun kill 3 lunatics in a row, the corpse demon couldn't sit still. If such a monstrous genius was allowed to grow up, he would definitely be a disaster for the corpse demon. Therefore, he disregarded everything and tried to kill Fang Chun by force. Corpse demon. Fang Chun said in a deep voice, his face cold. Voila! He once again set up the dragon ceiling formation and hid himself within it. At the same time, he held the star-hidden sword in his hand and displayed the strongest, invincible sword principle. Moreover, the immortal scepter was already on standby. Once he was defeated, he would use all his trump cards to fight. Crack! The corpse demon's attack was so powerful that even Yinlinger couldn't block it in time. One strike had destroyed the dragon's ceiling formation. How is this possible? The people around the square kept retreating and hiding in the distance. When they saw the dragon ceiling formation being destroyed, their eyes widened and they cried out involuntarily. It's useless. You will die today. The corpse demon sneered and continued to extend its hand to grab Fang Chun. Whoosh! Countless terrifying sword lights shot out at the same time, piercing towards the corpse demon. Ha ha! The corpse demon sneered and suddenly clenched its big hand, instantly crushing all the sword lights. In his eyes, Fang Chen's powerful attack could not even withstand a single blow. Useless thing. The corpse demon glanced at the Su family head and said coldly. The latter trembled after being stared at. He quickly turned around and began to kill the Ling family. Yin Ling or die. Yin Ling, and the Su family head trembled together. Today, the appearance of the corpse demon had indicated that the collusion between the Su family and the corpse demon had been completely exposed. There was no other way except to silence them. The Su family colluded with the evil forces. Damn it. Yin Ling, face was cold as she displayed countless talisman methods. Fang Chen was in danger. His body was locked by the corpse demon and he couldn't move. What should I do? Fang Chen was very anxious and his mind was thinking quickly. The corpse demon that swooped down suddenly screamed. His palm was rotting. That is, sensing a strange aura in its body. The corpse demon suddenly turned pale with fright and roared crazily. The aura of the immortal emperor? After sensing the immortal star power, the corpse demon became even crazier. There was only one thought in its mind, and that was to kill Fang Chen. However, just as Fang Chen was helpless and was about to use the immortal scepter, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Ling Shan, the person in front of him. It was Ling Shan of the younger generation of the Ling family. Ling Shan turned around and looked at Fang Chen with a smile on her face. You saved my life once, and now I will save yours. Let's die together. The corpse demon's attack came quietly. Ling Shan was instantly enveloped by the evil aura. Fang Chen gritted his teeth and tried his best, but it was useless. However, just as he was at his most desperate, a crack appeared in the void, and a terrifying aura emerged. The corpse demon dares to behave atrociously in human territory? A familiar voice could be heard. The Dead Star Sector Master had returned. Two figures stood side by side in front of the void storm. The aura on their bodies could shatter the Nine Heavens galaxy. Swoosh! The Dead Star Sector Master flicked his finger, and a starlight rushed into the evil aura. It dispersed the evil aura overbearingly and saved Ling Shan. He thought he would definitely die, but he didn't expect to be safe and sound. I didn't die. Ling Shan was shocked and immediately looked at Fang Chen anxiously. How is this possible? There was a terrified scream from the corpse demon. He received news that the Dead Star Sector Master and Universe God Ling Su had gone to explore an ancient relic and wouldn't be able to return in a short period of time. Damn it. Then, they came back at the crucial moment. I don't care. It was definitely impossible for him to fight the Dead Star Sector Master head-on. He gritted his teeth and charged at Fang Chen with all his power. Die. No matter what, Fang Chen had to die. You're courting death. The Dead Star Sector Master frowned. Under his watch, he still wanted to kill. He took a step forward and blocked in front of the corpse demon. Dong! With a slap, the corpse demon was sent flying. Then, with another slap, he suppressed the corpse demon completely. Universe Godling Su, who was far away, saw the scene and felt her scalp go numb. Luckily, she didn't have a conflict with the Dead Star Sector Master. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. With two slaps, the corpse demon was blasted into pieces. The crisis was instantly resolved. The Su family colluded with the corpse demon. 9 generations of the Su family shall be exterminated. Universe God Ling Su's cold voice announced the death penalty for the Su family. Die. With Universe God Ling Su taking action, the Su family didn't have any power to resist. No, I can't die. The Su family's patriarch gritted his teeth, took out a black bead from his bosom, and immediately crushed it. Rumble. His body instantly exploded and flesh and blood splattered. At the same time, his primordial spirit escaped into the void and disappeared. Die. Universe Godling Su grabbed with her hand and the escaping primordial spirit burst out and dissipated. Dead Star Sector Master, the Sioux family betraying the human clan has a lot to do with me. Return to the world, and the Sioux family shall be exterminated. Universe God Ling, Sioux said in a low voice. Not long after, Universe God Ling, Sioux left the Ling family. Are you okay? Dead Star Sector Master looked at Fong Chun and asked. Fortunately, you came back in time. Otherwise, Fong Chun said with lingering fear. He didn't expect the corpse demon to find him. It seemed that they were aware of what he had done in the universe. 7 days later, the Sioux family in the southwest was completely destroyed. The person who took action was the Sioux family's guardian god, Universe God Sioux. When the news spread, it caused a sensation in the western and southern regions. Everyone was puzzled. Why would Universe God Ling, Sioux turn against the Sioux family and be so ruthless? Only the major forces knew that the Sioux family had betrayed the human clan and colluded with the corpse demon. The destruction of the Sioux family served as a warning. Regardless of whether it was the western or southern regions, many forces had a deep understanding of the terrifying fighting power of a Universe God expert. After the destruction of the Sioux family, Universe God Ling, Sioux felt guilty. She personally went to the Sioux family's original territory and gave it to Dead Star Sector Master for him to distribute. In the end, the territory naturally fell into the hands of the Ling family. The outside world was in a state of chaos. Fong Chun and Dead Star Sector Master were having a conversation. Brother Dead Star, how much do you know about the corpse demon? Fong Chun asked. He told Dead Star Sector Master everything that had happened in the universe. The latter muttered, the corpse demon is very strong. So strong that even I don't know about their situation. The higher-ups of the human clan probably already know about what happened in ancient sacred chaos. The corpse demon has been in hibernation. For it to come out now, it must have a plan. However, you don't have to worry. The higher-ups of the human clan will take care of it. Dead Star Sector Master was only worried that the corpse demon would attack Fong Chun. Chapter 2978. After settling the matters here, the Dead Star Domain Lord hurriedly returned to the Dead Star Domain. After all, his clone had been guarding the Dead Star Domain. Compared to the Ling family, the Dead Star Domain was more important. Moreover, the corpse demon had been restless recently. He had to prevent anything from happening to the Dead Star Domain. In the entire southern region, the Ling family was the strongest. Of course, the ancient Cold sect, who was their eternal ally, was also very excited. After all, Fong Chun came from the ancient Cold sect. Ancestor Cold and the ancient Cold sect master were grinning from ear to ear. In order to please Fong Chun, many other forces also expressed their goodwill to the ancient Cold sect. After a short period of turmoil, the southern region was considered to have stabilized. After the Ling family obtained the Sioux family's territory, their strength increased tremendously. They could already vaguely challenge the major forces in the western region. After resting for a few days, Fong Chun prepared to leave. There was still no news from the Star and Moon. He was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Master, where are we going? Kong Jiao and Tian Xin stood behind Fong Chun and asked softly. Jiao and Shi were chased by the Sioux family in the southwest region. The direction Shi escaped in is also the western region. Fong Chun pondered. We will leave now and head to the western region. We will ask around and see if we can find Shi. Before leaving, Fong Chun asked the Ling family and the ancient Cold sect to help him take care of the Tianshu Yuan in the Despair mainland. In the end, he took the Sioux family's teleportation formation and arrived at the western region. The immemorial chaos was divided into 4 major regions, according to direction. But in reality, the southern region and western region were the most remote places. Ordinary experts would not even bother to stay here. Hence, these 2 regions were called the Savage Lands. Of course, the western region was more powerful than the southern region. Blood City. It was an inconspicuous city in the western region. It was closer to the Sioux family in the southwest region. Whoosh! Fong Chun and his 2 disciples walked out of the teleportation formation. Master, is this the Blood City? Tian Xin asked softly. Fong Chun nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a scolding voice came from behind him. "The three of you, come here quickly." Hearing this voice, Fang Chun turned around and saw that there was a table beside the transmission array. A man in armor was sitting on a chair, and in front of him was a jade pot. This jade pot was refined from 1,000-year-old warm jade. Inside the jade pot, there was a copious amount of fresh blood flowing out. Around him, countless guards stood quietly, and the atmosphere was very solemn. "Didn't you hear? Come here quickly." Seeing Fang Chun and the other two remain indifferent, the armored man's eyes widened as he shouted angrily. "We?" Fang Chun pointed at himself. Soon after, he frowned in displeasure. "What are you looking at?" "He's talking about the three of you." A few of the protectors walked towards Fang Chun and the other two fiercely and said coldly, "This is Blood City. You newcomers must abide by the rules, or else you will be killed without mercy." Being scolded by the protectors, Tian Xin and Kong Jiao were angry and wanted to fight, but they were stopped by Fang Chun. "We don't seem to have broken the rules of Blood City, right?" Fang Chun asked. "Any newcomer who comes to Blood City for the first time has to offer a few drops of blood before they can enter," the protector said. "Offer blood?" Fang Chun was surprised. What kind of rule was that? His gaze fell on the jade pot and saw the copious amount of blood flowing in it. He finally knew where the blood came from. Fang Chun and the other two walked over. The armored man pointed at the jade pot and said, "Everyone put 3 drops of blood in the jade pot." Fang Chun could feel that the armored man was a holy venerate. If he were to fight, he could defeat him. But as he had just arrived, he did not want to have any conflicts with them. After getting Fang Chun's permission, Tian Xin and Kong Jiao bit their fingers and put 3 drops of blood into the jade pot. Finally, when it was Fang Chun's turn, he bit his finger too. Bright red blood flowed out instantly. With a thought, a drop of blood fell into the jade pot. Then 2 drops of blood fell into the jade pot. "All right, let's go. Remember, in Blood City, you must abide by the rules, or else you will die," the protector said fiercely. Fang Chun and the other two turned and left. No one noticed that after Fang Chun's blood entered the jade pot, there were some changes in the jade pot. The blood that was flowing suddenly started to run away, crazily. Fang Chun's blood released a strong aura and absorbed them crazily. Time passed. In the afternoon, the jade pot exploded. Crash! The blood in the jade pot directly exploded, causing a huge tremor. What happened? The protector's face changed as he shouted. This was the rule set by Lord Blood. Every day, they had a hand in a certain amount of blood. Otherwise, they would be punished. Damn it! In a secluded courtyard, Fang Chun and his disciples sat on a stone bench. At the moment when the jade pot exploded, Fang Chun felt his blood explode. I wonder what the owner of Blood City is trying to do. Why does he want to collect everyone's blood? The corners of Fang Chun's mouth curled up, revealing a cold smile. In his blood, there were more than 50 special bloodlines. Most importantly, the black hole bloodline was the strongest bloodline in the world. It could devour any bloodline. When the black hole bloodline was placed into the jade pot, Fang Chun had expected this to happen. "Master, I will go and find out more." Tian Xin was calmer and left quickly. After a while, Tian Xin returned quickly with a smile on his face. "How is it?" Kong Jiao asked anxiously. "Blood City is a city under Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The owner of the city is called Lord Blood." Tian Xin said. This rule was set by Lord Blood. It is said that Lord Blood is cultivating a unique skill, and he urgently needs many bloodlines. Lord Blood is cultivating a unique skill? Fang Chun frowned, remembering Lord Blood's name in his heart. Then, what is Imperial Weapon Pavilion? Fang Chun continued to ask. Imperial Weapon Pavilion is one of the top forces in the Western region. This sect is best at refining weapons. It is said that all the forces in the Western region need their help to refine weapons, Tian Xin said slowly. Imperial Weapon Pavilion? Can they refine Emperor-level weapons? Kong Jiao curled his lips. Even a universe god might not be able to refine Emperor-level weapons, let alone a force in the Western region. Tian Xin shook his head. Of course not. If Imperial Weapon Pavilion could refine Emperor-level weapons, they wouldn't be in a small place like the Western region. However, although they can't refine Emperor-level weapons, they can refine many powerful weapons. Below Emperor-level weapons were Emperor-level weapons. There is a special connection between Emperor-level weapons and Emperor-level weapons, known as half-step Emperor-level weapons. The Hidden Star Sword and the Immortal Scepter belong to half-step Emperor-level weapons. Although Imperial Weapon Pavilion was called Imperial Weapon, their strongest blacksmith could only refine Emperor-level weapons. They couldn't even refine half-step Emperor-level weapons. Imperial Weapon Pavilion's power is extraordinary. Many forces don't dare to offend them, Tion Xian said, because they can provide endless weapons to many forces. Are there no other blacksmiths in the Western region other than Imperial Weapon Pavilion? Kong Jiao asked. There are, but they are all low-level blacksmiths. Any blacksmith that stands out will be roped in by Imperial Weapon Pavilion. This is also the reason why Imperial Weapon Pavilion has been able to maintain their monopoly, Tion Xian said. At this point, Tion Xian suddenly recalled something. By the way, I heard that there's a powerful blacksmith in the Western region. He's known as the Imperial Master of Heart Weapon. He's the most powerful blacksmith in the Western region, and the only one who can forge a half-step martial emperor weapon. However, he doesn't like fighting in the underworld. He didn't join Imperial Weapon Pavilion and chose to live in seclusion. Tion Xian continued. Imperial Weapon Pavilion paid a huge price to invite Imperial Master Xian Bing, but they didn't succeed. Imperial Master Xian Bing? Fong Chen muttered. Chapter 2979. Through Tion Xian's information, Fong Chen roughly understood the situation in the Western region and Blood City. Of course, what made Fong Chen the most anxious was the news about the all-fusion body. According to legend, a long time ago, a warrior with the all-fusion body appeared in Blood City. However, he mysteriously disappeared. After hearing the news, Fong Chen's heart was in a mess. The timing matches. It's very likely to be Sheer. Fong Chen said in a deep voice. His face was solemn as he pondered in his mind. Even among the special body constitutions, the all-fusion body is considered a rare one. The all-fusion body that appeared in Blood City must be Junior Sister, Kong Jiao asserted. When Junior Sister and I were chased by the Su family, the route we took to escape was in the direction of Blood City. Combining all the clues, Kong Jiao concluded that the rumored all-fusion body in Blood City was Fong Shi. Master! Suddenly, Tion Xian said in a deep voice. What's the matter? Fong Chen asked. I also heard another piece of news. Tion Xian looked at his master. The rules set by Lord Blood are not like this. However, after the rumor about the all-fusion body, the rule of collecting blood changed. So, you suspect that Lord Blood's collection of blood has something to do with Sheer? Fong Chen asked. Tion Xian nodded. Logically speaking, it's possible. Fong Chen naturally knew what Tion Xian meant. In order for the all-fusion body to be fully activated, one would need 10,000 types of blood. This was what Fong Chen got from the Immortal Scepter. After all, the Immortal Scepter followed the Immortal Emperor and knew a lot. If that's the case, would Sheer be trapped in Blood City? Fong Chen pondered. Or rather, Sheer's all-fusion body was discovered by the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and controlled. Lord Blood is just working for the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Thinking about this, Fong Chen's heart was in a mess. If the Imperial Weapon Pavilion captured Fong Shi, it would be troublesome. However, no matter what, he had to rescue Fong Shi. Fong Chen did his best to calm the shock in his heart. The grave expression on his face gradually dissipated and he regained his calm. Even though according to the information we have now, Sheer is most likely related to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, but we can't be too hasty. Fong Chen said, if it's just a small blood city, we naturally have nothing to fear. However, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion is behind the Blood City. If we act rashly, we will definitely alert the enemy. Moreover, with our strength, we don't have the ability to fight against the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Master, I think we should start with Lord Blood. Tion Xian said, Lord Shui is an elder of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. It's only because of his lack of talent that the Imperial Weapon Pavilion allowed him to manage the Blood City, because there were other elders with high authority speaking on his behalf. It is said that Lord Blood's cultivation is only at the Holy Venerate realm. If you want to get accurate information about Junior Sister, you have to start from Lord Blood. Fang Chen nodded. He agreed with Heaven Heart's words, but he did not dare to act blindly. Where did you get the news? Fang Chen asked. How accurate is it? The news was bought from the biggest information-selling organization in the Blood City. The accuracy rate should be above 80%. That means there's still 20% inaccurate. Fang Chen pondered. Let's not act rashly first. Let's gather a few more days' worth of information first. For the rest of the time, Fang Chen would wander around the streets of the Blood City every day. He would also gather some useful information while he was at it. One day, Fang Chen heard a piece of news. Weapon auction? Fang Chen was a little surprised. You must be new here, right? The unfamiliar man smiled. You're lucky. It's your first time here, and you're able to come across such a large-scale weapon auction. Let me tell you, the Blood City will hold a small-scale weapon auction once every 10 years. The source of the weapons are basically all from the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. So whenever there's an auction, the warriors from the surrounding cities will come to the Blood City. As for large-scale weapon auctions, they are only held once every 100 years. The one that will be held half a month later is the large-scale weapon auction. What's the big difference between the two? Fang Chen asked. The difference is huge. Let me put it this way. Anyone can enter the small-scale weapon auction. However, large-scale weapon auctions are different. Those who are able to enter are either nobles, major powers, or extremely powerful experts, the strange man said. When he mentioned the large-scale weapon auction, his eyes were filled with excitement. Unfortunately, he would never be able to enter it. The weapons from the large-scale weapon auction. Other than some of them coming from the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, some of them came from some ancient ruins. In a large-scale weapon auction 100 years ago, a very strange weapon appeared. At that time, after everyone confirmed it, they all thought that the weapon was a waste. However, someone bought it. Do you know who bought it? The unfamiliar man smiled mysteriously and asked. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he did not know. The famous Imperial Master, Xian Bing. He lived in seclusion for a long time and rarely appeared in front of the public. At first, no one recognized him. The unfamiliar man said with assurance. The Imperial Master Xian Bing bought the broken weapon at a very small price. Not long after, there was news that the Imperial Master Xian Bing had obtained an ancient weapon refining method from the weapon. It shocked the entire Western region. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion was the most regretful. Countless higher-ups were filled with regret when they heard the news. At that time, they were also determined countless times, but in the end, they judged that the weapon was a waste. They took the large-scale weapon auction because they wanted to use this as a gimmick to sell it at high price. Who knew that the Imperial Master Xian Bing had a sharp eye and saw that it was extraordinary. Since then, countless people thought of going to the large-scale weapon auction to pick up the scraps. That's why the large-scale weapon auction is very popular now. The unfamiliar man said. Hearing this, Fang Chen finally understood. I see. After the unfamiliar man left, Fang Chen strolled on the street, thinking about the Imperial Master Xian Bing. He had sent Tian Xian and Kong Jiu out to gather information. As he walked, Fang Chen suddenly heard a commotion. He looked up and realized that there were many warriors gathered in the square in front. What are they looking at? Out of curiosity, Fang Chen quickly walked over. He then realized that there was a weapon refining competition going on in the square. The surrounding martial artists were discussing animatedly. Hei Pai's weapon refining method is too crude. He can't be compared to Pang Mo. Yeah, Hei Pai is probably going to lose. Poor Hei Pai. In order to get a spot to enter the large-scale weapon auction, he has been defeated repeatedly. After a while, Fang Chen roughly understood the situation. The man in black in the square was called Hei Pai. The old man in white was called Pang Mo. Pang Mo was a young disciple of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. His weapon refining skills were at the peak. The large-scale weapon auction gave many ordinary artificers hope that they could defeat Pang Mo in artifact forging. That was why there were people continuously challenging Pang Mo. This was the 5th time Hei Pai had challenged Pang Mo. He had lost the first 4 times, and he had lost completely. The 5th time was also his last chance. After observing for a while, Fang Shun was surprised to find that Hei Pai was not as simple as he seemed. Hei Pai's weapon refining method looks messy, but it actually contains extremely powerful techniques. Fang Shun said to himself, "I think Hei Pai is going to win this time." The surrounding warriors snorted when they heard Fang Chen's words. However, a white-haired old man looked at Fang Chen with a smile and asked, "What makes you think Hei Pai will win?" Both of them are refining emperor weapons, but it's obvious that Hei Pai's foundation is not as good as Pang Mo's. Pang Mo obviously has the upper hand now. This is an illusion. Hei Pai deliberately created an illusion to make Pang Mo lower his guard. Fang Chen slowly explained his opinion. Strictly speaking, Hei Pai is not confident that he will win. That's why he used this method. Hei Pai's method is very unique when he refines weapons. Fang Chen spoke frankly with assurance. The surrounding people were already dissatisfied with him. "Shut up. What do you know?" However, the white-haired old man nodded in satisfaction. His eyes brightened as he looked at Fang Chen. Especially when he heard Fang Chen mention the 2 words weapon core. He was very surprised. "You know about the weapons core?" asked the white-haired old man. Fang Chen finally noticed the white-haired old man. He turned and nodded slightly at him. It seems that Senior is also an expert in weapon refining. With that, Fang Chen said no more. Chapter 2980. Blacksmiths were generally divided into 2 types. The first type was capable, but did not understand the true core of blacksmithing. The other type was those who understood the true core, which was the core. The difference between the 2 types was like heaven and earth. A simple example would be a blacksmith. Although he could refine half-step emperor-level weapons, he did not understand the core. In other words, this was his limit. He would never be able to take that final step. As for the other blacksmith, although he could only refine low-level emperor-level weapons, he had comprehended the core and grasped the essence of blacksmithing. Such a person had a boundless future. His value far exceeded that of a half-step emperor-level blacksmith. The core was the most sacred and important aspect of blacksmithing. Once it was comprehended, there would be a qualitative leap. For countless years, Fang Chen's blacksmithing skills had improved while he cultivated the sword. He was a genius and had comprehended the core by chance. When the white-haired elder heard the words core, he was very surprised. However, Fang Chen did not speak anymore. He only glanced at Fang Chen curiously. He did not continue chatting with him. Soon, the blacksmithing competition was over. Rumble. In the sky above the square, wild flames surged. The temperature in the air instantly became scorching hot. Pang Mo and Black Panther stopped refining at the same time. They each had a weapon in their hands. "You're bound to lose." Pang Mo grinned and looked at Black Panther. Everything seemed to be within his expectations. Black Panther did not respond and remained silent. In the eyes of the crowd, Black Panther had realized the difference between him and Pang Mo and directly admitted defeat. In the midst of the discussion, everyone waited for the appraiser's appraisal results. Soon, the appraisal results were out. The winner of this blacksmithing competition is... The appraiser deliberately dragged out his words to arouse the crowd's curiosity. "It must be Pang Mo. The 2 of them can't be compared at all. Yes, Pang Mo has already defeated Black Panther 4 times. This is Black Panther's last chance." Although the appraiser did not announce it, everyone had already guessed the answer. The winner is Black Panther. However, when the appraiser said the words black leather, the entire plaza was stunned. Countless martial artists widened their eyes and stared at the weapon in the appraiser's hand. "What? Did I hear it wrong? How is that possible? How could Black Panther defeat Pang Mo? I don't believe it." After a brief moment of shock, everyone started shouting. Even Pang Mo's smile froze as he looked at the appraiser in disbelief. The latter waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. "Everyone, I know what you are puzzled about. I guarantee you with the reputation of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion that this appraisal is fair and just." The appraiser said, "The grade of Pang Mo's weapon is indeed slightly higher than Hei Pai's. However, Black Panther comprehended the weapon's core. When Pang Mo heard the words artifact heart, His body trembled, and he shook his head repeatedly. No one knew better than him what an artifact core represented. He looked at Black Panther with a complicated expression. As Fang Chun expected, he turned around and left the crowd. There was no point in continuing to watch. After leaving the plaza, Fang Chun was about to go to the weapons store in Blood City to take a look. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly met the white-haired old man from before. "We meet again." The white-haired old man grinned at Fang Chun. Fang Chun bowed to the old man and turned around to leave. "Since you understand the weapons core, you must be a blacksmith, right?" The white-haired old man asked. Fang Chun stopped and turned around. "I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. I only know a little about it." Obviously, the white-haired old man didn't believe what Fang Chun said. The art of blacksmithing is too vast. No one can see through its roots. Those who can comprehend the weapons core are few and far between. The white-haired old man said to himself. Fang Chun chatted with the old man for a while. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. "If my guess is correct, you must be a blacksmith. Senior, you must be a blacksmith master. I would like to ask you something." Instinct told him that the white-haired old man in front of him wasn't ordinary. Could he get some information about the Heart Weapon Emperor teacher from him? "Oh, what do you want to ask?" the white-haired old man asked. "Senior, do you know that the Heart Weapon Emperor teacher will be participating in a large-scale weapon auction?" Fang Chun asked. Hearing the words Heart Weapon Emperor teacher, the white-haired old man was slightly moved. "Why? You're asking the Heart Weapon Emperor teacher to refine a weapon for you?" Fang Chun shook his head. "I have other matters and would like to ask the Heart Weapon Emperor teacher for help." The Heart Weapon Emperor teacher comes and goes like a shadow. He's very strange. Even if you see him, he might not help you. The white-haired old man said. "If I can see him, I have my ways," Fang Chun said. The white-haired old man seemed to be in a hurry. He didn't talk to Fang Chun anymore and left. After a while, Fang Chun arrived at the Blood City Merchant Guild. On the second floor, the items sold here were all ordinary weapons. Fang Chun walked around and looked carefully. In fact, Fang Chun had two purposes for coming here. The first was naturally to ask for information. It was said that Lord Blood was behind the Blood City Merchant Guild. Perhaps he could get some information about Lord Blood here. The second was to see if he could pick up some scraps. After a while, Fang Chun shook his head slightly. The weapons here are basically of a lower level. There's nothing special about them. It's said that the Blood City Merchant Guild has an Emperor Stage weapon guarding it. Unfortunately, it's on the 9th floor, and there's no way to go up. "Sir, this way, please." "Haha, what brings you to the Blood City Merchant Guild, sir?" Suddenly, a group of people surrounded a blood-haired old man and walked up from the first floor. When they passed by the staircase, Fang Chun saw them. "Sir?" Fang Chun frowned and stared at the blood-haired old man in the crowd. From the information he had, this person should be Lord Blood. Lord Blood. Fang Chun's expression changed. He quickly walked a few steps closer to the staircase and carefully observed Lord Blood. Lord Blood was burly. Although he had many wrinkles on his face, he looked very old. However, there was a bloody aura coming from his body. Dong dong dong. The black hole bloodline in his body suddenly became restless. Fang Chun seemed to have sensed something. He hurriedly looked up. When he looked at Lord Blood, the latter also turned his head and looked at him. "Leave quickly." A few guards scolded. Fang Chun looked away and came to the first floor. There's a complicated bloodline aura in Lord Blood's body. Fang Chun thought to himself. This was also the reason why the black hole bloodline was restless. Although he's only a holy venerate, he gives off a very heavy feeling. This person is not simple. Fang Chun commented on Lord Blood. At night, Fang Chun and his two disciples gathered in a secluded courtyard, chatting through the night by candlelight. "How is it? Did you get any useful information?" Fang Chun asked. "Master, we've asked around, and this Lord Blood is very suspicious." Tian Xin said. "He might be related to Junior's sister's disappearance." Oh, Fang Chun's heart skipped a beat, and he continued to listen. In the past, although Lord Blood controlled Blood City, his position in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion was very low. However, not long after the rumor of the all-fusion body appeared in Blood City, Lord Blood's position immediately soared. Kong Jiao added, even the great elder of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion personally came to Blood City to reward Lord Blood. He said that Lord Blood had guarded Blood City and contributed greatly to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. From then on, Lord Blood started to collect blood without restraint. He even changed the rules and created a storm in Blood City. Everyone was afraid of Lord Blood. The great elder of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion personally rewarded him. Fang Chun frowned and seemed to have confirmed something. Could it be that after Shi was controlled by Lord Blood, she reported to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and was brought there? The matter was getting more and more confusing. However, Fang Chun could confirm that Fang Shi's disappearance was definitely related to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. All the information pointed to Lord Blood. The key to opening the loophole was Lord Blood. Basically, we can confirm that Junior Sister was taken away by the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Kong Jiao said. Chapter 2981. The feeling that Lord Blood gave off was too dangerous. If we want to find Junior Sister, we have to start with Lord Blood. Kong Jiao said. But with our strength, we can't do it by force. After all, Lord Blood has the Imperial Weapon Pavilion behind her. Tian Xin smiled bitterly. If only we can get the support of the Imperial teacher. Of course, he knew that it was impossible. Not to mention that they couldn't meet the Imperial teacher. Even if they met him, he might not help them. Moreover, if the Imperial teacher went to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, wouldn't it cause him to break off his relationship with the Imperial Weapon Pavilion? Even if it's the Imperial teacher, he won't break off his relationship with the Imperial Weapon Pavilion because of us. Kong Jiao said, actually, if we can meet the Imperial teacher, I have full confidence that I can get him to help. Of course, it's not to make him break off his relationship with the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. We just need him to stop the experts from the Imperial Weapon Pavilion at the crucial moment. Fang Chun said, if that's the case, our progress will be very smooth. The Imperial teacher is very arrogant. If he doesn't like someone, it's useless. Tian Xin said, we can't put all our hopes on him. Fang Chun nodded. I know what I'm doing. There's still half a month before the large-scale weapon auction begins. During this time, we have to prepare well. The qualification to participate in the large-scale weapon auction. Fang Chun wasn't worried. He had his ways. What he needed to prepare now was the origin stones. Without enough origin stones, how could he participate in the auction? Perhaps some special weapons would appear in a large-scale weapon auction that was held once every 100 years. Fang Chun also had the intention to participate in the auction with the intention of finding the Imperial teacher. After all, the Imperial teacher from 100 years ago had succeeded. Furthermore, he had obtained a refining method from the ancient era from that broken weapon. His refining realm had reached a whole new level. Fang Chun didn't have many star stones with him, but he had a way. We can buy a portion of the purple cloud ores. We can also sell a portion of the bones used to refine the weapons. Fang Chun pondered. There was an entire vein of purple cloud ores sealed in the heaven-sealing tombstone. Selling a portion of it wouldn't make much of a difference. As for the skeletons used to refine weapons, some of them were too low level, so there was no point in keeping them. They were all disposed of. Moreover, Fang Chun had obtained many Sumeru rings after killing his enemies. Although he couldn't use the things inside, he could at least exchange them for some star stones. Within 3 days, Fang Chun had finished sorting everything out. He came to the Blood City Chamber of Commerce once again and found the person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce. I heard that the Blood City Chamber of Commerce will also collect some valuable items from the outside. Fang Chun asked. Of course, our Blood City Chamber of Commerce will take anything of value. The person in charge smiled. Fang Chun took out the spatial rings that he had prepared in advance and said, deal with everything in these spatial rings. The manager took the spatial ring. As he carefully looked at it, he frowned. Although you have a lot of things, most of them are worthless. This is just an appetizer. Let your men help me deal with it first. Fang Chun said, there are 2 more things that I came to the Blood City Chamber of Commerce for this time. Oh, hearing this, the manager's eyes lit up. He made an inviting gesture to Fang Chun. This way, please. Soon, the 2 of them came to a sealed room. What else do you have? The manager asked. Fong Chun took out a piece of purple cloud, and asked, "How much is this worth?" "Oh, this is purple cloud, or?" The manager recognized the purple cloud, a glance. His eyes lit up, and he was very excited. Although there are many purple cloud ores circulating in the market for martial artists, they are very useful. The manager muttered, "For a single purple cloud, our purchasing price is 1,000 middle-grade origin stones." 1,000? Fong Chun murmured. "I have 100,000 pieces of purple cloud here. Can the Blood City Chamber of Commerce take it all?" "What?" The manager thought he heard wrong. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Fong Chun. 100,000 pieces of purple cloud, Oregon. If your Blood City Chamber of Commerce can't take it, then forget it. 100,000 pieces? The manager's heart raced. He had been in charge of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce for so many years, and he had never seen such a huge amount of purple cloud, Oregon. "Of course we can take it." The manager made the decision immediately. Originally, such a huge order would be decided by the boss. However, the manager thought that he could not miss the opportunity and made the decision himself. This was 100,000 pieces of purple cloud, Oregon. Who knew how much profit it would bring to the Blood City Chamber of Commerce? "Do you really have 100,000 pieces of purple cloud, or?" After calming down, the manager asked again. Voila! Fong Chun flicked his wrist. Suddenly, the purple cloud fell to the ground and piled up like a mountain. Seeing this, the manager's eyes were dazzled. "Ha ha, honorable guest. Your 100,000 pieces of purple cloud will be taken by our Blood City Chamber of Commerce. Please wait here for a moment. We will go and prepare the origin stones." "Wait." Fong Chun stopped the manager. "I still have some materials for refining weapons. Take a look at the price and sell them all." The manager took the sumaru ring and opened it. He was instantly stunned. They were the bones of experts. This was definitely the best material for refining weapons. He could not believe it. Where did this guy in front of him get so many bones? The value of these bones is huge. They're the best material for refining weapons. Please wait for a moment. I will calculate it for you." The manager said hurriedly. Fong Chun was not worried that the Blood City Chamber of Commerce would take his things for themselves. He had already prepared a backup plan. After an hour, the manager gave a specific amount. The bones were worth 900 million middle-grade origin stones. Adding the 100,000 pieces of purple cloud, it was a total of 1 billion middle-grade origin stones. It wasn't a small amount. One should know that even some universe gods might not have a net worth of 1 billion origin stones. As for universe gods, other than those big forces, no one would be able to take out 1 billion middle-grade origin stones at once. Ha! The manager laughed excitedly. 1 billion middle-grade origin stones was the annual sales of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce. Although he was spending it, the manager did not feel the pinch, because he knew that the value of these things to the Blood City Chamber of Commerce was definitely more than 1 billion. Most importantly, he was the one in charge of this big deal. He would definitely be rewarded. Maybe he would be favored by the elders of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and enter the Imperial Weapon Pavilion to further his studies. Thinking of this, the manager's attitude towards Fong Chun was very respectful. After a while, the manager passed the sumaru ring with 1 billion middle-grade origin stones to Fong Chun. "Honorable guest, this is the most noble purple card of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce. Those who have the purple card can get a 50% discount when purchasing anything from the Blood City Chamber of Commerce." The manager passed the purple card to Fong Chun. Also, those who have the purple card can take away the items that they like and pay later. In fact, what the manager meant was that those who had the purple card could buy on credit. That was because those who possessed the purple card were basically people of high status. "I don't want anyone to know about this deal," Fong Chun said. "Don't worry, the Blood City Chamber of Commerce will not reveal any information about you." After the deal was completed, Fong Chun walked out of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce. He was afraid of being followed, so he took a detour through many streets. Finally, he used the space-time evasion technique and disappeared from the Blood City. It was not until nighttime that Fong Chun quietly returned to the secluded courtyard. That night, the Blood City Chamber of Commerce was destined to be restless. The big deal of 1 billion middle-grade origin stones caused a stir in the Blood City Chamber of Commerce. In the dark night, all the upper echelons of the Blood City Chamber of Commerce gathered together. Their eyes were all focused on the manager. Strictly speaking, they were looking at the Sumeru ring in his hand. "You tell us about it." When the atmosphere was extremely tense, the president spoke. "In this deal of 1 billion middle-grade origin stones, there are 100,000 pieces of purple cloud ore and a large number of powerhouse skeletons." The manager gave a simple explanation. When the upper echelons saw the 100,000 pieces of purple cloud or in powerhouse skeletons, they were all shocked. Especially those skeletons. They were simply the best materials for refining weapons. Let's not talk about the purple cloud, Oregon. Just these skeletons alone are enough for us to earn a lot. If we were to offer them to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, you all know what it means. The president looked around and said, Chapter 2982. Fong Chen's action caused a huge commotion in the Blood City Chamber of Commerce. Many higher-ups gathered in the Chamber of Commerce and discussed for an entire night. But in the end, they couldn't confirm Fong Chen's real identity. Because the person in charge of the deal was personally praised by many higher-ups and the president, he became the person in charge of the entire floor. He was extremely excited. Origin Stone was the currency of the chaotic void, and it was no exception in the immemorial chaos. Origin Stones were divided into lower, middle, upper, and supreme grade. The official exchange rate was 1 to 10,000. In other words, 1 billion middle-grade Origin Stones was equivalent to 1 million upper-grade Origin Stones. Even an expert like Universe Godling Su wouldn't have so much net worth. However, this was only a portion of Fong Chen's wealth. Su family's purple cloud, or vein, was huge, and 100,000 pieces of purple cloud, or was just the tip of the iceberg. Also, the skeletons of those unparalleled experts were ordinary skeletons. The truly powerful skeletons were basically kept. Those skeletons were materials that could be used to create emperor-level weapons. They were priceless treasures. In a secluded courtyard, Fong Chun sat cross-legged as his pitch-black eyes stared at the night sky. His mind was filled with a strong sense of homesickness. "I wonder how Xier is now," Fong Chun muttered. Now, he could basically confirm that Fong Shi's disappearance was related to the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Mr. Shui was the only breakthrough. In the past few days, according to the information that he received, Fong Chun had already made a detailed plan. "I hope to see Emperor Master Xian Bing in the large-scale weapon auction," Fong Chun said softly. As long as he could see Emperor Master Xian Bing, he was confident that he could persuade him to help. At the same time, Fong Chun wanted to see what kind of treasures were in the large-scale weapon auction that was held once in a century. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. During this period, Fong Chun had been cultivating and didn't waste a single second. The once-in-a-century large-scale weapons auction that everyone had been eagerly anticipating was finally about to officially begin today. Originally, Tian Xian and Kong Jiu wanted to follow, but they had no choice as they weren't qualified to enter the auction. They could only stay in the secluded courtyard and wait for news. After packing up, Fong Chun stood up and walked towards the auction. The large-scale weapon auction was organized by the Blood City Chamber of Commerce, and it was very lively. Walking on the streets, there was an endless stream of people. There are so many people. Fong Chun looked around and said softly. Following the crowd, Fong Chun soon arrived at the auction house. The auction house was huge, and there was a sea of people outside, all waiting in line to enter. Even if it was a large-scale weapon auction that was held once every 100 years, there would still be many people who would be able to enter under the circumstances where the threshold was very high. Fong Chun glanced at it and walked towards a special passageway. "Please show me your VIP card-offs." This special passageway was specially reserved for those powerhouses with extremely high statuses. Of course, of Bloods of Heaven of Blood City Chamber of Commerce's. Fong Chun nodded. He took out his purple card and passed it to the two guards. Originally, the two guards didn't seem to care at all. However, when they saw the purple card, their expressions changed drastically. Their heartbeats quickened as they hurriedly bowed to Fong Chun and said, "Young master, please enter. Mister, if you need anything, just let us know." Fong Chun smiled at the two guards. He kept his purple card and entered the auction. Looking at Fong Chen's back, the two guards took a deep breath. They widened their eyes and looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Gosh, it's a purple card. I haven't seen many purple cards in my life. That's right. Legend has it that those who could get the purple card of Blood City Chamber of Commerce are people of high status. That person is so young, and he can get the purple card. He must be either a genius from a big family or a big force. Or he must be someone from the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The two guards were discussing. Obviously, they were shocked by Fong Chen's purple card. There were a lot of people in the ordinary passage. The crowd was densely packed. The special passage was different. It was very quiet. Almost no one went in from there. After going through the passage, he saw a big door. After pushing open the door and entering, Fong Chun was surprised to find an extremely spacious auction hall in front of him. "This is the auction hall?" Fong Chun murmured. It was indeed a large-scale auction. It was too spectacular. Just this auction hall alone could accommodate a lot of people. "Let's find a place to sit," Fong Chun whispered. He casually sat in the middle row and didn't think much. The rules of the large-scale weapon auction were simple. That was to choose a seat at will. There was no such thing as a VIP room. The first 3 rows were empty. There were many martial artists, but almost no one went to the first 3 rows. Fong Chun secretly guessed that the first 3 rows should be reserved for those with high status. At this moment, there was still some time before the auction began. Fong Chun simply closed his eyes and meditated. After an unknown amount of time had passed, a familiar voice suddenly came from beside him. Fong Chun leisurely opened his eyes and turned his head. He was surprised to find that the person sitting beside him was the white-haired old man he met in the square. "Senior, you are also here to participate in the large-scale weapon auction?" Fong Chun was surprised. He didn't expect to meet the white-haired old man here. The latter nodded. "Yes. This large-scale weapon auction will surprise people from time to time. It's not a bad idea to take a look since I have nothing to do. As for you, do you have any goals?" Fong Chun shook his head. He wasn't very clear about the contents of the large-scale weapon auction. His first goal was to find the Emperor Mentor. "Actually, I came to this large-scale weapon auction mainly to see if the Emperor Mentor would come," Fong Chun said with a smile. "Emperor Mentor?" The white-haired old man asked. "Do you want him to help you refine a weapon?" "From what I know, the Emperor Mentor has a strange temper. Even if you meet him, he might not help you refine a weapon. I want to ask the Emperor Mentor for a favor. It's not about refining a weapon." Fong Chun muttered. "As long as I can meet him, I am confident that I can persuade him." Hearing this, the white-haired old man was even more curious. "How are you going to persuade the Emperor Mentor?" The white-haired old man continued to ask. Fong Chun was silent and didn't say anything else. Obviously, he didn't want others to know his secret. Seeing this, the white-haired old man didn't say anything else. "The Emperor Mentor will definitely come to this large-scale weapon auction. You will definitely meet him." At noon, everyone had already entered the auction hall. The huge auction hall was unprecedentedly full. Everyone was excitedly waiting for the auction to begin. Fong Chun took a look. The first 3 rows were already filled with people. Among them, a few people caught Fong Chun's attention. There was a flame embroidered on their robes. "Imperial Weapon Pavilion?" Fong Chun's heart was slightly moved. He didn't expect that the disciples of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion would also participate in this large-scale weapon auction. Although the large-scale weapon auction has the support of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, the disciples of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion still have to rely on their own efforts to get what they want. The white-haired old man seemed to have seen through Fong Chun's thoughts and explained. However, under normal circumstances, the disciples of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion wouldn't dare to compete with them. After all, no one is willing to offend the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. This Imperial Weapon Pavilion is really overbearing. Fong Chun shook his head. Just as everyone was discussing, the auction finally began. An old man slowly walked to the center of the stage and cupped his hands towards everyone. "Everyone, Welcome to the large-scale weapon auction hosted by my Ishwest City Merchant Guild. The old man said, "There will be many important items in this auction. I believe that everyone will go crazy after seeing them. Hurry up. We have waited for so long. We are not here to listen to your nonsense. Yeah, we can't wait any longer. Hurry up and start the auction." Countless urging voices could be heard coming from below. Seeing this, the old man laughed and waved his sleeves. I can understand everyone's feelings. However, before the auction begins, please allow me to introduce the auctioneer. As the old man finished speaking, a beautiful figure slowly walked to the center of the stage. Everyone was stunned. Why would such an important large-scale weapon auction be hosted by a weak lady? Chapter 2983. The lady was dressed in a red robe. She walked to the center of the stage. Her graceful figure attracted many people's attention. As soon as the lady appeared, the entire auction house was in an uproar. Feng Chen frowned. He could sense an extremely demonic aura coming from the woman's body. I didn't expect the genius of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion to come. The white-haired old man at the side was very calm as he said softly, "The genius of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion." Feng Chen instantly understood that the lady in red robe was the genius of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion that the white-haired old man had mentioned. As expected, the old man on the stage introduced the lady in red robe. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the genius of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. People call her Fire Phoenix. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion has specially sent her to host this large-scale auction." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the entire auction house was in an uproar. Countless martial artists opened their eyes wide and stared at the lady in red robe. Fire Phoenix's name was well known among the younger generation in the Western region. All this while, everyone had only heard of her name. Today, they finally saw her in person. Rumor has it that Fire Phoenix is the #1 beauty in the Western region. She really lives up to her reputation. Not only that, Fire Phoenix has already stepped into the sacred venerate realm at such a young age. She is so powerful among the younger generation. That's nothing. Fire Phoenix is proud of her crafting skills. It is said that her crafting skills are unique. She stood out among the countless disciples of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Now, she can already craft upper-grade royal weapons. What? Everyone exclaimed. There were only a handful of people in the younger generation who could craft upper-grade royal weapons. There were even rumors that the strongest craftsman in the Western region, the Imperial Master of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, saw her potential and wanted to take her in as his disciple. Nonsense. The white-haired old man shook his head. Although Fire Phoenix has great potential in crafting, she is not suitable for the Imperial Master of the Imperial Master's crafting skills. She can craft upper-grade royal weapons? Feng Chen's gaze fell on Fire Phoenix. She stood quietly on the stage and instantly became the focus of everyone's discussion. She seemed to enjoy being the center of attention, and a smile appeared on her face. Even such a person can't become the disciple of the imperial teacher? Feng Chen was also curious. One had to know that the imperial teacher Xian Bing was only a blacksmith who could refine half-step emperor weapons. He still couldn't forge an emperor-level weapon. From a certain point of view, the Fire Phoenix was not that far off from it. Moreover, Fire Phoenix was still young and had unlimited potential. Such a person would definitely achieve great things in the future. From Fire Phoenix's position in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, it could be seen that the Imperial Weapon Pavilion had used all their resources to nurture her. They wanted to nurture her into a successor. Some of the upper echelons of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion even said that within 100 years, Fire Phoenix would definitely become an Emperor Realm weapon refiner. After the old man finished his introduction, he quietly retreated, leaving Fire Phoenix alone on the stage. Looking at the noisy scene below, Fire Phoenix raised her fair little hand and gently waved it. Instantly, the auction hall fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixated on the Fire Phoenix. There was envy, jealousy, and even greed. I know that everyone can't wait. I won't waste any more time. Let's start the auction. Fire Phoenix's red lips moved slightly. The first auction item was sent to the martial arts stage. It was a battle blade, but there were few gaps on it. There were complicated patterns on the hilt, which seemed to have the aura of a talisman. The entire battle blade was enveloped by a powerful halo, which gave people a very shocking feeling. This blade is called the Moon Slashing Blade. It's a supreme-level Emperor Realm weapon, but it was once heavily damaged, and its internal power was completely sealed, resulting in its current state. As soon as Fire Phoenix said this, everyone understood. Although the Moon Slashing Blade was powerful, it was sealed. If the seal could not be removed, it was basically useless. Everyone looked at each other. They looked at each other, but no one was the first to make a bid. After our appraiser's appraisal, the Moon Slashing Blade has a special attribute. When it absorbs the power of moonlight, its power can increase by 30%, Fire Phoenix continued. Hearing this, the sound of discussion was endless. The starting price is 100 upper-level origin stones. Each bid must not be lower than 10. The bidding began. Fire Phoenix's beautiful eyes swept across everyone. Obviously, many people did not dare to make a bid. After all, if they did not have full confidence that they could remove the seal, buying it at a high price would only be a waste. They could not accept it. Fire Phoenix spared no effort to introduce the benefits of the Moon Slashing Blade, attracting more people to bid. I'll bid 110. Finally, someone began to bid, but the increase was slightly lower. If there was one, there would be a second. I'll bid 200. The price began to rise, and in a short while, it had risen to 400 upper-level origin stones. What do you think? The white-haired old man looked at the Moon Slashing Blade and asked in a low voice. Fire Phoenix is right. She introduced the characteristics and shortcomings of the Moon Slashing Blade without hiding anything. But what? The white-haired old man continued to ask. The seal on the Moon Slashing Blade is very strong. Ordinary martial artists can't break it at all. Even experts who specialize in sealing can't do anything. Fong Chun said, only Tribulation Supremacies who specialize in sealing can have a 10% chance of opening it. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the white-haired old man nodded in satisfaction. He turned to look at Fong Chun, his eyes full of deep meaning. The first time he saw Fong Chun, he felt that he was extraordinary. The second time he saw him, he was even more curious about Fong Chun. The white-haired old man seemed to want to chat with Fong Chun and asked with a smile, how much do you think this Moon Slashing Blade is worth? If it's a complete upper-level Emperor weapon, it's worth about 3,000 upper-level origin stones. As for the Moon Slashing Blade with special attributes, it's worth at least 5,000 origin stones. Fong Chun said, but now that the Moon Slashing Blade has been sealed, its value has greatly decreased. I estimate that the final price will be about 2,000 origin stones. In the following time, more and more people participated in the bidding for the Moon Slashing Blade. When Fire Phoenix saw this on the stage, her face was full of smiles. She had achieved her goal. As long as she led them to participate in the auction, she was not afraid that they would not be willing to pay. If I can obtain a weapon like the Moon Slashing Blade, my strength will definitely increase. Compared to the benefits, this little bit of wealth is nothing. I'll pay 1,000 upper-level origin stones. A rich man directly raised the price to 1,000 upper-level origin stones. This was already a very high price. After all, 1,000 upper-level origin stones were equivalent to 10 million mid-level origin stones. Idiot, there's a seal on the Moon Slashing Blade. If it could be easily undone, why would the Blood City Chamber of Commerce sell it? Someone secretly mocked. What's a mere seal? I'm the best at sealing. Another person jumped out and raised the price to 1,500 origin stones. At this time, the competition had basically reached the end, and the number of martial artists bidding was decreasing. However, what Fong Chun did not expect was that the one who obtained the Moon Slashing Blade in the end was Black Panther. Looking at the thin Black Panther, standing there calmly, Fong Chun was a little stunned. What does Black Panther want with the Moon Slashing Blade? Fong Chun was a little puzzled. With Black Panther's attainments in refining weapons and his comprehension of the weapon core, it would not take long for him to refine an upper-level Emperor weapon. Since he could not figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. The first auction item was obtained by Black Panther at the price of 2,000 upper-level origin stones. Humph. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you defeated paying MO? What a joke, spending 2,000 upper-level origin stones to buy scrap metal. Your heart is really big. This guy probably thinks he's picked up a treasure, right? In the auction house, many people were mocking Black Panther. However, the latter was indifferent and paid enough origin stones on the spot to obtain the moon slashing blade. Suddenly, the white-haired old man beside him said, "This kid is not simple. I sense the same aura as the moon slashing blade on him." Interesting, really interesting. Chapter 2984. The second auction item was a puppet. After Fire Phoenix's introduction, everyone knew that this puppet was called the Pear Blossom Sword Rain puppet. After activation, it could release 10 fire poison needles. Each fire poison needle contained a deadly poison that could kill an ancient life realm martial artist. Even a starved venerable warrior would not dare to face it head-on. After releasing 10 fire poison needles, one would have to find new materials to refine them. What's wrong with the Blood City Merchant Guild? Why would they put this kind of rubbish in the auction? That's right, this puppet is too rubbish. Change it quickly. If this goes on, the reputation of the auction will be ruined by you. Many people were filled with righteous indignation, thinking that the Blood City Merchant Guild was humiliating them by taking out this puppet. Everyone! Fire Phoenix waved her hand to signal for everyone to be quiet. Then her red lips parted slightly as she said with a smile, "I can understand everyone's feelings right now. But the auction has been held countless times. Don't tell me everyone still doesn't believe in the Blood City Merchant Guild? If it was just a simple puppet, how could it be qualified to be on this stage? Even if it was 10 fire poison needles, it would not be qualified to enter the auction." Hearing Fire Phoenix's words, everyone was stunned, then looked at her as if there was a secret behind this. This puppet is, just as I said, it contains 10 fire poison needles. There is nothing strange about it. But, speaking up to this point, Fire Phoenix purposely paused for a moment to whet everyone's appetite before continuing. It said that this wooden puppet was passed down from ancient times. It was even used by a pure-blooded demon king. Crash! The auction house was in an uproar. Countless warriors opened their eyes wide, their hearts beating faster. If it was just a simple puppet and fire poison needles, they would not be in such a state. What really caught their attention was that it was used by a pure-blooded demon king in the ancient times. This was incredible. I think everyone has heard of the legend of the pure-blooded demon king. Although this puppet has only been used a few times, it left a trace of the pure-blooded demon king's aura. And after the baptism of time, one of the fire poison needles had mutated. Fire Phoenix finished speaking in one breath, then left the rest of the time for everyone. As expected, many people were attracted by the mutated fire poison needles. The aura of a pure-blooded demon king has changed the internal structure of the fire poison needle. This fire poison needle must have become an ultimate treasure. I want it no matter the cost. Ha ha ha, this is really good stuff. Many people couldn't wait to bid. The starting price of the puppet was 100 high-grade origin stones, but it was quickly raised to 500. Fong Chen shook his head and was speechless. Wasn't this too exaggerated? It had only been used by a pure-blooded Yao King. Was there a need for this? However, at this moment, Fong Chen's body trembled as a voice sounded in his mind. Then, Fong Chen's face gradually became solemn. "Help me get it." The pure-blooded demonic beast in seclusion sensed the aura of the pure-blooded demonic king in the puppet and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Fong Chen. "You can sense the aura of pure-blooded Yao Kings?" Fong Chen asked. "This puppet is not as simple as that guy said. Trust me, help me get it at all costs. This thing is very important to me. With it, I will transform." The pure-blooded demonic beast cub had never spoken to Fong Chen in such a serious tone. Fong Chen also realized the importance of the puppet to the pure-blooded demonic beast cub. He adjusted his mentality slightly and then began to bid. At this moment, the price had already been raised to 1,000 high-grade origin stones. 2,000. In Fong Chen's first bid, he directly raised the price by one-fold. Instantly, countless people looked over. Who is this person? Why is he so rich? That's right. For a puppet, is he crazy? Fong Chun was indifferent. His gaze was fixed on the puppet. I'll pay 2,500 yuan. A voice suddenly sounded. The voice came from the west. Everyone looked over, and their expressions changed drastically. It's the Poison Prince. He's here too. The Poison Prince is an expert in the poison Dao. This fire poison needle has mutated and naturally attracted his attention. The Poison Prince is not very strong, but his father is a famous half-step universe god expert. He is a typical playboy in the West region. Many people whispered. No one could take away the item that the Poison Prince wanted. 3,000. Everyone thought that Fong Chun would give up. Who would have thought that he would ignore the Poison Prince's bid and increase the price without hesitation? Boom! A sinister poisonous aura was emitted from the Poison Prince's body as his pitch-black eyes glared at Fong Chun. By then, the other bidders had already left. Only he and Fong Chun were left. Brother, the Poison Prince really want the puppet. I wonder if you can part with it? The Poison Prince took the initiative to use his identity to intimidate Fong Chun. Unfortunately, Fong Chun did not fall for it. If you want it, then bid for it yourself. Threats are useless against me, Fong Chun said calmly. The Poison Prince's face turned ferocious. If they were not in the auction house, he would have already attacked Fong Chun. Good, very good. I'd like to see how you're going to compete with me. The Poison Prince was completely infuriated by Fong Chun. He sneered. 4,000. The Poison Prince was rich and overbearing. He raised the price to 4,000. One should know that an ordinary Upper Emperor stage weapon would only cost around 3,000 crystals. However, the price of this wooden puppet had actually been raised to 4,000 high-grade origin stones. Everyone was astonished. Of course, there were also people who were secretly mocking the two. Two idiots. This puppet is obviously used by the Imperial Weapon Pavilion to trick people. How could it be raised to such a high price? The Imperial Weapon Pavilion must be secretly laughing. The fire poison is very important to the Poison Prince. What's the use of it on that strange man? Could he be the Imperial Weapon Pavilion's agent? In an instant, many discussions shrouded the auction house. 5,000. Fong Chun did not back down. As long as the Poison Prince raised the price, he would immediately raise the price. The white-haired old man frowned slightly. He seemed to be unable to see through Fong Chun. When the price was raised to 5,000, the Poison Prince stopped raising the price. Everyone's eyes were on him. The Poison Prince was struggling internally. Damn it! He clenched his fists and was burning with anger. He originally only needed 2,000 to get it. Now, because of this guy, the price had risen to such a high level. If he did not raise the price, he would definitely be laughed at. If he raised the price, he really did not want to buy at such a high price. 6,000, this is my last bid. The Poison Prince was almost gritting his teeth when he said this. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Fong Chun directly raised the price. If that's the case, then I can't not give you face. I'll raise the price to 6,001. Whoosh! The auction house was in an uproar, openly provoking the Poison Prince. Was this guy tired of living? The Poison Prince squinted his eyes and looked at Fong Chun. He only raised the price by 1. This was an endless insult to him. However, the Poison Prince suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a sinister smile, I, the Poison Prince, am a man of my words. I'll let you have the puppet. I hope you can walk out of Blood City safely. After saying this, the Poison Prince ignored Fong Chun and returned to his seat. Fong Chun did not care about the Poison Prince's threat at all. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? Fire Phoenix blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a smile. In fact, this price had far exceeded her imagination. After asking 3 times, no one raised the price. In the end, Fong Chun got the puppet at the price of 6,001. When it was the puppet's turn, the pure-blooded beast cub was extremely excited. Whoosh! The puppet was sent into Dark Cave Mountain by Fong Chun. The pure-blooded beast cub grabbed it immediately. Ha ha ha! Thank you so much. The pure-blooded beast cub said, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. The white-haired old man carefully observed Fang Chun for a while and finally spoke. This price far exceeds the value of the puppet. There's no fixed price for anything. It depends on the person who uses it. To me, the puppet is priceless. Just like Senior Emperor Master Xian Bing 100 years ago, the trash in the eyes of the world became a powerful weapon in his hands. He even obtained the ancient refining method. Because of it, everything has its own value. It just varies from person to person.